Dépôt de documents. Il est mon devoir de déposer sur le bureau.
It is my duty to lay upon the table, pursuant to subsection 79.2 of the Parliament of Canada Act, a report from the Parliamentary Budget Officer entitled Fall Economic Statement 2020, Issues for Parliamentarians.
Standing Order 32.5, this report is deemed permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 5 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Hear, hear.
Introduction of government bills. Madame Fortier pour Monsieur Leblanc, appuyé par
Ms. Fortier for Mr. Leblanc, seconded by Madame Bibeau, seeks leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Elections Act, COVID-19 Response. This motion is deemed adopted. Mrs. Fortier for Mr. Leblanc, seconded by Mrs. Bibeau, moves that this bill now be read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed carried.
This bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
And when shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Déclaration de ministre. Report de délégation interparlementaire. Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present, in both official languages, the third report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts entitled Follow-up Audit on the Transportation of Dangerous Goods. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Mr. Speaker, I also have the honor to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts entitled Supplying the Canadian Armed Forces. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, j'ai l'honneur de présenter dans les deux langues officielles le
The interpreter regrets, but 2 people are speaking at once.
intitulé Accord du.
I have the honor to present the Good Friday Accord report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
From committees, the Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I again have the honor to present in both official languages the following report of the Standing Committee on International Trade. The second report, entitled Trade Between Canada and the United Kingdom, a Potential Transitional Trade Agreement Interim Report. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
And the Chair has notice of a dissenting opinion. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the Standing Committee on International Trade's clerk, analysts, and colleagues for helping prepare this interim report. And you will find attached with it the supplementary opinion of the official opposition. The Conservative Party of Canada congratulates our Canadian negotiating team for announcing a trade agreement with the United Kingdom done. However, we are concerned with the government's lack of transparency on the details, lack of proactive and robust consultation with business and labour, as well as the lack of planning to allow parliamentarians both in the House of Commons, at committee and Senate proper time to scrutinise the potential legislation before the end of the year, with CETA's application to the UK ends. In the supplementary opinion, we respectfully list recommendations for the government to consider in the immediate and long term regarding the next steps in trade between Canada and the United Kingdom, and begin work to negotiate a successor agreement that is good for Canada and good for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation du rapport du comité. Dépôt du projet de loi émanant des députés. Première lecture du projet de loi intérêt public émanant du Sénat. Motions. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Comme hier, nous allons procéder.
Like yesterday, we will start with the members online, but just a reminder for all members, please keep your comments short to enable all members who wish to table a petition to do so.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition today on behalf of Canadians concerned about the state of our waterways and watersheds, otherwise known as inland waters, that have been neglected over the period of the last few decades. They call on Canada to update our laws related to inland waters and to take into account their essential nature and how tied they are to the health of the nation. They call on us to also ensure that no industry or corporation can take precedence over the health of our waterways and watersheds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. I'll just ask the honourable member to unmute.
Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Speaker, and apologies for that. It's a pleasure for me to be presenting a petition. I appreciate the opportunity to present it, but it's really a horrific situation highlighting the human rights abuses of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in China. Petitioners highlight the recent Associated Press story, which identifies forced abortion, forced insertion of IUDs, and forced sterilization targeting Uyghur women as part of an effort to reduce the Uyghur population. The Subcommittee on International Human Rights, Subcommittee of the Foreign Affairs Committee, has recently identified that these acts constitute genocide. Petitioners have two asks of the government. They're calling on the government, first of all, to recognize that these acts constitute a genocide in line with the recommendations of the subcommittee. And secondly, they're calling for the use of Magnitsky sanctions, sanctions under the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, targeting those involved in gross violations of human rights. So these are the two asks of the petition. I commend it to the consideration of the House and all members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Today, I am honored to present three petitions from my constituents in Markham Unionville. The petitions acknowledge the growing use of smuggled guns used in crime and calls on the Liberal government to support my bill C-238, an act to amend the criminal code, possession of unlawfully imported firearms, and to take more action to stop the flow of illegal firearms over the border. I hope the government take these calls to heart. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétition. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just in case the member for Saanich Gulf Islands is listening, I just want to encourage her. I loved her SO31 the night before Christmas, and I encourage her to listen for mine tomorrow. I wanted to present the same petition that the member from Sherwood Park had introduced. This is with regard to Uyghurs in China and the request to the Parliament of Canada that we take two actions, formally recognizing that they have been and are being subject to a genocide, an ongoing genocide, and secondly, to use Magnitsky Act sanctions for Chinese officials involved in this genocide. Thank you.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today is International Human Rights Day, and the standing orders do clearly state that an individual who's presenting a petition ought not to give their position about the petition, but it's extremely difficult in this case in East Turkestan, where there is a genocide going on against the Uyghur Muslims at this time. Our own committee here in the House of Commons has ascertained that, and the petitioners ask that we'd recognize, that the entire House would recognize Uyghurs in China are facing a genocide, and that we'd use the tools we have, the Magnitsky Act, to bring about sanctions to end the genocide.
Presenting petitions. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Speaker, 3 to present. I'll do them as efficiently as I possibly can. The first one is a petition of the following citizens who are concerned about Bill C7, further removing safeguards from the current euthanasia regime. And they are calling on the House of Commons to restore the 10-day reflection period for people whose death has been determined to be reasonably foreseeable, restore the original requirement that a person must give consent to the life-ending procedure immediately before it's performed, restore the original requirements for the signature of 2 witnesses, require medical professionals to do everything possible to enable the person to access life-affirming services, and accommodate persons with communication disabilities by clarifying refusal or resistance to administration of physical assisted death. The second one is in regard to the Uyghurs and the birth suppression happening of their community by the Chinese Communist Party and the oppression that they are facing. They are calling on Canada not to remain silent and to ensure that we formally recognize the Uyghurs in China are being subject to genocide and call on the use of the Magnitsky Act for sanctions. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we have another one here, again concerning human trafficking of organs and the removal of organs from victims without their consent. And of course, it's abhorrent that individuals are able to travel overseas to receive this medical aid, and yet it is being brought forward in an unethical way, and they call on our government to prohibit Canadians from traveling abroad to acquire human organs removed without consent or as a result of a financial transaction to render inadmissible to Canada any and all permanent residents or foreign nationals who have participated in this abhorrent trade in human organs.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you will bear with me, I've got 3 petitions to table. The first is an urgent plea from Sikhs and Hindus in Canada and Afghanistan who draw attention to this House of the fact that at one time there were hundreds of thousands of Sikhs and Hindus in Afghanistan. Today there are fewer than 5,000. And they also note that a recent bombing killed leaders from both communities. They're calling on the Minister of Immigration to exercise his powers to allow vulnerable minorities to come to Canada as privately sponsored refugees. So these Hindus and Sikhs from Afghanistan, that they would come to Canada as sponsored refugees. Mr. Speaker, the second petition is one that addresses the issue of our organ harvesting. And the petitioners are calling upon this House to move quickly on proposed legislation that would prohibit Canadians from traveling abroad to acquire human organs that have been removed without consent. The third petition, Mr. Speaker, is one that addresses the plight of Uyghurs in eastern China and the persecution they face from the communist regime in Beijing. They're calling on this House to do 2 things. Formally recognize that Uyghurs in China have been and are being subject to genocide, and secondly, that the Justice for Victims of Corrupt Foreign Officials Act, called the Magnitsky Act, be used to sanction those that are responsible for these heinous crimes against the Uyghurs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Speaker, today I'm tabling a petition from my constituents in the greatest riding in Canada, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon, concerned for the safety of farmers from the Indian states of Punjab and Haryana that are protesting domestic legislative changes affecting their livelihoods. Legislative independence of sovereign nations must be respected, but Canada will always stand for the protection of fundamental freedoms, both at home and around the world. I stand with farmers in India who are peacefully protesting. I stand with the protesters in Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon. Without farmers, Mr. Speaker, we don't have food. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to present a few petitions this morning. The first petition has been presented by a number of my colleagues, and I too want to add the petition to this. The petitioners from across Canada are calling for a formal recognition of the genocide that is occurring to the Uyghur population in China. They're very concerned about this genocide. They're also calling for the government to use the Magnitsky Act to bring the corrupt foreign officials in China to hold them to account for the genocide against the Uyghur people. The next petition I have to present today, Mr. Chair, is from Canadians from across the country who are concerned about forced organ harvesting that's happening around the world. And they are calling for the passage of Bill C2 or S204. This bill would prevent Canadians from going abroad to purchase organs that have been illegally harvested. The next petition that I have today is bringing awareness to Hindu and Sikhs that live in Afghanistan and are being persecuted. They're calling on the government to recognize this and to allow for private sponsorship of these refugees so that they can come to Canada and live right here in Canada. The next petition I have to present today, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians from across the country. These Canadians are concerned about the health and well-being of Canadian firearms owners. They recognize the importance of owning firearms, but recognize the impacts of hearing loss caused by the noise levels that comes from firearms. And they seek for noise reduction apparatuses. These petitioners acknowledge that we are the only country in the G7 that these noise reduction apparatuses are not available in, and are calling for this for the safety of our sport shooters or hunters, that this would be allowed here in Canada. The next petition I have, Mr. Chair, is from Canadians from across the country, and these Canadians are concerned about the gendercide that is happening here in Canada. They're calling on the Canadian government to recognize that and to pass laws to prevent the abortion of girls, specifically because they are girls right here in Canada. The final petition I have here today, Mr. Speaker, is from Canadians from across Canada, and they're calling on the Charter of Rights and Freedoms to be respected in terms of religious freedom and conscience rights around the euthanasia issue. They're looking for conscience rights for doctors and institutions, and they have signed this petition and have asked me to present it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon-Grasswood.
I'll be quick, Mr. Speaker. I too would like to have my voice heard on this recognition of Uyghurs in China. They have been and are being subject to genocide, so I just want to add my voice to that. Thank you very much.
Petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is that the pleasure of the House that all questions be allowed to stand? Hearing none in opposition. Agreed and so ordered. Chair has received requests for emergency debate. We'll now go to the Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm rising this morning to ask that you grant leave for an emergency debate on an issue or a program. I think that it's fair to say has become the signature program of this Parliament, the Canadian Emergency Response Benefit and its successor, the Canada Recovery Benefit. And there is most definitely a sense of urgency around the issue. It's been a cornerstone of Canada's pandemic response, and it seems that the terms and conditions have suddenly changed and changed retroactively for many Canadians who applied in good faith. So with your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a few moments to explain the importance of the issue, and then I'll proceed to letting you know why I think it's important that Parliament treat this matter on an urgent basis. It will come as no surprise to many members of this House that at the beginning of the pandemic, the NDP advocated for a universal basic income approach, or a payment to everybody that would be recuperated from those who at the end of the tax year it was found didn't need that income, Mr. Speaker, because we knew that any other approach would lead to a lot of cracks in the system and people who really needed help not getting help. Now, the Liberal government moved from their original position of tinkering with EI to something more substantive in a compromise. And out of that, CERB was born. But the decision to exclude people meant inevitably that a lot of people who really did need help were unable to get it. And we had at many times assurances from the government and from the House in a motion that passed unanimously that people who were in real need and applied in good faith wouldn't be persecuted later for that, Mr. Speaker. So we still see there are cracks in the system. There are cracks for people who are on maternity leave, cracks for people who are on workers' compensation, but most especially recently reported was that, whether they're artists or self-employed or small business people who thought that they were being assessed in their CERB application on their gross income. It turns out, they found out just this month, that in fact the government had imagined all along that it would be their net income. And we know there are a lot of small businesses that have suffered serious losses. We know that self-employment is often precarious at the best of times, and that people needed financial assistance right away during the pandemic. They were encouraged to apply if they needed the help. There were members of the government itself that said, if you need it, apply and you won't be turned away. People did that, and now we're finding out that in fact they may well have to pay back amounts between $14,000, $16,000, Mr. Speaker, and they have to do it by December 1st. They're doing that in a context where the government is not asking for the repayment of massive amounts of money paid under the wage subsidy to companies that shipped it out in dividends to their shareholders, Mr. Speaker. So why is it that we need an emergency debate on this? Well, we need an emergency debate because there's a December 31st deadline looming for these large repayments that people had no idea the Canada Revenue Agency was going to come after them for. It was reported by the CBC on Saturday, December 5th. The last supply day, the last opposition day, was that Monday, Mr. Speaker, which really wasn't a lot of turnaround time. It meant that only one party had a supply day, and on very short notice after this came to light, which means Parliament really hasn't had an opportunity to talk about this. And given that the House of Commons took a very strong position on the issue of CERB repayments, and the government seems to have changed its policy direction, I think it's important that Parliament have the opportunity to pronounce on that change in direction. And I would add, Mr. Speaker, that if we don't have this debate now, with the House set to rise tomorrow and not come back until the end of January, it'll be a very long time indeed before members have an opportunity to try and get this matter before the House and get the attention of government on this and try and provide some direction, frankly, from Parliament on this, because the way the government is behaving is not consistent with the unanimous consent motion that passed in the House of Commons. So I think there's a great need on the part of Canadians. It affects potentially a lot of Canadians. Almost 9 million Canadians availed themselves of the help that was there through CERB at some point during the pandemic. So it affects a lot of people. And there's a deadline of December 31st. So I think it's something the House absolutely needs to take up today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona for bringing this to the attention of the House. Is it the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island? Is she intervening on a point of order? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I'd like the opportunity, if I could, Mr. Speaker, to put on record support before you rule on this matter. Support.
The honourable thank the honourable member for her attempt at sort of weighing in on this. These are matters that are not debatable, at least not at this point. That remains a decision for the chair. So I'd ask her just to sort of keep her comments for the time being. Again, I'll get back to thank the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona for bringing this to the attention of the House. I'm going to, for the time being, I'm going to take this matter under advisement and reflect on what the member has presented, and we'll get back to the House at a later time today. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming consideration at third reading of Bill C-7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, medical assistance in dying.
When the House last took up this question, the honourable member for Steveston Richmond East had a minute and a half remaining in his time, I think, just for questions and comments, actually. So we're on the tail end of the 5-minute period for questions and comments. Probably enough time for one good question and response. So we'll go to questions and comments. The honourable member for Steveston Richmond East. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader.
I'm up for a good question, Mr. Speaker, following your advice. And a lot of during the debate we hear about palliative care, and I'm wondering if the member can just share his thoughts in regards to the important role of palliative care and what he believes and how he believes the federal government could be playing a stronger role in that area.
The honourable member for Steveston Richmond East.
Well, I thank the member of Winnipeg North for asking such meaningful questions. And if I recall, the former member here in the House, Mark Wora, was actually suffering from terminal cancer, and he was not able to receive palliative care for a number of days before the end of his life. So it is actually critical that this country provide that support to Canadians who are facing the inevitable death. And I think the country could actually do more to provide options for such Canadians facing immediate death. And we know that the delivery of healthcare is through provincial governments, but the federal government could actually negotiate more with the provincial government in providing support and funding, and also perhaps setting standards in palliative care for Canadians in general. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise today to talk about such an important piece of legislation, and I'll be the first to say that I don't think I really had a position on this particular piece of this particular legislation when it was here before the House 4 years ago. I supported it because I knew that I strongly believe that people deserve a choice, and that choices are important, especially when it comes to one's medical health and condition. And so I supported it back then. And since then, I can't even really remember if I spoke to it last time it came before the House, Mr. Speaker, but what I do know is that if I did not do it from the informed position that I find myself now. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about Don Tooley. Don Tooley is my father-in-law, and he passed away 3 days ago. Don suffered from cancer, and he died at the young age of 67. When Don grew up in Plevna, Ontario. For those that don't know, Plevna is north of 7. It's in my neighboring colleague's riding. He grew up on a hunting and fishing lodge in Plevna that his grandfather had started in 1944, right after the Second World War had ended. And Don grew up on this hunting and fishing lodge. He was somebody who loved life. He was a tough person. He knew how to hunt and fish and do all those quote-unquote manly things. At least they would have been considered that way back in the day. But he was also a very soft, caring person. He was very artistic. He loved things with great degrees of passion. And about just over a year ago, during the 2019 election, Don was diagnosed with colon cancer. And Don went through the process of being treated. Don wanted nothing more than to live, Mr. Speaker. He was so young and he wanted to live. He wanted to be there for his grandchildren. And in the new year in January, he had a colonoscopy and he was declared to be cured of cancer. And Don thought that he had the rest of his life ahead of him. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, it didn't go quite as well for Don. By July of last year, he had been experiencing some challenges in his mobility and getting around, and he ended up in an emergency room in the middle of the COVID pandemic during the first wave, and he was told that he had a tumor in his brain. Don underwent immediate surgery. That he was asked what he wanted to do, and he said, I want to have surgery, I want to have this removed, I need to spend more time with my grandkids. He had the tumor removed, and then about a week later, actually, he had the tumor removed on a Friday, and the doctors said, we'll let you out of the hospital once you can walk again. He was so determined to walk that he walked out of that hospital on the Monday morning, 48 hours after having surgery on his brain. He continued to live life. He continued to spend time with his grandkids. But everybody kind of knew where it was going and what was the inevitable. I think Don even did, even though he really never talked about it. And in the fall, Mr. Speaker, about a month and a half ago, he ended up having radiation, which helped his situation a bit. But then 2 weeks ago, Don ended up in the hospital again because after a routine CAT scan, it was determined that he needed to go back to emergency right away. So my father-in-law headed back to the hospital, Mr. Speaker, and he was informed that he had very few choices. He could be operated on again with great risk of not knowing how that was going to turn out, or he could let nature take its course effectively. But Don chose to be operated on again because he wanted nothing more, Mr. Speaker, than to live. That was his objective, was to live, and it was to live for another day for his grandchildren, to be there with them because he loved spending time with them. Don was operated on, Mr. Speaker, about 3 or 4 days later, and things didn't go as well as it had the first time that he was operated on in the summer, and Don ended up being told that he wasn't going to walk again. He was given the grim reality that the cancer had grown to a point where he wasn't going to, they couldn't operate on it in its entirety, they couldn't remove it all, and that he probably did not have a lot of time left to live. But Don still didn't give up, Mr. Speaker. He wanted more input into this. He wanted to talk to other people. He refused to give in to the idea that it could end. And then about 3 or 4 days after that, the doctors had a very frank conversation with him. And they said, Don, this is the reality of where you are in your life and what's going to happen. Once he fully grasped that and fully understood that, Mr. Speaker, I believe that's when Don came to terms with the reality of his course and where his life was going. That night, just over a week ago, he suffered a massive heart attack. And I truly believe it was because his heart just realized that he wasn't going to live much longer. The next morning, my wife and my mother-in-law and my brother-in-law went to the hospital because Don wanted their advice as to what he should do. At that point, Mr. Speaker, Don realized that the fight was over and that it was time to give up. And he chose to not be treated. They said, we can treat you for the heart attack, but the likelihood of it being effective is going to be very, very small because of the blood thinners and the effects of everything else going on in his body. And he chose to let nature take its course. For 7 days, Don was in palliative care in the same hospital. I had the opportunity to see him once because of COVID restrictions. It's very hard to get in and out of the hospital. But Mr. Speaker, Don suffered during that time. That's the reality of the situation. He wanted to live. He wanted to live so badly. But when he knew that his time was coming to an end, he recognized that that was the case. And I don't even know, Mr. Speaker, if Don would have chose medical assistance in dying if it was an option to him. He certainly didn't have 10 days to have the reflection period. And I don't even know if he would have chose that. But what I know is that he didn't have a choice. And the reality is that I strongly believed, coming from a more informed, yet not as informed as so many other people, a more informed position now, that people need that choice. Our medical system has advanced so much in this world. Doctors fight to keep people alive at every opportunity they can. And that's why I don't blame the doctors for saying or being against parts of this legislation or some that are against all of it. That's what they're there for. They're there to fight and to keep fighting to keep people alive. But sometimes it just gets to the point where it's not going to happen. And Don, if he had made that choice, if so many other people like Don had made that choice, he could have prevented 7 or 8 days of suffering. For a year, he fought to live. And in the last 7 days is when he realized that that wasn't going to happen. And if anybody is put in that position, I strongly believe that they should have the choice to make that decision. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to say thank you to my colleague, Kingstonian, son of Kingston, who many Kingstonians would be proud of today. I only have a comment. I want to, and he had some kind comments for me a few days ago. I want to thank him for giving space in this legislature for people who are having a tough time with this decision in regards to the legislation. He has demonstrated that in the heart of hearts of every human being, there's this strong drive to live. And in most cases, we deal with legislation where we're trying to upbraid bad behavior, whether it's a criminal code or whether it's regulations on white-collar crime. But in this case, we're looking at legislation that actually causes the state to intervene in someone's life. And so I want to thank the member for breathing some air of reasonableness to this debate and giving people space to have conflicting positions on this. Thank you.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I thank my colleague for that comment, and I totally agree. I started this my speech off by saying that I'm at a very different position on this particular legislation than I was 4 years ago when it was debated in this House. I do not harbor any ill feelings towards people who take a different position than me on this. But the reality is that from what I've seen, you know, I guess I only ever envisioned people who didn't want to fight for life. But I've seen with my own eyes somebody who's fought as hard as he possibly could until the moment that he knew that it wasn't possible anymore. And so I thank him for his comment, and I respect the position of every member of this House. I certainly am not here to try to convince people differently of their own position on this. It's a hotly contested, and there's a lot of energy behind this debate, and there's a lot of different emotions behind it, but I just wanted to let people know where I am on it and where my position has evolved from.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands and extend deep condolences to him and his wife and the family on the loss of his father-in-law. It's certainly the stories that we've shared and how emotional and difficult this subject is for each and every one of us is really clear. For myself, I came to the position of strongly supporting the bill when we dealt with it in the last Parliament, and the issue was made clear to me by many constituents who raised the issue with me. Sue Rodriguez, who took the matter all the way to the Supreme Court of Canada so many years ago, was a resident of North Saanich within my constituency, and there's a huge support base for her personally, for the cause she raised. So in the time remaining, I want to ask the member, if we don't deal with this issue and vote and get it to the Senate before we rise for Christmas, what's the legal effect for the people of Quebec, where the Tranchant decision will then take legal effect and we'll have a void of the law for end of dying in Quebec?
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, I'd rather speak not so much about the legal effect, but the effect on the individuals, and the individuals who will be in these positions like my father-in-law was just a few days ago. There will be more people that suffer, quite honestly, Mr. Speaker. And I want to make it very clear. the people, the doctors and the nurses in Kingston General Hospital did everything they could for my father-in-law to make sure that he was as comfortable as possible. But there was still a great degree of pain there. And so by not passing this legislation today, we are potentially putting ourselves in a position where other people will suffer the same way. And that's just not something that I want to see.
I have time just for one more short question and response. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my friend for doing this. It's something that I know I couldn't do just a few days after such a tragic event. So I was hoping that he could talk about those 10 days, because at the Justice Committee when I was on it, we heard about the suffering. I know it's difficult to ask this of my friend, but if he could talk about the 10 days and the difficulty knowing that there is that period of time that you cannot escape from the legislation.
Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Even if Don had been able to say on day one that he wanted this procedure, he wouldn't have been able to confirm that if he had lasted 10 days. And during that 10-day period, there was an incredible amount of hardship and pain that he went through. There were obviously his loved ones around him that also felt a great degree of pain and suffering, but for the individual in that position, I witnessed it firsthand, Mr. Speaker, and it's nothing that I would ever want to see somebody go through if they chose not to go through it.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today we rise to discuss a matter of the gravest importance, literally a matter of life and death. It has been my practice as a Member of Parliament to favor the expansion of free choice and individual human agency in all of our decisions. I believe that government's principal role is to protect the life and liberty of its people, and that doing so means allowing individual people to make decisions for themselves with minimal application of force. In essence, to minimize force and maximize freedom. I'm the finance critic, and I have applied that principle to all economic matters. How can we allow individuals to make their own decisions with their own money? Here we talk about a matter that is more important than money, the matter of life and death. And so I look upon this bill to determine whether it extends or withdraws individual freedom and free will from the people to whom it will apply. And as I look through the practical application of the bill, it is my view that this bill will do more to withdraw individual choice and freedom than it will to extend it. Let me begin by quoting the member for Thunder Bay Rainy River, a physician and Liberal Member of Parliament, who said, "My biggest concern, as someone who has spent my whole life trying to avoid accidentally killing people, is that we don't end up using medical assistance in dying for people who do not really want to die." Medical assistance in dying was supposed to be exclusively for people who do want to die, who, having been presented with all the worldly alternatives, have chosen death. But we have a Member of Parliament and former physician on the government side who says that this bill will have the effect of forcing people to a decision they would not otherwise make. And this is not just a theoretical issue. Allow me to read the story of Mr. Roger Foley. I'm reading from the CTV story. Foley suffers from cerebellar ataxia, a brain disorder that limits his ability to move his arms and legs and prevents him from independently performing tasks. Roger Foley, 42, who had earlier in the year launched a landmark lawsuit against a London hospital, several health agencies, the Government of Ontario and the Government of Canada, alleges that health officials did not provide him with assisted home care team of his choosing, instead offering, among other things, medically assisted death. So in other words, we have a state healthcare system to which everybody is forced to pay and of which everyone is forced to be a part, from which it is impossible to avoid receiving care because paying out of pocket is illegal. Private insurance is not allowed for essential care. And when this gentleman then goes to the care, the only care the government will allow him to have, they say, we can't provide you with that care, but here's what we can do. We can end your life. You can pack it in. You can just give up. That is not free choice. That is the state effectively compelling a man to end his life or face endless years of unnecessary turmoil that could have been avoided were appropriate care allowed. That is not free choice, and for that reason, I cannot support this bill. And I add my voice here to thousands of people from the community representing persons with disabilities. And the government is often fond of quoting the UN. The Special Rapporteur, and I'm quoting here from the UN report, the Special Rapporteur on Persons with Disabilities is extremely concerned about the implementation of the legislation on medical assistance in dying from a disability perspective. She has learned that there is no protocol in place to demonstrate that persons with disabilities deemed eligible for assisted dying have been provided with viable alternatives. Mr. Foley's case being a prime example of that. Therefore, those most vulnerable are not given a choice. Rather, they are funneled towards one inescapable outcome and compelled by the state to end their life at threat of merciless and unnecessary suffering, rather than providing these people with the care that would mitigate their suffering and fulfill the wishes of a happy life. They are told they have no choice but to end life altogether. I'm quoting now from disability groups, 72 of whom wrote a letter to this government expressing their opposition to the bill. I'll start with Krista Carr, the Executive Vice President of Inclusion Canada, an organization that works with Canadians with intellectual disabilities. Bill C-7 is our worst nightmare, she said. The community of Canadians with disabilities and their families have long feared that having a disability would become an acceptable reason for state-provided suicide. Or in the words of Dr. Gallagher, an assistant professor at the University of Toronto, Bill C-7 declares an entire class of people, those with physical disabilities, as potentially appropriate for suicide, and that their lives are potentially not worth living. Indeed, were it not for their disability, we would not be willing to end them. I cannot imagine a more degrading and discriminatory message for our society to communicate to our fellow citizens with disabilities. Mr. Speaker, we here are meant to give voice to all Canadians, but most of all to the voiceless. And the voiceless are speaking through their advocates, 72 groups who have spoken out against the bill, the dehumanizing way with which it treats persons with disabilities, and the manner by which it robs them of their free will and human agency. And I fear that it adds to the quiet and sometimes unspoken narrative of certain politicians and opinion leaders who suggest that persons with disabilities do not have the same worth as others, and a concept that I find repulsive. The lives of persons with disabilities are every bit as valuable and precious as the lives of the rest of us. No legislation should ever pass through this House or the next House, which devalues the precious gift of life that persons with disabilities should have the right to enjoy. No bill should rob people of their free choice and human agency to live on in peace and dignity, so should they so choose. This bill does not contain any protections against scenarios where people who are conflicted might try to suggest upon a person with disabilities that they should simply accept death. We put forward an amendment to make sure that a case like Roger Foley's would never happen again by banning medical professionals and other caregivers from raising the issue of assisted dying with a patient, rather than letting the patient raise the issue him or herself. The government opposed that. The government is removing the requirement there be 2 witnesses to sign off before someone dies. They're removing the 10-day waiting period, which allows people who might be in a burst of urgent distress to consider and reconsider their decision, a decision that we all know is absolutely irreversible. The most irreversible of all decisions, that is to end one's life. Why the government would oppose such protections would ensure that the patient truly does consent to end of life, I don't know. But I do know one thing, and I will conclude on this, that we must protect the freedom and the choice of all our people, and that we must recognize the dignity and worth of every human life. Thank you.
Colleagues, will go virtual first. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would also like to thank my colleague for his comments. Again, the Conservative Party has spoken a lot about dignity, but when I ask questions, certainly about providing a guaranteed livable basic income, something that's being fought for and supported by the disability community to ensure people can live in dignity and have those true choices, I'm often met with a no response. I'm wondering if my colleague can share with me if he supports a guaranteed livable income, accessible, affordable social housing, and other supports required to ensure people can live in dignity and do have true choices.
The honourable member from Carleton.
Well, we do support basic dignity in life for all people. When it comes to persons with disabilities, there are 2 ways that can happen. There are many persons with disabilities who prefer to earn their income through work and have the ability to do so. That is a statistical fact. 1 million Canadians with disabilities have jobs. 300,000 of them have severe disabilities and have jobs. We should reform our benefit and tax system to let them keep more of their wages. Right now, if a person with disabilities gets a job, in many cases they lose more in clawbacks and taxes than they gain from wages, effectively banning them from the workforce. And that is something that many in the disability community have spoken out against. I think of Mark Waffer, who is 80% deaf, couldn't get a job when he was a kid, so he hired himself, started a business, opened 5 different Tim Hortons, employed 130 people with disabilities in his businesses at full wages without government assistance, doing the same work but at higher quality than the rest of his workforce. He had some of the highest performing Tim Hortons locations in the country by all the metrics, proving that the people with disabilities have something to contribute, not just their lives but in their livelihoods. We should encourage and reward that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate, and I've said this before, members of the Conservative Party who are standing up and supporting persons with disabilities, but I'm concerned when language gets added that death is being compelled by the state, which isn't true, Mr. Speaker, and that The Conservatives will stand up for the voiceless. Well, I'd like to ask the honourable member, what about the voiceless person in the hospital bed who suffered through cancer, who is sitting there for 10 days in excruciating suffering? Where is the voice of the Conservative Party for that person?
Member from Carleton.
I will answer the second question second and the first question first. The first is regarding the compulsion of death. Well, I'll just read a quote here. My biggest concern as someone who has spent my whole life trying to avoid accidentally killing people is that we don't end up using medical assistance in dying for people who do not really want to die. That is the Liberal member for Thunder Bay, himself a physician. So the member should ask his Liberal colleague why he thinks this bill could ultimately compel people to die even when they don't want to. Where is the support for people suffering in a hospital bed? The answer to that is we believe in strong palliative care so that people receive the end-of-life care that permits them to live out their final days in dignity and to make a true choice rather than being compelled by lack of alternatives.
Thank you very much, the member from Carleton. The member from Kildonan, St. Paul, a very brief question.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. Now, regarding the Truchon case, could you please enlighten us as to the approach?
Honnêtement, j'ai pas entendu la question.
Honestly, I didn't hear the question. I didn't have an earpiece in, so I can't respond directly to your question. But as far as the Truchon decision is concerned, obviously we appealed. And as a government, we are entitled, of course, to go to court, even to go before the Supreme Court of Canada to have a decision handed down, and yet the government decided to throw in the towel. We could have proceeded in that manner, and it would have allowed all Canadians to know what their rights are in the matter. Thank you.
Debate, the honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I will not be making remarks on the legislation today. I apologize for the confusion.
Debate, the honourable member from Red Deer Lacombe. Honourable member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me a great privilege to stand in the House today to speak on this very critical legislation, because what results from this bill is truly a matter of life and death. The decisions we make here always have some ripple effects on others. But this bill needs to be about protecting the rights of some of our most vulnerable, and so it is from a place of deep conviction that I speak on Bill C-7. My honourable colleague from Thunder Bay echoes some of these concerns and convictions in a CBC article written by Kathleen Harris. He states, "I don't like voting against my party, but as someone with a medical background and somebody who has dealt with the issue over the years a lot, I think morally it's incumbent upon me to stand up when it comes to these issues of health and life and death. I find it heartbreaking that we are putting doctors and legislators in this position. As my member opposite suggests, the primary issue is the protection of conscience rights for medical professionals and healthcare providers, and the rights of hospices and other institutions not wanting to cause the death of people in their care. As a Maclean's editorial explains, Many doctors who may be willing to expedite the natural process of dying, given their traditional role to relieve suffering, would likely be threatened by the qualitative and ethical distinction between hastening a death, which is already drawing near, and ending a life which is expected to persist. This is a very valid point. When one senator asked an expert witness whether it was true that medical professionals were leaving because of the lack of conscience rights, Dr. Hertz replied that yes, she knew of doctors who took early retirement for reasons of professional integrity or for their own personal moral compass. Do we want to harden the hearts of those who, by their very own worldview, cannot comply? Those who, by responding to MAID, feel it is a betrayal of their professional commitment to save lives, a betrayal of their faith, or a betrayal of their conscience? A CBC article says it rather well. Rather than instilling hope and helping to build resilience by focusing on options for living, healthcare providers will now be asked to discuss an early death. There are many helpful voices who have expressed serious reservation with this bill. Constitutional lawyer and author Dawn Hutchison explains how this bill does not provide sound structure and protection for all people, especially those living with disabilities or chronic pain or mental illness. The executive vice president at Inclusion Canada told us that for the disabled community, Bill C-7 is their worst nightmare. Their biggest fear has always been that having a disability would become an acceptable reason for state-provided suicide. Now you might say that will never happen, but many of us never thought we'd be here in a debate debating same-day MAID. But here we are. We're hearing stories that are happening today, even with the current legislation. Palliative care consultant Dr. Leon described the experience of Candace Lewis, a 25-year-old woman with a developmental disability and chronic medical problems. She entered the ER, had a doctor approach her mother and suggest that she consider MAID for her daughter. She refused. The doctor promptly told her she was being selfish. The disabled community has made it very clear, time and time again, that they have suffered at the hands of our current legislation, and they feel directly targeted by this new MAID legislation. And they feel targeted as no other community is directly referred to in the proposed amendments to the current legislation. Despite the holes in our current legislative that was adopted in 2016, the government is pushing for further expansion to the eligibility of MAID at an alarming pace. Krista Carr, Executive Vice President of Inclusion Canada, explains, the community of Canadians with disabilities and their families have long feared that having a disability would become an acceptable reason for state-provided suicide. According to the Council of Canadian Academics, without its reasonably foreseeable natural death provision, Canada will become more permissive with respect to medical assistance in dying than any other jurisdiction in the world. There were also two other voices, Lemons and Krakowitz Broker, and they explained that unlike any other country in the world, the new bill fails to explicitly require that all reasonable options be made available and tried first before allowing physicians to end a patient's life. And even when that decision for MAID is made, we absolutely need to reserve the right for people to have a change of heart. Dr. Leonie Herx, the past president of the Canadian Society of Palliative Care Physicians and chair of a division of palliative medicine at Queen's University, sees life stories every day that show how people can change their minds with respect to MAID. She refers to one beloved patient who arrived at her clinic asking for MAID, but quickly abandoned his quest after being assured of his worth and that he wasn't a burden. Recently, the member for Vancouver Granville asked the Justice Minister in the House why the 10-day reflection period and reconfirmation of consent were waived in this proposed new legislation. She talked about the fact that the removal of these safeguards was not required by the Truchon decision, the ruling which the Liberals chose not to appeal. I noted the member's comments with great interest, given that she was the former Justice Minister who brought forward the original bill to legalize Made in Canada, which was known as Bill C-14. In response to her questions and critics, the current Justice Minister replied that the 10-day waiting period only increased suffering and that he had even heard of people who had stopped taking their meds during this period. Well, Mr. Speaker, ensuring that all Canadians have access to care needs to be our top priority to address the needs of suffering Canadians. Death cannot and should not be the only choice to end excessive suffering. And I've talked to many healthcare providers that say that we have the tools and the resources here in Canada to alleviate all kinds of suffering, even to alleviate the anxiety of individuals facing an imminent death. John Diefenbaker once said, "Freedom is the right to be wrong, but not the freedom to do wrong." Canadians value our right to think freely, to consider our thoughts and opinions, and to change our minds if we so choose. The elimination of the 10-day reflection period and removing the requirement to reconfirm consent take this option away from those facing these difficult situations. How are we preserving the right for people to change their minds when we waive the waiting period? It would seem that this bill makes the choice for MAID to be final, to be irreversible. But that is not what is reported in the first annual report on medical assistance in dying in Canada 2019. It actually says 3.6% of the patients who had made written requests for MAID subsequently withdrew them. Well, that may not seem like a very significant number, but to put it into context, Mr. Speaker, that's 263 people out of the 7,336 people who completed written requests who later chose to change their minds because they had the opportunity to do that in that 10-day waiting period. 263 lives, Mr. Speaker. Every single one of them deserved the right and the freedom to make that decision. And now this piece of legislation that we have before us will take away that right from individuals. Expert opinions speaking to the Senate Committee on C7 discussed how in the proposed bill, MAID would include treatable diseases where death wasn't imminent, which is also where the bill adds a 90-day assessment period. It's no wonder that people with disabilities or chronic illnesses are feeling threatened by this legislation. This addition is especially concerning when people are faced with a sudden, dramatic, life-changing illness or disability, as it takes often much more longer than 3 months to gain a renewed perspective. And it's no wonder that the former Health Minister, Dr. Jane Philpott, and Member of Parliament for Vancouver Granville, wrote an editorial for Maclean's urging Parliament to proceed with caution, questioning whether there is enough medical and social evidence to even understand the implications of these potential changes. Mr. Speaker, saying that we are a defining moment in history by approving this bill without further amendments is not an overstatement. I want to thank you for the opportunity to highlight these very real risks, and I want to urge the Liberal government to address the bill's serious challenges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Small Business and Export Promotion.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'aimerais remercier mon collègue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Provencher for his speech. My question, well, first of all, a comment. My colleague seems to be saying that having a policy on medical assistance in dying that is among the most progressive in the world is a bad thing. I would say that it's quite the opposite. We are a progressive society and we are proud of that. To clarify my colleague's position and the Conservatives' position once and for all, my question is he against medical assistance in dying, period, or is he simply against the changes and our government's response to the Quebec Superior Court's decision? Because I believe that what we have proposed here are changes that will improve the existing legislation. I would ask my colleague to clarify on behalf of the Conservative Party if he's against the basic idea of medical assistance in dying, which is currently enshrined in law in Canada. The Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for that question. And just for the record, I want to restate that I did vote against Bill C-14 when it originally came before this House 4 years ago. I think that we've come to a difficult spot as a country and as a nation when we diminish the value of life. And I believe that all life is important. But with this particular piece of legislation, based on the ruling of in the Truchon decision in Quebec, this goes much further than that ruling suggests. What it also doesn't do is it doesn't provide proper health, protection for conscience rights for medical professionals. It takes away that 10-day reflection period. And I think that's an important notation to make because, as I said, there were 263 people that changed their mind during that 10-day reflection period. And this actually removes it. This is same-day death is what the Liberals are proposing here. So if someone's having a bad day facing an illness that they would think is unbearable and degenerative, and if they, for whatever reason, are having a bad day and they request medical assistance and dying, they don't have a 10-day reflection period to see whether or not that was the right decision. No, that decision under this legislation would be permanent and final.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Provencher for standing up for life, promoting life. I have lamented the fact that this Liberal government has had a singular focus on facilitating and speeding up death rather than promoting life. And I noticed that my colleague didn't have time to address the issue of palliative care, something the Liberal government promised 4 years ago they were going to champion. They were suggesting that they were going to invest $6 billion into palliative care. Then we find out that it was going to cover the whole country, every province, spread out. Then they said, no, it's over 10 years. They promised it in 2015 and 2017 and 2019. There's been virtually nothing done on making sure people who have painful diseases and are suffering are able to still live lives that are productive and joyful. Perhaps my colleague could comment on that and the role palliative care should be playing in delivering support for these people who need our support.
Honourable Member for Provencher.
Thank you very much to the member for Abbotsford, who I know shares the passion that I do, that life is important and that we need to value life right from conception to natural death. And that, I believe, is an important fundamental principle that, that needs to be enshrined here in Canada. You know, I recently sat with a local doctor, Dr. Curtis Cron, recently, a few years back. At a time shortly after I was elected, and my mother was very ill with cancer, and his wife, who was a registered nurse, was one of the chief palliative care providers in our community, and she was very gracious with my mother, and I was sitting with them at an event, and we were just talking about end of life and dying, and he very clearly told me, he says, you know what, he says, we have the resources, we have the tools and the medications to make people comfortable in end-of-life situations and where people are suffering. We can make them comfortable. And often people become quite anxious as they're approaching their final days. And he says, we can even take away their anxiousness. We have medication that can do that as well. And I know that this government made some very lofty promises when it came to palliative care, and they've failed miserably on delivering on those promises. And 70% of people, when given the option of being provided with adequate palliative care, would choose to live rather than to accept MAID.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to enter into debate. This is the first time that I'm speaking to C7, and what drives my desire to speak today is the fact that we're taking away the safeguards that were rightfully put in place to protect people from quick decisions and unnecessary death in Canada. what weighs on me is there's been two individuals that I have witnessed pass away. First being a good friend of mine, Scott Clarkson, and he had cancer. He was a 30-year-old, had a child, and unfortunately succumbed to cancer. And I watched as the angels of the work in palliative care cared for him until the end. And thinking about the extra days that he had with his son, with his wife, and right now the safeguards for Scott, I suspect he had, and I know he had tough days. He had tough days where it seemed pretty dark and bleak. And to catch an individual on a bad day, even without facing certain death, be it cancer, be it other conditions, what we're proposing today, and if this bill gets passed with the current safeguards, on an off day, Scott might be convinced that medical assisted dying was something for him. That's where I have issue with the government not taking the recommendation or the amendment to include the 10 days of reflection, because we all have tough days. And if we don't have the safeguards of a pause, there might be in times that Scott would have succumbed to the pain and make a different decision. And that would have resulted in less time with his wife and son. And that is why we need to revisit this bill. I encourage the government to please consider some of the reasonable amendments that we put forward, such as the 10-day reflection period. The other person that I think of is over my shoulder today, my father. He passed away this summer, and there was times where it must have been tough. And he was always a very positive man and always believed that there were better days ahead. Even so much so, I'll tell a short little story that the month that he passed away, after battling cancer for 3 years, he renewed his driver's license for 5 years. He was always thinking that there was positive days ahead and there's reasons to live. But there was tough days. And what would happen if this bill would pass in its current state, and on one of those days, my father might have made a different decision. He was mentally stable. He was together with it right to the end, and got great palliative care from great doctors and nurses. But on a day that maybe family wasn't around, he might have just thought that this was right for him. And without that reflection day, I wouldn't have, if it happened before his 75th birthday, he died the same month of his birthday, he wouldn't maybe enjoyed that birthday, or families didn't get that extra time with him. So it is that reason why I've entered into the debate today for the first time to speak against this bill. For the primarily on one issue is that we have taken no amendments at committee on this bill, and if we don't have the safeguards in place, there will be abuse. There will be individuals that decide to end their life for whatever pain and suffering they're in, and that pain and suffering might end for them, but it passes it on to their loved ones that are left to deal with those feelings. And that is why we need to pause this. We need to go back to committee. We need to draft a bill that has the safeguards. There's other members that talked about all the people that have a grave concern about this bill and what it would do for people with disabilities. But I think it's just ironic that we're in the middle of a pandemic and we're asking health professionals and all Canadians to do whatever they can to save lives. And in the meantime, parliamentarians are debating and going to be passing here, or hopefully not anytime soon, the opening up and the lessening of restrictions on medical assisted dying. We have my colleague from Caribou Prince George is right now championing the cause of a national 988 national suicide prevention hotline. And I encourage all parliamentarians, this is not a partisan issue, to get behind that initiative because we would like to save lives of people that are maybe find themselves in tough situations. And that's a noble cause. But at the same time, we're talking about helping people. And unfortunately, it's people with some people with mental health issues that are committing suicide. And we are trying to prevent those losses and the pain in those families while at the same time making people's ability to get a medical assisted death that much easier. And I just can't agree with that, Mr. Speaker. This is the first time I'm speaking to this bill because of the personal nature of this. This is a tough subject. I entered into this debate so that we could understand all members and who we represent. I represent Saskatoon University, and the majority of my residents would want the safeguards that stay in place. So, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I implore the people of Canada, if you're thinking that we need safeguards, to contact your Liberal member of Parliament, and in a respectful way, please ask for some of the restrictions that were in place to be reintroduced on this bill. And if we can come together in a respectful manner and find solutions, I think that's what Canadians want to do in the trying year of 2020, is to find those ways to bridge the gaps in our society. If we don't do this, if we don't consider other people's opinions and other views on things, I believe our society is heading in the wrong direction. And the division that we see in other parts of the world will come to Canada. So I please to all reasonable people on the other side of the aisle is to pause this. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's make sure that we have the safeguards in place to protect life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. There's been a number of speeches today of people sharing some really personal stories about what they've gone through, what friends and family have gone through, and it really adds to the debate, and I want to thank him for that. And it shows that we all come from different perspectives. And I guess my question is, and this really goes down to perhaps a little bit into the weeds on this, but the Parliament of Canada, have legalized medical assistance in dying, making it a medical procedure. And a lot of the concerns that have been raised by members of the Conservative Party are with respect to what doctors are doing. And isn't that the role of the province and the role of the colleges to regulate those professions? And should that not be left out of the hands of the federal parliament?
Honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that is what our role is as federal members of Parliament debating important legislations like this. I have in my office right now, this morning, I got an email from Dr. McCartney, and he was talking about his desire for not to be forced into this medical procedure, as you call it. And not to get into the weeds, there are many, many other physicians that have deep issues with MAID. And if we don't get this right, we may see physicians leaving the practice that they love, and Canada will be less of a country because of it. We need all hands on deck, especially during
questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to acknowledge the very heartfelt sharing. I know that this is a difficult topic, and many of us have experienced these life and death situations in our own lives. So I want to acknowledge that. I do have a question, though, and it goes back to dignity. The last member who I posed a question to, talking about does he support a guaranteed livable basic income, accessible, affordable social housing, and everything else needed to live in dignity. When I posed that question, he referred to getting a job. I think it's important to recognize that, for example, 70% of individuals, adults with intellectual cognitive delays live in poverty. So I want to ask the member, is he supportive of giving people what they truly need so that they can live in dignity, including the items that I mentioned?
For Saskatoon University.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to the member for asking the question. It's an honor to answer that. I believe that we want the same thing, the dignity that comes with a job, the inherent benefit to the individual to fulfill their potential is what we should all strive for. And we know that people that are in tough economic situations may consider MAID. And we need as a society to push back that if it's the warm meal or a warm bed to sleep at night, that is what society should be providing people that are a little down on the luck. But we also, not to get too economically driven on our defense of having these restrictions, do understand that we do need a growing economy to help more individuals out of poverty. And with poverty comes tough decisions. So that is why I as an individual member, has been, and I believe the Conservative members have been voicing our concern on the direction of our
We have time just for one more short question and response. The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to share, first of all, my deep condolences to the member, as I know his family well. I just want to quote a little message I got in email yesterday. This individual says, "I'm not from your riding. I watched your speech in the House yesterday and was touched by it. My dad was 93 and home alone with cancer in 2005. He was so bad I wished for euthanasia. I got him into palliative care and he improved immediately. They gave him 3 weeks of improved quality of life. When things got very bad, they made him as pain-free as possible until he died. It changed my mind on euthanasia." So just a comment again about the dynamics of this government making a commitment to improving palliative care, and yet we're not seeing that take place.
For Saskatoon University.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The importance of palliative care is there, and we've spoken on great lengths that we need to make it accessible across Canada. My father actually passed away in Yorkton, which is where the previous or the member that posed the question is from. And I must say the people there provided outstanding palliative care. They granted us a few more days with Dad, and that's what he wanted. And we need to make sure that that's available in all parts of Canada. And that's where this is missing. This is this government likes to virtue signal that in one direction. And what we're seeing with MAID is there with no additional amendments at committee, that they're putting their head down and believe that they know best for this country. And I think that I vehemently disagree with their position on this.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready for the question?
La question est
The question is as follows.
Mr. Lametti, seconded by Mrs. Leboutillier, moved that Bill C7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying, be now read a third time and do pass. Now, in the usual form, if members present of recognized parties present in the House wish to request either a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I invite them now to rise and indicate so to the chair. And I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would request a recorded vote, please.
Therefore, pursuant to an order made on Wednesday, September 23, 2020, this division stands deferred until later at this day, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement. Resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-8, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's Call to Action number 94.
Floor free, is it? There are 6.5, when the House last took up debate on the motion, there were 6.5 minutes remaining in the speech for the Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South. So we'll go to him now on resuming debate. The Honourable Member for, I see the Honourable Government House Leader rising on a point of order. Okay, all right. Okay, all right. I'll finish that statement and then we'll get to the other. The Honourable resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everyone can hear me? Perfect. Thank you. Well, it is a great honor, if a little bit of a surprise, to virtually stand in the House of Commons to continue my speech on C8, an act to amend Citizenship Act, Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada, to call order number 94. I want to reiterate the fact that I want to reiterate that despite the fact that Canada is one of few countries in the world where Indigenous rights and treaties are entrenched in our Constitution, our relationship with Indigenous people is far from perfect. It represents, unfortunately, a very dark chapter of Canadian history, which has left a damaging impact on the lives of Indigenous peoples across our country today. In the first half of my speech, I talked about the damaging history of residential schools and the impacts they've had on Indigenous people to this day. This terrible act committed by the Canadian government saw thousands of children ripped away from their families and forced to assimilate with what they perceived as Canadian values, which couldn't be any more un-Canadian. In a 100-plus year period that existed, over 150,000 Indigenous children were removed from their families and forced to live in terrible conditions, while removed from their rich culture and their history was stripped away from them. The abuse endured by these children had a lasting impact and adverse effect on Indigenous cultures for generations to come. I can just imagine, Mr. Speaker, or really can't imagine what this would be like as a father of a 5- and 7-year-old, to have my children stripped away from me and taken away everything that I hold dear in terms of my personal values, my family values, my religion, and being put into a foreign environment to where they were unable to connect with the generations before myself. And I just find this so deeply troubling that it ever occurred in Canada. The history of abuse represents a shameful portion of Canadian history and reminds us of the importance of respect and dignity that should be afforded to Indigenous peoples across Canada. I look forward to a better day, Mr. Speaker, when in fact, when we can look forward to the process of reconciliation moving forward and walking strongly together, building a better Canada for everyone, Indigenous and non-Indigenous. In this modern day and age, however, Indigenous people across Canada continue to face many important issues. And we as a country have a lot of important work ahead of us on the path to true and meaningful reconciliation. I have been shocked and quite frankly disgusted by some of the recent news articles that outline the ways our Indigenous people are still being treated to this very day. There are still many Indigenous communities which do not have access to clean drinking water, While government has committed to ending the long-term drinking water advisories for all First Nations countries, there are still 61 Indigenous communities that do not have access to clean drinking water. As member of Parliament for Northumberland, Peterborough South, I am honored to be the representative of the Alderville and Hiawatha First Nations. Both of these First Nations extremely well led by Chief Carr and Chief Mowat, and have been honored to have conversations with both. And while Alderville and First Nation was recently connected to clean drinking water in 2017, and Hiawatha is in the process, the fact that both of these great, powerful nations have had to endure without clean drinking water in the 20th and 21st century is incredible to me, and something that should never have happened in Canada. I find this appalling, Mr. Speaker. Beyond that, Indigenous people across Canada are facing a mental health crisis. With a lack of access to mental health services, Statistics Canada found that overall, Indigenous people in Canada die by suicide at rate nearly 3 times as high as non-Indigenous Canadians. This is there's no doubt that this must be related to the troublesome history that the Indigenous country and people have had in our country. And we need to do better. We need to make sure that Indigenous people are not committing suicide, certainly not at 3 times the rate of non-Indigenous peoples in Canada. Another huge issue facing the missing and the missing and murdered Indigenous women. Between 1980 and 2012, despite the fact that Indigenous women make up 4% of the female population, Indigenous women and girls represented 16% of all female homicides in Canada. It is shocking. Bill C-8, which will expand the Canadian Oath of Citizenship to include recognition of the treaty rights of the First Nation, Inuit, Métis people, is an important step towards a true and meaningful reconciliation. In including this historic amendment, Canada is taking steps to educate newcomers of Canada and recognize our dark history. I am proud to support this bill to create a new Oath of Citizenship, one that will elevate and promote the inherent dignity of Indigenous people and their rights, including treaty rights, to new Canadians. It is important that we recognize the first people who called this great land home. Miigwech.
Questions and comments? Kase Kamanta, the Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And one of the commitments that were given many years ago by the Prime Minister, in fact, the government, was to work towards reconciliation. And we have yet another piece of legislation that deals with that very important issue. And it's always encouraging when we have members on all sides of the House recognize the importance of reconciliation. And for me, that's what this bill is really about. And at the end of the day, I would ask my colleague and friend just to provide his thoughts in regards to the degree in which he believes it's important that we continue to strive for reconciliation.
Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I thank my friend and honourable member for another great question. And what I would say is it's incredibly important. Like I said, I'm proud to have both the nations of Alderville and of Hiawatha as part of my riding. And there are so many terrific and great people. And I wonder, though, if they were given, if the Indigenous people were given given the opportunity that they truly deserve, might one of those Indigenous children that grew up in residential schools, might one of them be the one that cured cancer? Might one of them been the one that led the way that maybe got a cure for COVID a little bit quicker? We need to make sure that every Canadian child has the opportunity to be successful.
Questions and comments? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Currently, we're discussing Bill C-8, and I need to confess that at first blush, we thought that this was a good thing, that the federal government is, in fact, handing out its hand to the Indigenous communities. Now, obviously, we're not particularly attached to the Canadian oath or affirmation of citizenship because we'd like to be sovereign and have our own oath for Quebec citizenship. But when we delved further into the bill, we discovered there was a poison pill. The government, on the one hand, wants to hold its hand out to Indigenous communities, and yet, on the other hand, Quebec has got a slap in the face because there is a willingness to have citizens or new Canadians swear an oath to the Canadian nation. So I'd like to know what my Conservative colleague thinks about the fact that the government is trying to have us swallow a poison pill, which is an insult and slap in the face to Quebec.
In Peterborough South.
Well, let me start by saying that I fully respect the people of Quebec and generally a proponent for provincial jurisdiction and autonomy where is possible. But I really believe that this particular legislation is to promote reconciliation with our Indigenous peoples, and for that reason, I have to support this as we continue our journey of reconciliation with the Indigenous people of our country.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fort Albany was founded in 1697. That was over 100 years before Toronto ever came into existence. The Cree were negotiating directly with the Europeans for 200 years before Canada. And yet, of course, Fort Albany is where the notorious St. Anne's Residential School was and where this government continues to spend millions of dollars fighting the survivors. So I'd like to ask my honourable colleague, the Liberals are very good at symbols, but they are absolutely vicious when it comes to denying the rights of the survivors of some of the worst abuse. How do we ensure that when we move forward on these important symbols that we're actually holding government to account to respect the rights, the legal rights, and the historic rights of the people who've been so neglected and abused over the years?
The Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
I would thank the honourable member for his passionate intervention. As always, he brings passion and eloquence to the chamber. I support what he's saying in that we need action. We need clean drinking water to all of our First Nations people. We need to make sure that no Indigenous child is left behind, that there is so much opportunity, not just for the Indigenous children, but for what they will bring to our Canada, the diversity of opinion, the thought, and the leadership that will no doubt come up from our Indigenous communities if given the opportunity.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Opposition House Leader. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it was a bit of a false start earlier, but it's with a great pleasure that I rise today on Bill C8, which is before us today, which essentially deals with respect and a collective memory that we need to have for the First Nations here in this House as Canadian citizens, and for all those who will join our nation as Canadian citizens by swearing the oath of allegiance. Now, Mr. Speaker, when new citizens have to swear the oath, well, under Bill C8, there would be a recognition of the First Nations. So this is an important issue, a call to reconciliation, to a collective memory and remembering, and also a call for respect. We know that the First Nations have been occupying Canadian lands since time immemorial, and we know since the arrival of Europeans in the 16th and 17th and 18th centuries, the First Nations, because of the course of historical events, were unfortunately overwhelmed. And we need to, however, recognise their indelible presence on Canadian soil and their exceptional contribution to building this great and vast country that is Canada. Now, that didn't happen without a hitch, Mr. Speaker. There was a slew of very sad and unfortunate and unfair events that, in fact, have brought us to where we are at currently in Canada. Now, Mr. Speaker, we cannot, with the strike of a pen, efface history and clean the slate, but we can adopt a new approach so that we can have a future, a better future. But this requires patience regarding mistakes and errors committed in the past and the need for reconciliation. Now, Mr. Speaker, it's my privilege and honour in the riding of Louis Saint Laurent, the Arundaki community, which used to be called the Hurons village. I was born in that area in 1965, so I in fact grew up right rubbing elbows with the Rwanda. I have childhood friends, very dear friends to this very day from that community. And I'm fortunate because I had direct contact with the First Nations throughout my entire lifetime. Now that has helped me to get a better handle on a number of issues, but who am I to sit in judgment? But the fact of the matter is that the Wendat made an extraordinary and exceptional contribution to the community and to broader Quebec. The Rwanda have occupied those lands since time immemorial, but in a more sedentary way. They, in fact, were there centuries ago, and they were on the verge of extinction in the wake of a number of wars. They went to Orleans Island, and then they established themselves in that area. Now, Mr. Speaker, obviously I'm going to put a positive spin on them because I've been living beside them since 1965. But it's a privilege to, in fact, be there representing them in the House of Commons. It's a sensitive issue. I'd be tempted to say that it's the best nation in Canada, but I risk getting criticised by others. But what I can say is that community is an inspiration, a source of inspiration to all Canadians about collaboration, cooperation, how to live together, and how to see the relationships between the Rwanda and non-Rwandans throughout Quebec and Canada. It's inspirational, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Rwanda that I represent are proud people. They are positive people. They are constructive people. And they are also business people. Now, in my own riding, there are dozens of companies and businesses, many of which hire Indigenous peoples and non-Indigenous peoples. There are about 400 Indigenous people that work on the lands of this community and still work there. And I recently visited a plant where snowshoes are, in fact, manufactured, and other plants that sell products across Canada, throughout Quebec and abroad. So that's why I'm so proud of that community, and that's why I'm pleased to represent the community in this House of Commons. They are hard workers, law-abiding, they are forward-looking, but they are so proud to represent their ancestors and to honour that legacy. Now, recently, we've saluted the memory of Max Goubry, who is an Indigenous leader from Huron. And over 50 years, he advocated and stood up for his nation, the First Nations. And he did it with the combative nature of a Rwanda, but also in a respectful manner with all those that he dealt with. And we, in fact, salute his extraordinary contribution unanimously. In Rwandiki, recently, there was an election about a month ago, and a young man was elected, Rémi Vincent, who I'd like to salute here. And he succeeded the Grand Chief Rwaxé after 12 years. And I worked with him because his term in office started about a month before mine did in provincial politics. We had a difference of opinion often. We had different perspectives. We were able to understand and respect the different aspects of each other's points of view. But that's what it means to have different points of view and yet to understand when one doesn't agree and to be happy with that, but work together when one has common ground. And that's the kind of approach that the new Chief, Remy Vincent, will take as he steps into his new role. So, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that it's my privilege to recognise the First Nations and the Huandat because since my childhood I have lived side by side with that community. Now, Mr. Speaker, we need to acknowledge, as I said in my introductory remarks, the relationships between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people has been particularly fraught and difficult. And I'll now describe that.
Responsibility to recognize that some moves have been made which such an important difference on how we live today. First of all, let me remind you that this is the Right Honourable John George Diefenbaker who recognized the fact that those First Nations should have the right to vote. Nous devons également, Monsieur le Président, reconnaître.
We also need to recognise, Mr. Speaker, that on the 11th of June 2018, Prime Minister Stephen Harper made formal apologies on the part of the Canadian government to the First Nations, following in the wake of the tragedy of the residential schools. Now, for over a full century, successive governments, from Sir Johnny MacDonald to Pierre Elliott Trudeau's government, successive governments set up residential schools that led over 45,000 children of First Nations families to have to forgo their precious, invaluable heritage, and that is that of their ancestors. It's the greatest tragedy that has ever been perpetrated on Canadian soil. And I am proud to know that the Right Honourable Stephen Harper, at the behest of the late Jack Layton, the New Democratic Party leader, made formal apologies to the First Nations. So yes, we need to recognise the mistakes of the past, but we also need to look forward and take a forward-looking view. Now, the Prime Minister, we hope that in these reconciliation efforts, there will be a focus on concrete and forward-looking initiatives and actions with respect to relations between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples. Now, the current government's undertaking to enable First Nations to have access to clean drinking water, which would seem obvious when we don't face those problems ourselves, that unfortunately the government failed in this initiative, and we would hope that the Prime Minister would take a tougher line on ensuring that reconciliation is made good on. Now, Mr. Speaker, in the oath that new Canadians would have to swear, it would include the recognition of the First Nations, and that, in our opinion, is important, in fact, crucial, and that is indeed crucial. It's my understanding that my time has run out, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, and I'd be pleased to respond to questions.
And comments. Question commentaire, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I know, the Prime Minister and ministers, in fact, all members are, I believe, very much committed to reconciliation. I appreciate many of the remarks made by the Opposition House Leader. In fact, you know, one of the documents that I do keep around when I'm inside the chamber is the recommendations, the Truth and Reconciliation. You know, it's a mini report, and what we're really talking about is recommendation or call for action number 94 out of the 94. And I'm just wondering if the member could just reinforce that this is just one of the calls for action, and there's always going to be room for us to continue to look at what we can do. Some of those recommendations require us to work with other levels of governments and other stakeholders also to get passed through.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
I appreciate the comment made by my colleague from Winnipeg North. Obviously, this report is quite important. It's the base of our reflection that we should have And this is those recommendations. Sometimes it's right, sometimes there is place for and room for discussion. But yes, if in some issue we are talking about provincial jurisdiction, we have to work together with them. We have to put aside some of our distances that we have on some issue to work for the best of the future of the relation that we should have with the First Nation. And I do recognize also that this Commission, Truth and Reconciliation, was created under the Conservative government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to commend my colleague for Louis Saint-Laurent for his highly interesting remarks that I support wholeheartedly, almost in their entirety. But there is one thing that disappointed me. It's all very well to hand out one's hand to the First Nations and to try and make good on mistakes made in the past. You know, it's about adding a couple of words to the citizenship oath, and I don't think that's going to remedy the problem. But there is a negative aspect to Bill C-8, and yet I didn't hear my colleague broach that, and that is Quebec didn't sign the Canadian Constitution. We're calling on new Canadian citizens to swear an oath in relation to the Canadian Constitution. That is shameful, and there's something wrong with that. And if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Mulroney, the former leader of the Conservative Party, had tried to bring Quebecers back into the fray, and yet we see that that was a failure ultimately. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about that, if he intends to still vote for C8 or if he intends to support amendments that we may eventually move. The Honourable Member, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to my colleague for his question. And I knew he was going to ask me this question, and that's why I didn't broach it in my remarks. Now, as the member will recognise, and as I acknowledge myself, the Constitution was never recognised by the National Assembly, and I was a elected member at the National Assembly at the time. There were major undertakings taken by former Prime Minister Mulroney regarding including Quebec in the Constitution in that manner. But unfortunately, the government in backroom deals went about undermining that historic deal. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to point out to my colleague that the Constitution, which was not signed by Quebec and was not recognised over the past 38 years by the National Assembly, is still in effect. And the proof is in the pudding. The House of Commons operates under the Constitution. So the work that he's been doing for over 5 years, and I recognise and acknowledge the value of his work, is in a chamber that is subject to the Canadian Constitution. So yes, we need to continue to remind Canadians and Quebecers that Quebec didn't sign the Constitution, but the fact of the matter is that this country continues to operate under the Canadian Constitution, and even if he doesn't recognise the Canadian Constitution, the Constitution enables the National Assembly to function. So let me remind the member that unfortunately, because of petty partisan politics, the Meech Lake Accord was never adopted, but Canada will continue ahead nevertheless.
Is the House ready for the question? Yes? Question is as follows. Mr. Mondicino, seconded by Ms. Hajdu, moved that Bill C-8, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's Call to Action number 94, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. Si un député d'un parti reconnu présent.
If a member from a recognized party here in the House wishes to request a recorded division, or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite the member to rise and indicate to the Speaker. I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader rising.
Mr. Speaker, I would request that there be a recorded vote, please.
Alors, en conséquence, conformément à...
Pursuant to order adopted on Wednesday, the 23rd of September 2020, the recorded division is deferred until later today after the period laid out for oral questions.
Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, government orders, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts.
When the House last took up debate, I guess the floor is free. So we'll just go to resuming debate, and the honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we have the legislation changing here today, we've been shifting from room to room and debating a few different pieces of legislation today, but I'm proud to rise to speak and give some thoughts on C-10, amendments to the Broadcasting Act, and some of the changes the government is proposing. I have to say, when I first started learning about this and doing my research as a parliamentarian on this legislation, it's important to give a context of why we're giving amendments to this specific bill. It was 29 years old, and to give a context of what was happening in the broadcasting industry and the entertainment and that industry back in the day, I was 3 years old for context. I don't remember really well when the original Broadcasting Act came into force here in the Parliament of Canada. But think about Bryan Adams was topping the charts. Paula Abdul, Boys to Men were the relevant music you would hear there. It was great music, not denying that, but maybe a little older than that. It was 6 prime ministers ago, Mr. Speaker. And 3 decades later, I think there's consensus among the parties in the House here that we need to tackle this legislation and give updates to reflect the realities that we're in today. The bill needs to update a huge part that wasn't there back in 1991 regarding internet and social networks. Today, you can go through the list. We have Facebook, Google, Netflix, Crave, Spotify, Apple Music. And all these online platforms are new to the rules that the federal government must regulate around. It's not the same as the conventional players that we had whenever we were passing this act and had this act enacted back in 1991. So we need to find a balance, and it's key, between conventional media and the new online platforms that we have around today. So having said that, I have to be disappointed at the government side to say I'm not very happy or supportive of the legislation where it's at today. Not because necessarily of the direction that it takes in some angles, but the lack of direction and answers that we're actually getting on this. Like many pieces of legislation, I always say there's parts that I support, but there's parts that I oppose, and there's far too many, I think, that I'm not satisfied with that would need serious amendments for me to have supporting it at the end. But I want to be clear when I say that. The opposition and frustration that I'm sharing regarding C-10 is not because I don't believe we need modernization or don't need modernization of the laws. It's just there's many shortcomings that I'm hoping to address in my time here today. I want to commend our shadow minister, the member for Richmond, Arthur Baskoff, that kicked off the debate in this legislation, and as a Quebecer gave some great context as a Canadian and as a Quebecer, as a Francophone, about the importance of this legislation in getting it right. I want to talk about 2 things today, Mr. Speaker, if I can in my time. One is on Canadian content. We all want more Canadian content, of course. And I want to talk about the conventional broadcasters aspect, to give maybe my constituents in Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry who are watching this clip, but for Canadians who may not be too familiar with this legislation and the rules and the background around it. So conventional broadcasters in this country have a rule. They must have a percentage of their content being Canadian, and that could be anywhere between 25 to 40%. When we talk about conventional broadcasters, it's important to understand who that is. So we're talking CTV, City TV, CBC, and Global. Those countries have an easier time those companies have an easier time of meeting that requirement for Canadian content because they broadcast sports and they have news programming. They also have to contribute a percentage of funds to go to the Canadian Media Fund, which supports the production of Canadian content in this country. The challenge that we face, and we have to face as a parliament and have a debate and have good legislation on, is where does the online world, these new online platforms, fit into that? Netflix has talked about wanting to create more Canadian content, but they're concerned, and this is where it gets into some red tape a little bit, that it's harder for them to meet that threshold because they don't have the sports and news programming like a conventional broadcaster has. But here's the crazy part and where the red tape to me is outdated and needs to be updated. My colleague, the Shadow Minister, was mentioning in his speech, I believe it was actually filmed in his own riding. There was a Quebec feature film that was done in partnership with Netflix called The Decline. It used Canadian actors, had a Canadian crew, was filmed in Quebec, and the economic impact was that it brought about over $5 million in economic growth to the province of Quebec. It checks all the boxes, except it couldn't be certified as Canadian content because it was financed and produced by Netflix, which wasn't recognized. So this goes to talk about where we literally have millions of dollars in economic development, a film based in Quebec with Canadian actors, and can't get recognized with some of the red tape and the rules that are in place today. Netflix is trying to make an effort, but can't get there. So you would think when we talk about updating in C10 and modernizing some of these laws, that it would cover and encompass some of those areas. And unfortunately, from what we've seen to date, without serious amendment, I don't believe that it is there. One of the concerns that we have about as well, when you read the legislation, a lot of these parts, it kicks the can down the road, or it passes a lot of these decisions to say, we have an intention of doing something, but we're going to let the CRTC come up with the rules and regulations and the deadlines on that. And I believe as a parliament, it may be our role to set those benchmarks to go back. Part of it as well, I will say, is there are provisions in this bill that take away Parliament's ability to scrutinize some of these decisions. It takes it over to the CRTC. And I go back to my colleagues, I'd say in the government side or to any party, for me to go back to my constituents and somebody would ask me, what did you do to support Canadian content and the industry in Canada? If I were to say, oh, I supported to pass a bill that passed it all over to the CRTC to decide and let them deal with it, I don't think Canadians would be my constituents would be very happy with that subject. Madame Speaker, I want to say in my time here as well, et je dis en avance, je m'excuse à l'équipe de traduction.
In advance, I would like to apologize to the interpretation team. My second language is a work in progress. I live in Dundas County. It's a very Anglophone county. I don't have a lot of Francophone constituents, just a few in some areas, and I'm an Anglophone. But when it comes to Francophone content, I believe that's very important. Not just for people in Quebec or Francophones outside Quebec, but for all of Canada. Everyone in Canada needs more Francophone content because those like myself who are studying their second language, who would like to get an education on Francophone and French culture, it is with legislation like this bill that we're going to accomplish that. But this legislation is not acceptable. I don't think this legislation is at the right level to accomplish what I'm talking about.
One of the things we need to do as we deal with C10, as we debate this in the coming weeks and in months likely with the Christmas recess coming up, is it goes to committee. I would encourage my colleagues from the government side and perhaps other parties that are maybe a little more inclined to support this. We need to make sure that we are modernizing, not having a piece of legislation to say we checked a box to make amendments to the Broadcasting Act, but rather have tangible, meaningful ways that update conventional broadcasters in the online industry. We can all agree that we need modernization in this law. We can agree that we need to have more platforms, online platforms, and to get with the times and understanding of what's there. But this legislation, at its whole, kicks the can down the road and does not address a lot of the key issues that Canadians would expect us to do in legislation such as this. I am supportive of more Francophone and French content, more LGBT content, more First Nations content, absolutely. But it is our Parliament, with the oversight that we deserve here, that can hold the government of today and future governments accountable to those rules, and going back to our constituents to say we are doing meaningful things, not to pass it to another body, not to reduce transparency, but to make it stronger than ever. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak here on C10 today. I look forward to following the debate in the coming months, and as always, I look forward to questions from my colleagues on the legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say I do appreciate the member's approach in terms of dealing with the legislation. I think that he's right in the sense a lot has changed, and it really begs the issue of we need to modernize the legislation. I suspect I might have a little bit more confidence in CRTC than the member opposite. I see the high level of expertise that is there, but I share the concern in regards to how important it is that we have that Canadian content. There, I think that we could maybe find some additional common ground. May I suggest to the member in the form of a comment, Madam Speaker, that he's right in the sense that by allowing, if by chance this could go into a committee stage prior to us recessing, that it will provide the committee the opportunity to do a little bit more work, potentially. And does the member have some specific amendments in mind already that he has maybe shared with the department, or maybe that I would encourage him to share, particularly with the minister, as I know the minister would be open to changes that would always improve the legislation?
The Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
I want to thank my colleague from Winnipeg North, and I have to say I appreciate him adding more words and more comments here as he does on many pieces of legislation. I will say there is unanimous agreement that we need more Canadian content. I think the issue is how we go best about that, and I think you will hear more from our shadow minister. I thought his speech at the opening, I think their time length was about 20 minutes or so. They gave a lot of details. It talked about that story, about that Quebec feature film, updating the rules to say, look, we have players like Netflix that have the opportunity to create more Canadian content, but it's some of those red tape and those rules of how we can do that, and that's certainly part of something that we want to do. Not just our Quebec team or our Francophone team, but we're going to be coming up with a lot of suggestions and perhaps amendments. But as I say respectfully to my colleague, I think we're going to need some serious changes and a commitment to serious changes at committee or before final reading if we were to have support for myself at this point anyway. Of course, I will follow this and see what happens, but my commitment is always to try to be constructive and give ideas to get more Canadian content in the coming months.
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened with great interest. I think the problem what we're dealing with is we have the best solution of 1995 for a problem of 2020. We all agree about the incredible power of the Canadian cultural industries, and that's now an issue that we can expand internationally. That's the one issue. But the other is how do we hold the tech giants accountable? To turn it over to the CRTC is ridiculous. We have a couple of key issues here. Facebook, they're still not paying tax. You're not going to see this Liberal government get up and tell Mark Zuckerberg to pay tax. If they paid tax, we would have a lot of resources, but they're not going to do that. The safe harbor provisions. The safe harbor provisions that allows Pornhub to host child pornography right here in Canada. But they're not going to take on the safe harbor provisions because they are not going to stand up to Google or Facebook. So they're going to punt it to the CRTC and tell us how great it was back when we had King of Kensington. And we can do those days again. Those days are gone. We need a plan to deal with the tech giants and to hold them accountable the way other jurisdictions are. And then we need to discuss how do we promote Canadian content. There are two issues, but they've been blurred into this menage here that's not coherent.
Well, Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
I find myself saying this too much when we have these debates. I agree with the member from Timmins, James Bay. It's I can't believe I'm saying this a little bit, that we have some agreement on the frustrations with this. I go back to his point about kicking the can over to the CRTC. Parliament needs to be more active in the promotion of Canadian content in the regulation of this. And I agree with him when he talks about the giant tech companies, talking about Facebook and Google. The frank reality, Madam Speaker, is we need to have more tough conversations about these companies, what they're doing, and frankly, in many cases, he talked about in MindGeek and Pornhub, what they're not doing from a perspective of revenue and contribution to our Canadian economy, but also from public safety as well. And I've been horrified to see the last few days, the story, I think it was the New York Times that was talking about MindGeek and the lack of protections. In the year 2020, for all the advancements we've made in online broadcasting and technology, to still have these gaps from a tax perspective and a governance perspective, from a privacy perspective, and a safety against children from being victims of sex trafficking, sex crimes, whatever it may be, to have all these advances And to still have these gaps today says a lot. But I'll go back to the same thing about C10. It does very, very little to actually resolve these key issues that Canadians want to see addressed.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to rise in the House today to speak to C10. And to quote the Minister of Canadian Heritage in the official background documents for this legislation, it states unequivocally that Canadians have a right to recognize themselves in the music they listen to and the television they watch. And we are proposing major changes to the Broadcasting Act in order to ensure online broadcasting services that operate in Canada contribute to the creation, production, and distribution of Canadian stories. I share the Minister's support of Canadian music in movies and television, or as I will call it throughout this speech, CanCon. But this bill may do exactly the opposite of supporting CanCon. It is not about the intent of a bill, of course, but about the reality. And I believe that we will all see room for some serious concerns on this issue during my talk today. I'd like to point out that notwithstanding any criticisms I make, I believe there are in fact changes that need to be made to rules surrounding production and creation of CanCon. We do need to revisit the content qualification rules that specify whether something is Canadian. And we heard a great example on the speech just prior to mine about a production in Quebec that did not qualify as CanCon, even though it was produced here in Canada and was telling Canadian stories. So there is a real need to look at these thresholds. But when we look and dig deeper into what is being proposed by the minister, his commentary about wanting to license Canadian internet content producers and the realities of digital content creation and the big tech corporations that dominate the media landscape today, it becomes apparent to me that this bill has serious shortcomings and may lay the foundation in the future for a series of government interventions that have the potential to damage the creative and innovative Canadian media producers in the digital field. On November 3rd, the day that this legislation was introduced by the Minister of Canadian Heritage, several Canadian media experts spoke out publicly against Bill C-10. In an article published in the Globe and Mail, for example, entitled Broadcasting Bill Targets Online Streaming Services, digital media expert and University of Ottawa law professor Michael Geist, who I should mention I've enjoyed reading his daily blog posts on this issue, very informative. He said, the policy foundation behind Bill C-10 is very weak, and further stated that the government's claims that the Canadian film and television production industry is in crisis are not supported by evidence. The truth is that the market has been working well, as Canada being an attractive place to invest in these areas. And Mr. Geist further stated that what was actually at risk was that some of the largest investors in film and television production would pull back until they have more certainty on their obligations, and that new services will think twice before entering the Canadian market. Perhaps more concerning for the government is that in the same news article, the well-known advocacy group, the Friends of Canadian Broadcasting, who specifically promote Canadian content, called the bill a mess that fails to ensure that companies are subject to specific requirements for using Canadian production teams. I'm personally concerned by the fact that this legislation does, as mentioned by the member prior to me in his speech, give a vastly enhanced slate of abilities to the CRTC. For example, by granting them full enforcement powers, while at the same time providing no fulsome detail as to the guidelines for Canadian content production and future contributions to the Canadian Media Fund. And so despite asking MPs to vote in support of this legislation, it's hard to shake the fact that the lack of details creates a situation where it's trust me and you'll see the details later. And that, I believe, is something we should all find problematic. To go back to some comments made by Mr. Geist, the law professor here in Ottawa, the primary concern to examine in his view is that the policy foundation for the bill is weak. So he has stated that CanCon is not in crisis and the level playing field claims are misleading. And the example of the CanCon production here is relevant. The minister has acknowledged that foreign-based streaming companies are investing directly into Canada, but the minister wishes to compel such investments to be made mandatory. This, in the words of Mr. Geist, indicates a lack of confidence in our ability to compete and, in fact, flies in the face of all the evidence. So just hear me out here. The CRTC chair, Ian Scott, has already said that Netflix is probably the biggest single contributor to the Canadian production sector today. The Canadian media industry has received record amounts of investment for film and television production. Over the last decade, investment levels have nearly doubled. Certified Canadian content has grown, with 2 of the largest years on record for CanCon television production having taken place within the last 3 calendar years. Last year was the biggest year for French language production over the last decade. Now, when you dig down into the available provincial data, you'll find further evidence of production levels setting new records. The Ontario government's Agency for Cultural Creation is called Ontario Creates, and earlier this year, the organization announced that they had a record-breaking year for Ontario's film and television sector, with more than $2 billion in production spending for well over 300 productions. Carleton professor Dwayne Winsek is on record in his annual review in which he finds that film and television production in Canada has continuously increased for 2 decades, most recently driven by massive investments from streaming services such as Netflix and Amazon Prime. So these facts and figures show that the basis for which the minister claims C10 was necessary are actually contrary to reality, and once again raises the issue of the unintended consequences of interfering in the wrong way in this sphere. The second issue noted by Mr. Geist, in terms of creating, as opposed to creating certainty, this bill will create enormous short-term uncertainty. And for those companies that do invest, they may not know if their investments will count. And I suspect that Amazon and Netflix and these type of companies will keep investing regardless of whether this bill is passed or not. However, there are many smaller streaming services, BritBox, Spool, Crunchyroll. All of these are not household names, but they're among dozens of streaming services that have emerged in recent years to serve a global audience. And unless the CRTC provides specific exemptions for these niche services, many are likely to forego the Canadian market entirely, given all the new regulatory costs. And many multicultural markets will be especially hard hit by what will amount to, by this bill, a regulatory firewall here in Canada. Another very interesting point that I've seen raised by certain critics is the topic of trade threats and retaliatory tariffs. And this is a concern that should be on all of our radar screens. And according to Mr. Geist, in this case, Bill C-10 violates the general standards in the USMCA. And the government is relying on the cultural exemption to allow for this. Yet even with the exemption, the U.S. will still be entitled to levy retaliatory tariffs. Given the claims from the minister that this will generate billions of dollars in financial benefit for the industry, the retaliatory tariffs could be enormous. And given the reworked structure of the USMCA, the tariffs the U.S. launch against Canada need not be limited to cultural tariffs. They could target any sector they like. So this is a potential concern that needs to be examined. This legislation is likely to result in less competition and higher costs. If you generate large revenues, you will face mandated CanCon payment requirements that make no sense given the content. If you stay small, you would still have to comply with disclosure requirements and have no real incentive to grow past the threshold. And that's assuming we see an actual threshold, as none was listed in this legislation. This will result in less competition and less choice for the Canadian market. What I think may happen, I believe that the Netflix and the Amazons, of course, will continue to invest. But as I mentioned earlier, some of these startup companies that have specialized content, maybe multicultural content, they won't know whether to invest in Canada or not. There's an uncertainty around this bill. And I believe it will lead to a scenario where they will just avoid investing in Canada. So we need to think about what this means for the future of Canadian content. My viewpoint is that this bill is not protecting Canadian sovereignty. The legislation basically, in my view, surrenders it to the internet giants. So they will keep investing here, but I don't know if it opens the ability for some of these other startups to do so. And they will become the dominant funders and purchasers of Canadian content. Canadian broadcasters may not be able to compete for Canadian content given the desire of the giants to meet their CRTC obligations. This will force big decisions to Amazon and Netflix and leave Canadian broadcasters and smaller streaming services on the outside looking in. And I would like to ask all of us here to heed the warnings of different experts who have raised, in my view, valid concerns, whether they be trade or investment related, And let's take a look at amending this bill in a way that would answer those concerns. Thank you for my time today.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business and Export Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Let me begin by just saying that I am a very firm proponent for freedom of the press and freedom of speech. But when I hear my colleagues' comments just now on Bill C-10, I believe him to be of the view that there should be very limited regulation on the part of the government with respect to the information that we see disseminated on the internet through web giants, as he describes them. I would like to ask him if he doesn't believe that there should be some role for a government to play in terms of regulating information that does appear online, for example, with respect to anti-vaccine campaigns or other information that is not based on science.
Honourable Member for Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
Well, I thank the member for her comments, and I think very strongly that Canadians and others need to be free to raise concerns, whether it be on the internet or elsewhere. And in terms of, I mean, obviously things that are illegal or inspire violence or incite criminal activity, of course, need to be regulated. But when it comes to general discussions and raising concerns, I think that we have a right to do so. And I would be concerned by any member, and I'm not suggesting this member was, but I would be concerned by any member in a parliamentary democracy such as ours to suggest that there needs to be some, ethereal censorship board somewhere that decides what concerns are valid and are not. I believe that in this country, citizens raise concerns and they elect representatives to represent them in government. And I believe that we're a function of that and need to be able to allow citizens to express their concerns. Thank you.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. The Broadcasting Act was obsolete, and this is an attempt to move forward so that all benefiting from the ecosystem contribute to the production of Canadian content or Quebec content. We're taking a step forward with this legislation, but we've completely forgotten about broadcasters that coming through social media. And I think we need to broaden the definition, because if we review the Act to 30, and it's not until 30 years from now, well, we need to ensure that regardless of the source of the broadcast, be it YouTube, which is not included in C-10, we bring them all around the table so that they contribute financially to producing culture.
Addington.
Yeah, I mean, I thank the member for his comments there, and I think he has indicated another shortcoming in this bill. And the fact is that, as I mentioned in my speech there, I believe that we need to make sure that we're promoting Canadian content and not, advantaging certain providers over others. And I think that it needs to be an even playing field for everybody, and I'm not sure that this bill does that. Thank you.
Honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Sorry, I didn't know that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the honourable member for Hastings, Lennox Addington. I was surprised the honourable member referenced Friends of Canadian Broadcasting, as that organization's strongest criticism of Bill C-10 was the failure to provide long-term sustainable funding and a path forward for the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, the CBC. I was under the impression that the party to which the honourable member belongs was not in favour of expanding CBC funding and of better supporting our public broadcaster. So I'd like to ask the member's opinion and if he is in fact supporting the demands of Friends of Canadian Broadcasting.
For Hastings, Lennox and Addington.
I'd like to thank the member for her comments there. And really, my point in this speech was to identify that there are concerns related to this bill coming from various political persuasions, various parts of Canadian society. And, with respect to the specific contention on the CBC, I, of course, agree with my party's general contentions in that vein. But I think it's fair to say that on this bill, There's a variety of concerns coming from different areas, and I'm happy to be able to raise those. Thank you.
Before we get to resuming debate, I wish to get back to the House in respect to the request that was earlier posed by the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona in respect to emergency debate. I want to thank him again for bringing this to the attention of the House. I've taken into consideration the arguments that he put forward, and I am not persuaded that the request meets the requirements of the standing orders. We'll now go to, well, actually, we'll switch here.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and welcome, because you're taking over from our colleague. Today, we are here to speak at second reading to this bill, Bill C-10. It is an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts. From the outset, I would like to say that we have a number of reservations surrounding this bill, and I'll have an opportunity to go into that with respect to the CRTC and the powers given to it, essential issues that are not being resolved when it comes to the broadcasting of information, web giants and social media, and the lack of consideration. And this is something that bothered us, the lack of consideration for French in this new Parliament. Now, Madam Speaker, we are in favour of a review of the Broadcasting Act in Canada. It goes without saying, Madam Speaker, because the last time it was reviewed was 28 years ago. 28 years ago, Internet existed in the minds of certain academics and perhaps at National Defence, but it wasn't part of our daily reality as it is today. When we talked about Google 28 years ago, people knew what we referred to. If 28 years ago we told our children or our friends or talked about Facebook, they would have looked at us sideways saying, "What are you talking about?" So this bill, or this act, in fact, law needs to be modernized. So it's very important to take action on the web giants and social media. We need to get to the bottom of the situation. We need to go through it with a fine-tooth comb if we haven't done anything since 28 years, for the past 28 years. So 28 years later, we need to update, modernize the Broadcasting Act. And as Conservatives, we agree with the principle of equity. Social media and web giants must be on the same footing as those using those services and paying for traditional services such as cable. So there needs to be a balance there. It needs to be fair. So those are the two guiding principles for the review of the Broadcasting Act. We need to deal with the new and emerging issues, and we also need to honor the principle of fairness. So let's start, Madam Speaker, with the issues. And let's start with French. Madam Speaker, I commend the Minister of Heritage. Now, we do have some profound differences on some issues, but there are issues that I don't disagree with him on, and that is the importance of French. We had a take-note debate in this House following our initiative where the Minister of Canadian Heritage talked about our love for French and the action we must take to protect it and preserve it, especially in Montreal. There are some 8 million francophones in a sea of 350 million anglophones in North America. French needs to be preserved. Madam Speaker, in this bill, if there's a vector that will help protect French, it's the web, it's broadcasting, it's communications. but not a lot of mention is made of French, or not a lot of space is made for French here in this bill. French is mentioned on a couple of occasions, and I'll have to put my glasses on to read. If I'm going to read, I should read correctly. Now I've got some gray hair and wrinkles here, but I need my glasses to read. The only measure is a 31K, which deals with a number of services being provided to Canadians as the means become available. Now that and pious wishes are the same thing, Madam Speaker. They claim to be on the government benches. They claim to be doing everything to protect French, but when we see what they're doing here, it talks about progressively offering a host of services in English and French. This represents an approach that is far too vague and to protect French. And so, Madam Speaker, that says a lot in Quebec and Canada. There's been a big debate on the importance of French. So we expect the government to take action, put forth a new version of the Official Languages Act, and instead of honoring their commitment, they produced a white paper. We know what white papers are. When you read through them, they're printed on white pages, and there's no content there. We would have liked to have seen something with more teeth in this act, in fact, and unfortunately that's not the case. We acknowledge that proactive measures on Indigenous peoples are important, and we agree with that. On LGBTQ, we agree with that and other measures. However, we believe that the same amount of attention should be paid to French as it is to Indigenous communities. In 1984, when I started working at CHWFM in Wendake, 103.3. That's when I started working on the radio, and I understand the importance of radio for communities. Secondly, Madam Speaker, we have the issue of social media and the web giants. We would have expected some guidelines or a framework for the web giants and social media, Madam Speaker. And that's what I said from the outset. Everyone acknowledged this as well. 28 years ago, if we talked about the web, well, people would have known that we were talking about a spider's web. That's the only web that existed at the time. It wasn't part of our common conversation. So the government needs to deal with social media, and the web needed to deal with it. But what they're putting forth, to our mind, will not help to deal with the situation caused by this new technology. Now, we agree with that, Madam Speaker. As you say in English, don't get me wrong. We can't say we disagree with it because it didn't exist or it doesn't exist. No, we need to have proper regulations surrounding it. And the best regulations are often those that will allow for freedom of expression, that protect it, but within a fair set of guidelines or a fair framework. So the rules apply fairly to all, so that we don't have a two-tier system, one where some broadcasters, for example, face obligations. But if you're on the web or the internet, there are different rules. We need to have a level playing field for all involved. And that, unfortunately, was not something the government put in this bill.
Now, Madam Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, I referred to the CRTC's inherent powers. We have serious misgivings about that. They would have broad discretionary power at the CRTC to define what an online company is and to force them to spend money to produce Canadian content. Yes, we acknowledge that the CRTC has a role to play to ensure that what occurs properly. But under the current legislation, there is far too much power given to the CRTC. We have nothing against the CRTC. We need to give them the tools that they need if we expect that much of them. But at the end of the day, it can take time for those kinds of changes to occur, and that doesn't serve the common good. So at this second reading of the bill, Madam Speaker, there'll be a parliamentary committee that will deal with the issue. There'll be amendments that will be moved. Our critic will have proposals to make to take us in the direction that we seek. Yes, we need an overhaul of the Broadcasting Act. Yes, we're in favour of the principle of equity and fairness, but both need to be in the bill, and that's not what we see in its current iteration. So it's our desire that in the parliamentary committee there'll be amendments that will move, and we hope that they are agreed to by the government. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for Economic Development. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. About 15 minutes ago, we heard a speech from a Conservative colleague who stated that there had been a significant increase in French language content over recent years since this government came into office, and that, we needed to leave the market unfettered without further regulations. And now we just heard remarks from from a Conservative that said we need to do more to promote Francophone content. So I'd like to hear what my colleague believes the Conservative Party's stance is on this issue, as well as the provisions of this legislation that would set out serious fines for the big web giants. And I am sure that he agrees there needs to be some kind of regulation to do with this aspect of the legislation, and we have some of the steepest fines in the world on that. The Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the Parliamentary Secretary's remarks on the comment. The Department has put together this legislation. Now, it's interesting to hear a member from the Liberal Party of Canada be such a staunch advocate for the French language when we know all too well that the first activist of the party in Quebec said that Bill 101 should stop where it is and not have any broader scope. So, and a number of her neighbouring ridings expressed misgivings about Bill 101 in Quebec, and yet in the parliamentary committee they in fact decided to retract a number of the engagements and undertakings they'd made, only to do an about-face later. That lacks consistency and coherency. The Liberal government said they wanted to overhaul the Official Languages Act, and 5 years later, what do we have? The promise of a white book being released. Madam Speaker, I'd like the Liberal Party to do its homework on official languages before blaming anyone else. The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Bloc Québécois is in favour of a modernisation of the Broadcasting Act, given how fast technologies are changing and advancing. Does my colleague believe that Bill C-10 reflects the perspectives of the Indigenous peoples, Quebecers, racialised communities, and other ethno-cultural communities of various sorts? The Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I'd congratulate him on his election and new term in office. So that was just an aside. His father, in fact, was a big player in terms of image and photography in Quebec and in Canada. And I just wanted to make that brief aside. But as far as what the member just said is concerned, Indigenous peoples, LGBTQ communities, we're in favour of that principle. But, Madam Speaker, we would have liked the same attention to be given to the French language in this bill. And that's what's lacking in the current iteration of the bill. Yes, it's aspirational, and that's all well and good. It's a lot of rhetoric, but in real concrete terms, there's very little being done. And where, of course, we want Indigenous communities to be more focused upon, as well as racialised communities and LGBTQ communities. the honourable member. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. And after 28 years, the legislation does need to be overhauled because we have new cutting-edge technologies. But it seems like the Liberal government has left a lot of holes in this legislation. You know, the CRTC has powers for exemption that are arbitrary, and the social media such as YouTube isn't included, and internet service providers aren't included. But cable TV providers are included. They contribute to the system, but if you listen to a program on Wi-Fi via Videotron, well, then it's not in fact affected by the legislation. What does he think? Response. That's what we were saying earlier, Madam Speaker. We're in favour of the principle of fairness, but unfortunately this bill doesn't deal with fairness when it comes to web giants, social media, and we feel that the government is failing.
For Barrie Instant.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to be able to speak on the modernization of this act. And as my colleague from Stormont Dundas, Glengarry, said earlier, it's an act that absolutely needs to be modernized. As we've heard, it's been since 1991 that this act has effectively been in place, hasn't been modernized up to this point. And with all of the changes that have gone on in the digital world, and I think the list is as long as the day that we can account for some of these digital changes that have occurred, there is no question that the Broadcasting Act needs to be modernized to meet the standard of 2020. Now, I had to laugh. My colleague from Timmins, James Bay, with his comment earlier. What this bill does is it brings into 1995 a 2020 problem. So there are some concerns that we have with, and the King of Kensington part too. So. But there are some concerns that we do have with the legislation. There are some good things, like all pieces of legislation, but there are certainly things that provide some inequity that need to be addressed. And you know, there's been numerous studies that have been done over the years about upgrading the Broadcasting Act. In fact, just recently there was a recommendation from the Broadcasting and Telecommunications Legislative Review Panel, publishing a report in 2020, and it was appointed a few years ago, and its purpose was to look at the key pieces of legislation that govern our communications sector. And in that report, there were 97 recommendations based on the objectives of supporting the creation, production, and discoverability of Canadian content and improving the rights of the digital consumer, amongst other things. And so in the report, it spoke specifically, and of course Bill C-10 does speak specifically to online platforms. It speaks to financial contributions by broadcasters and online undertakings, an update to Canada's broadcasting and regulatory policy. It also gives the CRTC increasing powers as well. And I think for us, that is probably one of the most concerning parts of this bill, among some other reasons. The fact that it can impose an administrative monetary policy for violations of certain provisions of the Act, such as contraventions of regulations or orders made under the Act, broadcasting when prohibited to do so, failing to submit information. There are numerous things that the CRTC will gain power on with respect to this. It also provides for oversight of the Canadian broadcasting landscape, and so there are things within the bill that do definitely need to be worked on. Now, one of the things that the bill doesn't address, and I want to spend a considerable amount of time on this, recently I had the opportunity to meet with Metroland Newspapers, which is part of the Torstar Group, and they were advocating on behalf of online digital content. And as you know, Madam Speaker, the inequity that is created, the disparity of online digital content is significant for those content producers. Oftentimes, many of those stories will end up on Facebook or even Google. A lot of the ad revenue that's being created doesn't go back to the content providers. So that means that there has been a significant change in the landscape of digital content in this country as a result of players like Facebook and Google. Facebook and Google profit significantly from that content that's being provided, but those content producers do not, and it's causing a significant problem. And in meeting with Metroland, Sean and Elise, they brought to my attention some of those concerns. Now, my hope is, and I am writing a letter in support of what their ask is, that some of what they're suggesting to level the playing field is actually adopted, Madam Speaker, by this government fairly soon. What this bill does not do is that it does not address those concerns of the digital content providers. And so, their concern, of course, is preserving a functioning journalism industry. And, they said at the time that citizens around the globe are demanding high-quality journalism and investigative reporting. And nonetheless, the ability of news publishers to continue providing such critical information is under threat by the market power and preferential regulatory treatment of dominant platforms and digital information. Democratic governments are recognizing market failures in the market for news, and they're now working to implement policies to address them. And frankly, Madam Speaker, just the other day, we had representatives, the new owners. I was on a conference call, Zoom call, with the new owners of Torstar, who own Metroland Media. And overwhelmingly, the consensus of community leaders that were on that call, spoke to the role of journalism, spoke to the role of truth, spoke to the role of providing balance, particularly in the case of local journalism. And we had quite an interesting discussion about that because obviously, Madam Speaker, as we see the evolution of social media platforms, there is a level of disinformation. So it comes back to a matter of trust. Trust in the content that's being provided by these digital producers. France, Spain, the UK, and Australia have already passed regulations. In fact, I'm told just today, Australia has passed legislation to level the playing field. And again, in the context of Bill C-10, Madam Speaker, none of this is addressed in this piece of legislation. And what it's designed to do is to reduce the effects of platforms' market power and to restore balance and fairness in the markets for digital advertising and digital news distribution, which is exactly what I heard from Metroland when I met with them. Other countries, including the U.S., are now analyzing how the market dominates through those digital platforms, and they are developing regulatory reforms, legislation, and beginning, quite frankly, antitrust proceedings to rectify the platform's market dominance. And so the hope is to continue that discussion here in Canada that will end up with either regulation or legislation that solves that inequity in this country when many of our allies are already, and I don't talk about that in a war context, but countries that we're aligned to digitally are doing and engaging in that process. We need to start doing that as a country as well. Now, consumer demand for news obviously remains high. It remains high not just in local content, national content, but also digital content. And so, and that speaks to the need for more credible and professional news as a result of that increased demand. There was a time, Madam Speaker, when there was no social media, obviously. And, as Canadians, we received our news from reputable sources, reputable news people. And there is an online demand for that news to continue. But in some cases, it's not indicative of what is important or what is factual. Is in a lot of cases. So supporting that digital level playing field, the digital content and the producers, becomes critical in protecting the truth, Madam Speaker, and that's what they're talking about. And they are, quite frankly, in their words, approaching market failure because of the inequity that is happening. And it occurs, market failure, they reminded me, occurs when participants in a market do not produce an economically and socially optimal outcome because of non-market factors. Examples might be the inclusion of regulatory barriers to enter or market power. Market failures can take several forms, and several of them are applicable to the market for digital ads and news in Canada. And the most pressing failure that they indicate is the result of the market power of both Google and Facebook, which I referenced earlier. Google and Facebook, they say, are in an effective duopoly over the market for digital advertising in Canada and its peer nations, and they've segmented the market between search, which is Google, and Facebook for social media, which limits the direct competition between the two. So I know I've spent a lot of time on leveling the digital playing field in support of local content producers, Madam Speaker, but the concern that I have, and the hope that I have, quite frankly, is that the government will recognize this inequity, will work towards regulation or legislation that allows for these local content producers and the individuals that work for them to be able to be paid fairly, not just from a monetary standpoint in terms of income, but also from advertising as well, because that becomes important to the viability, the sustainability, and the legitimacy of the news business in this country going forward. Madam Speaker, I'd be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And a lot of what I heard from the member's speech, I agree with. There's a lot of misinformation on social media platforms. And he talks about more credible news, and I believe he's referring to those online sources. But a lot of what gets spread around is conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories that are then repeated by members of this House, including the member who just spoke, who in a moment the other day yelled out a anti-Semitic trope talking about George Soros, and I was wondering if the honourable member could comment on the misinformation that he speaks out against and why he uses that in this House.
Member for Barrie Innisfield.
Madam Speaker, in the context of Bill C-10, I'm not even going to dignify that with an answer. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He spoke a lot about local media and content and journalism. In the NDP, we are very disappointed in this current bill. We hope to be able to improve it at committee. But currently, there are many websites like Yahoo, Bing, or MSN that use real journalistic content that was created with effort, but they don't pay for that content. And Bill C-10 does nothing to prevent these web giants from using this content for free.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable member for the question. It's a very fair question. I think I addressed that in length in my speech on this bill. And that goes back to precisely what I've been hearing from local digital content producers and those who, not just from an advertising standpoint, but from an income standpoint, and that inequity is existing, and it's significant. And it could lead to market failure from a digital content standpoint, as I said. So, unless and until we get to a point where we are able to provide that level playing field, and that will come, as I said, other countries have done it, including Australia today, to allow the content to be shared, but more importantly, that the content producers and those that write are being paid fairly as a result of this information being utilized by Facebook, Google, or other examples that the member gave. And that needs to be done quickly, Madam Speaker. Unless and until we get to that point, we're going to see a continued decline in digital content and sources in this country. Thank you.
Comments? The honourable member for Saskatchewan-Grassland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. There's a couple of things that this bill is a major concern to. Number one, it gives more power to the CRTC, the Canadian Radio Television Commission, which is a big flag in this country. And I'm just going to say one thing that happened this past summer during the pandemic. Prince Edward Island, on the wisdom of CBC Local, the Compass, they decided to pull it without any consultation. The half-hour newscast out of Prince Edward Island, their only newscast. So the CRTC, you should be looking at the license agreement of CBC and Prince Edward Island and not only give them a slap on the hands, fine the CBC for pulling it because it's in their license agreement. The other thing this bill does, Madam Speaker, and I want the honourable member from Barrie Innisfil to comment on it, order in council gives all precedent in this bill. So it's the Cabinet and the Heritage Minister that will end up making every decision at the Cabinet table, which is absolutely wrong.
For Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to the latter point from the honourable member, we've seen a lot of the legislation that's been introduced in this place really have that power consolidated to the executive branch of government. And I look to some of the environmental bills that we've dealt with in the past, Bill C-4869, for example, where the minister has the ultimate say. And it's not necessarily, that power is not distributed among Parliament or even within the government, but the executive branch. So I'm not surprised by that assertion, quite frankly, given the history of this government. Secondly, what I will say to the example in PEI, what that does is it speaks to the insatiable appetite that people have for news. Not just national or international news, but local news as well. And so when people push back as they did in PEI, it's not surprising to me, and they also are seeking the truth as well. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to engage in this debate, which really does affect Canadian culture, how we see ourselves in the global marketplace, and our identity as Canadians. The Broadcasting Act hasn't been renewed or reviewed for some 28 years. So it is time that we get this done. The problem is, as is so typical with our Liberal government, they bring forward legislation that is so deeply flawed that we, as Conservatives in this House who want to get it right, just can't support it. And I'm going to go through some of those flaws, Madam Speaker, because they are significant. But the reason we're even talking about reviewing the Broadcasting Act is because the whole environment in which broadcasting takes place has changed. We've moved from an environment in which digital forms of communication were mostly unknown to an environment where we have digital platforms that are, in fact, challenging the role of conventional broadcasters in Canada. So we have to get this right because there's a lot at stake. What's at stake is Canadian content, making sure that we as Canadians see ourselves in the product that we see on television, on streaming services, in the movies. It's also important that we recognize that there are individuals, there are companies within Canada who are producing content, really good content, in most cases Canadian content, who are actually not being reimbursed and compensated for that content. So let me start by just highlighting the fact that what this bill does, it's one of the positives in it, it's adding online businesses effectively to our broadcasting regime to make sure that we capture everything that's happening online that is of a broadcasting nature, that we include it in the regulations, in the legislative regimes that we put in place. Because we don't want conventional broadcasters who already operate within a set of rules to be placed at a disadvantage when we have a whole set of other online content providers who operate either under a different set of rules or in most cases in the absence of rules. So we want to get this right. Now, one of the challenges of this bill is it does not address the monetization of content on some of the largest online content providers in the world, the Facebooks and the Googles of this world. Madam Speaker, recently I met with Ken Godsward and Carly Ferguson from the Abbotsford News, the Abbey News, our local newspaper, an excellent newspaper, focused on the local issues that matter to our residents. And I met with them, and the first thing they raised with me, the Broadcasting Act, the fact that they operate in an environment where the big players like Facebook and Google take advantage of them. And I asked, well, how does that happen? Although I had an inkling what they were going to say. So, well, here it is. Here we are. We're producing 100% Canadian content within the city of Abbotsford, our community. We're the ones who pay the reporters. We're the ones who pay for the layout people. Everybody else that works in the newspaper office, we're the ones who pay for all of that. We then put that content online, Facebook or Google. They get to then advertise off of that content without compensating the Abbey News for any of it. In fact, a freebie. And these are the largest corporations in the world. They're also among the most profitable corporations in the world, not sharing their wealth and the income that our local content producers rightfully deserve. So that's one of the failings of this legislation. It doesn't adequately address that challenge. So to Ken and to Carly, I'm saying I am advocating for you. We Conservatives are advocating for you in this House. We want to make sure that those who deliver content, Canadian content in Canada, are also properly compensated for it, and that others don't get rich off their backs. One of the other considerations, Madam Speaker, is that this bill has a lack of clarity when it comes to the powers that are being granted to the CRTC. And my colleague rightfully raised this challenge earlier, that much of the decision-making is vested in the Governor and Council. Now, for Canadians who are wondering who the Governor and Council is, it's effectively the Minister, Canadian Heritage, and the Cabinet, who can simply, by fiat, say, this is what you're going to do. This is how much you're going to commit to Canadian content. As you know, Madam Speaker, in Canada, our broadcasters have to invest in Canadian content. They have no choice. We want to make sure that we as Canadians see ourselves in the product we see in online content as well as in our broadcast media. And they're committed to taking anywhere from 25 to 40% of their content and ensuring that it is Canadian. They also have to contribute 5% to the Canadian Media Fund, which is a separate fund that helps Canadian content producers to deliver Canadian content and to do it in a way that doesn't bankrupt them. So those support mechanisms are in place for Canadian broadcasters, the conventional broadcasters. However, what happens is we've got this whole other realm of content producers and content streaming services, online platforms that aren't part of that broadcasting regime. And we want to make sure that they also play by the same set of rules that our domestic broadcasters have to play by. And unfortunately, the powers to direct this are vested in the Cabinet and in the CRTC, but those powers are not clear exactly what kinds of requirements they're going to impose upon our online streaming services when they deliver content to Canadians. So there's no certainty. So if I were someone that was leading one of these streaming services, I would say, listen, until I have clarity from the Canadian authorities as to exactly how much I have to invest in Canadian content, how much is this going to cost me, I would probably say, you know what, I'm going to hold off on any further investments. And that's not good for Canada. And to their credit, you know, the Netflixes and the Craves, and the Amazon Primes, They do invest in Canadian content already, but they're not subject to the same rules as our Canadian broadcasters and content providers. And that needs to change. So what we're doing is we're leveling the playing field. Unfortunately, that level playing field, we don't know what those rules are. Effectively, the government is saying, trust us. Now, when have we heard that before from the Prime Minister? Trust us. And you know, the irony is, Madam Speaker, that here we have a Liberal government that's now bringing forward Bill C-10, changes to the Broadcasting Act that are supposed to enhance Canadian content, to drive home the fact that we are Canadian. We have a Canadian identity. We want to see ourselves in that content. Yet it's the same Prime Minister who said publicly, Canada has no core identity. Remember when he said that? We have no core identity, but we want Canadian content. So, Madam Speaker, you can see there are so many flaws in this legislation. Step by step, we need to deal with the Broadcasting Act in a manner that actually delivers exactly what Canadians need. The last point I'll make, Madam Speaker, is there is no reference at all to taxing the big boys. The Facebooks and Googles of this world are still not paying taxes in Canada. The Netflixes, the Craves, the Amazon Primes, the Spotifys, are they paying taxes in Canada? No. But they're deriving major revenue growth from delivering their content here in Canada. So, Madam Speaker, this is all about fairness. This Bill C-10 doesn't deliver fairness, and for that reason, we as Conservatives are going to be voting against this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the Honourable Member raised it a couple times in his speech, and I agree with him in terms of the internet giants not paying their fair share. I believe Crave may be a Canadian company, but I'm happy to be corrected on that. But I was wondering if he could expand on what he thinks. I know he briefly touched on it in terms of taxation. But what he thinks the role of the federal government should be and what they should do to ensure that the internet giants like Facebook pay their fair share.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
I think if you ask Canadians, Madam Speaker, what do they expect? They simply expect fairness. They're not asking us to overtax companies from other countries that are investing in a very good service for Canadians, that are in fact investing in Canadian content. That's a good thing. But we need fairness. Fairness means a level playing field for everybody. So the taxation that takes place should not only focus on those who are Canadian, should focus on everybody who derives income from delivering content here within our country.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher-les-Patriotes-Verchères. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my Conservative colleague for his eloquent and indignant speech about the fact that the web giants are still not paying taxes. And on that point, I completely agree. But where I have reservations is when you look at the last few years, it seems that from 2006 to 2015, the Conservatives were in power, but they didn't do anything to fix that problem. I don't get it, because Facebook and Google haven't just been around for the last couple of years. No, they've been around for quite some time. So why didn't the Conservatives do something to fix the problem?
You know, Madam Speaker, that's a very good question. It's a respectful question. It's fair. The reality is that 10 or 15 years ago, the presence of Facebook and Google, and some of the streaming services, wasn't anywhere close to as pervasive as it is today. Today, Canadians know that the big boys are the ones who deliver content, and they know that many of them are getting away without paying the requisite taxes that they should be paying in Canada. I'm in favor of making sure that playing field is level, that there's fairness for everybody. And so here we are. It is 2020. It's not 2010. It's not 2006 when our former Conservative government was elected. The digital environment, the online environment, is dramatically different today than it was 15 years ago.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, rather. I'm glad to hear my Conservative colleague taking a position on tax fairness and having web giants pay taxes in Canada. Now, when it comes to the labor force, in the current legislation, we heard about the fact that the Canadian and Quebec labor force should be preponderantly used, but that's not at all in the current legislation. There is something about how we should use local labor under certain circumstances if it's possible. Personally, I don't think that's enough. We need to help our craftspeople. What does my colleague think?
Well, Madam Speaker, I'll just say to my honourable colleague, he raises a good point. And it's another one of the major flaws in this legislation and why we cannot support it. Now, I don't know if he and the NDP will be supporting it, but the reality is, when you walk through this Bill C-10 step by step, flaw after flaw after flaw, we could have done much better. And unfortunately, this bill is fundamentally flawed, which is why we're not going to support it. But it is time to review our broadcasting environment in Canada and to do something to introduce fairness into the playing field.
Very brief question from the Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Madam Speaker, it's so hard to do a brief question because I'm so deeply engaged in Canadian content and creativity, and I want to ask the honourable member if he doesn't think it would be better to keep the current Section 3 that we have within our broadcast. I mean, we do need modernization, but this would actually weaken by getting rid of the language in our current, I'm going to double check, yes, Section 3 around deep embedded Canadian content. I've married into a family of actors. I'm just going to give a shout out to my stepdaughter, Janet Kidder, who's starring in Star Trek Discovery. She's now Osira, and she's an evil green villain, not like me. So
I have to give the member for Abbotsford to give a very short answer.
Well, Madam Speaker, I didn't really hear a question from the evil green villain, but no, yeah, exactly. So I'll leave it at that. But she isn't an evil green villain, I can assure you. She's a valuable colleague of ours here in this House.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Regina Lemoine.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And how do you follow that up with the conversation that we just had from the member from Saanich Gulf Islands? And congratulations to her relative for getting a role in Star Trek. I'm sure there's a lot of Trekkies out there that will appreciate and watch with bated breath to see who she is portraying. So on to Bill C-10, Madam Speaker, and it's an honor for me to rise in the House today and join in the discussion around Bill C-10, the Act to amend the Broadcasting Act and the related consequential amendment acts. And for a few reasons, there's some fundamental flaws, as the member from Abbotsford just put on the table. And one of them is governor and council. And I think when you go through this bill, that's one thing that jumps out right away is the power that you're going to have with governor and council, and so much power now situated in the minister's office and in cabinet, and when it comes time to make decisions around Canadian content in the broadcasting services. And I think that's a fundamental flaw in this bill. Another thing that pops out when you're reading the bill is the fact that it really has a pretty broad definition of online business. And I think that's what people were looking for. And as representing my constituents, another issue they would bring forward to me, and we will have time to talk about this bill more, is the issues that they would see as giving more power to the CRTC. Because I think for most Canadians, when you're talking about online services and broadcasting and the news and the availability, it's the fact that they would like to see less power in the Ottawa bubble and the CRTC and more power throughout the country in what people would like to see and have more options. And I believe that when we go through this bill and look at the fact that I agree, and I think many members in this House would agree, that 28 years between updating bills is probably a substantial length of time. The member from Stormont Glengarry brought forward the fact that he was 3 years old when this bill was introduced, and some of the great music he talked about, times have changed. And a lot of conversations need to be had now around how we're going to do business and basically do online services with Facebook and Netflix, and what are we going to do and how are we going to be able to the members across the way have talked about what the taxes should look like for those very big corporations, and I think the member from Abbotsford, BC brought it up very well, and he said fairness. I think when businesses are coming to Canada, they are expected to be treated fair, and I think that's something we need to keep in mind when we're looking at any of this legislation. And one thing that we need to ensure, and we've talked about having Canadian content and making sure that there is a level playing field when it comes to news services. I think the other option that we need to talk about is when we're doing online businesses and the online news services and how they are competing with the bigger online services. And I think that needs to be leveled as well, because they are smaller businesses that are trying to compete against taxpayers' dollars. The member from Barrie Innisfil said it very, very correctly in saying some of these small local publications, they're trying to compete with the CBC's online. And the CBC does have a good online paper, and the member from Saskatoon Grasswoods talked about it. They just updated their online presence, and it's wonderful. But that online presence is now competing with smaller online papers, and it's very hard for those smaller online papers to compete because they don't have the resources that bigger companies like a CBC or a CTV or a Global have. And we need to take that into consideration as well when we're looking at this bill and looking at how we're going to be able to ensure that smaller publications do have the ability to compete. And I think that's what lots of Canadians across the country want to see is competition in the broadcasting field, competition in the online broadcasting field, and having the ability to have more selection and more options when they're looking at online news, online broadcasting. And we need to just have this discussion of how we're going to ensure that there's factually correct information online. I think that's a conversation that is important in this day and age. I know some of the members from across the way have brought up the fake news, if you will, or whatever they'd like to call it. But I think it is incumbent also on us to make sure that we hold ourselves to a higher level of decorum in this House when debating such bills, and not bring in issues that aren't related to, say, Bill C-10 and try and go back and forth and make personal attacks during these speeches, because I think that's below parliamentarians and below the level that our constituents would be expecting from us, and have a higher level of discourse in this Hall chamber. And I expect that to continue on, and us to raise the bar of decorum in the House of Commons and ensure that when we have these debates about important legislation, that we stick to the facts, we stick to the debate at hand, and make sure that when we're discussing it, we leave personal and partisan feelings away from the table when we're having these conversations. So I'd like to put that on the record, Madam Speaker, and surely I'm going to do my best to ensure that there's good decorum in this chamber whenever I'm on my feet talking about bills that are important. And when we go through the conversations on Bill C-10, there's some possible situations that could arise that are interesting. The long-awaited legislation is the result of the Yale report on the framework for communications in Canada, tabled in February of 2020. While the 97 recommendations of the report deal with social media, copyright, taxation of web giants, and advertising fees to ensure the sustainability of traditional media, C-10 is limited to the modernization of the Broadcasting Act, which essentially consists of introducing, like I said earlier, a very broad definition of online business, broadcasting cultural content, and giving the CRTC broad discretion to regulate them. It does require a percentage of Canadian content, requires financial contributions, imposes fines to investigate compliance. So there are a lot of recommendations that this Bill C-10 is based on from the Yale report that aren't implemented, and I think we should take some time and step back. That's why on this side we think Bill C-10 misses the mark on a few areas, especially around centralizing the discretion within the CRTC, but also within the Minister of Heritage office, which we think is a big concern, and many of my colleagues have talked about that concern, and ensure that there is more broader consultations about where Canadians would like to see some of that ability to regulate and see where our online business and our broadcasting ideas would come from. So we want to talk about having more news available. We want to talk about having Canadian content within our broadcasting, but this bill misses the mark on creating some fairness within that broadcasting sector and ensuring that we have the ability for smaller and startup publications. I know a couple back home that I can think of that would be hurt from not having the level playing field to be able to start up and have the ability to compete with the larger, the CBCs, the Globals, the CTVs, and they need to have that online, the start of an online presence, which helps, because I know with myself, I get a lot of my news, and I know I have some young staff in my office, and there's not a lot of newspapers that you see in the office anymore. They have their phones and press reader, and they get much of their information from online sources. And I know the Leader Post, the Star Phoenix, and those numbers in the publication numbers are dropping in Saskatchewan because they are working hard to make sure that they have a large online presence, because they realize more and more people are getting their news from their websites and their online services. And we need to allow the room in the online businesses that they have the ability to compete, and that it isn't as unfair as at this point as we would see it. And we wish that there would have been the ability within Bill C-10 to create that more level playing field. And also when it comes to online services like Netflix and Facebook, and having them pay their fair share, as our colleagues across the way are apt to say. I think that's a good point, but they need to have certainty and know when they come to Canada, know what the taxes or the fees are going to be when they bring their businesses to Canada, because without certainty, it's very hard to attract new businesses and new social media or new tech companies to Canada if they don't know what those fees will be. So for uncertainty reasons, for the power that is going to be situated with the CRTC and within the Minister's office, those are the issues and concerns that we have why we wouldn't be able to support this piece of legislation at this time.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Small Business and Export Promotion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Firstly, I would just like to point out that, in terms of leveling the playing field and taxing web giants, that is the purview of the Minister of Finance, which is why the Minister of Finance in the fall economic statement did say that we will be taxing web giants. With respect to Bill C-10, which was presented by the Minister of Canadian Heritage, I would say and perhaps echo colleagues from the Conservative Party who have been saying that it is high time that we modernize the Broadcasting Act, and so I wonder why this colleague is suggesting that we should delay it further by doing more consultations. We have consulted extensively with the broadcasting sector, with content providers and the culture industry here in Canada, and unlike the Conservatives who haven't proceeded to modernize the Broadcasting Act when they were in power for 10 years, we are proposing to do that now. I believe it is 2020 and time to move forward. Does the member opposite agree?
Member for Regina Lewin.
Thank you very much to the member opposite for her question. And it is time to modernize the Broadcasting Act, but does she not also agree with the statements that the power shouldn't all be resided within the CRTC and within the Minister of Heritage office of what the Broadcasting Act should all entail? And why I have a problem with that is when talking to Canadians, talking to the members that live in Regina Louvain, the constituents that I represent, they would say that the CRTC doesn't need more power, they need less power. So that's definitely one reason why, because of the people I support and listening to the people within my constituency and across Saskatchewan, they firmly would believe that there should be less power residing in the Minister's office and in the CRTC, not more power. So those would be two very good reasons why I can support this act at this time.
Des commentaires, questions and comments. Honorable député de Rosemont La Petite Patrie.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont La Petite Patrie. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks, and I'd like to clarify something or rectify something that the Parliamentary Secretary said with respect to taxing web giants. They're going to be applying the GST, so that's a different situation. I appreciated his comments, and I'd like to take him back to the definition of a broadcaster, which is very broad. Some people say that it isn't broad enough to cover off a technology that we're still not familiar with. Social media, for example, isn't considered a broadcaster. But they will become broadcasters, most likely in the months and years to come. Things are moving very quickly. So should we not have a bill that would predict a technological change and be broad enough that we can include them under the bill?
Merci beaucoup, my colleague.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
Completely with his statement. One of the problems that we did have with this bill is the fact that the definition was so broad and there wasn't more included in it. So I think he's right. The modernization of this bill should include the fact that Facebook, Netflix, they could all be seen as broadcasters, and I think that would be a good solution. And I would say that's probably one of the reasons why he may not be able to vote in favor of this bill, because that definition isn't there.
Honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. I'd like to go back over some of the points that he said with respect to the CRTC. Personally, I don't think there's anything wrong with the people at the CRTC. I've had some bad experiences with the CRTC a few years ago when I was part of a movement in private radio in Montreal a few years ago. And we had to go before the CRTC because they didn't comply with the quota during high listening hours, the quota of French content, etc. So they were trying to sidestep the rules. And I remember at a time there were some musical compilations put together. They'd play Anglophone music, English music, and then they'd only have one song in French. But during the high listening hours, there was a lot more English music, too much. So should the rules not be much clearer at the CRTC in order to protect Francophone content?
Honourable member for Regina Lewan.
Well, I think that would be another one of the issues that we'd have with the new bill, is that the fact that it does not provide any benchmarks to legislate the percentage of French language content. So I'd agree with the member with his question. I'd also say that I bet you he's not the only one that has had issues with the CRTC when it comes to people that have been involved in the broadcasting services. So his interaction is probably not one that's probably replicated across the country. And the people, hardworking people at CRTC, it's just a fact that we think that there should be a more strict delineation of power within the CRTC, and people across the country would like to have more say in what the broadcasting standard should be.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Carleton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Now, before we begin discussions on regulating content on the internet, let us recognize that Canada has 38 million regulators. They are called customers. They are the people who decide what they watch. With the click of the mouse, they can choose the content that serves their interest. For the same reason, today, now more than ever, the ability to produce unique and diverse content is greater than ever before. The advent of the internet, far from limiting the production of Canadian content, has vastly expanded it by dramatically reducing the cost of production and distribution. If you really think about the cost of producing and distributing content today, is probably 99% lower than it was just 25 years ago. You have kids, 14-year-old kids, who can produce their own movie trailers on their laptop computers and broadcast it before as many eyes as want to see it without spending a single dollar beyond the purchase of a little bit of software and a laptop on which to design it. And the quality is probably superior to that which Hollywood would have been able to do just a few decades ago. This has democratized and expanded the scope of content. It has allowed minorities and people with particular interests that are not majoritarian in their popularity to reach audiences. It used to be, back in the old days, you had to compete for real estate in the HMV or the local record store or the local Blockbuster. And if you were not among the top 50, you didn't get that real estate. And so even if your product was interesting to, say, 3% of the public, You couldn't sell it to anybody because you had no means to get it to them and because you could not generate the capital to produce it in the first place. So, let us start by acknowledging that the changes to which this bill proposes to respond are actually good changes. They are democratizing changes. They spread out power and diversity, which is something that we should allow and that freedom provides. Now, this government seeks to extend its reach, broaden its tentacles into the internet. Let me quote, "Hear, hear," says the Liberal member across the way. And every once in a while the veil falls and they reveal their true selves. I say they want to extend their tentacles into the internet, and one of the most prominent Liberal MPs says, "Hear, hear." Thank him, Madam Chair, when you have a chance, for his temporary and accidental honesty. So let me quote here Andrew Coyne, far from a conservative, who says in the Globe and Mail, far from a conservative publication, the quote, "The Canadian government's Bill C-10 has opened the door to serious state regulation of the internet." Now, whenever a prime minister who has expressed his admiration for Fidel Castro, for the basic dictatorship of communist China, who has attempted to use this pandemic to extend himself the unmitigated power to raise any tax at any time by any amount till the year 2022, whenever a prime minister who used a debate commission to put Craig Kielburger and other Liberal insiders in control of how the leaders' debate would go, and whenever a prime minister who extends a taxpayer subsidy to the media and then puts the head of Unifor, which is a Liberal-backed organization, in charge of how that money is given out, whenever such a person introduces a bill to extend the power of the state over the internet, we should be very suspicious. Allow me to quote Mr. Coyne, who says, "Well, while the government claims it would not empower the CRTC to regulate smaller services such as BritBox, social media sites such as YouTube, or online news content, the bill contains no specific provision that would prohibit it and includes provisions that seem to allow it. For example, the bill exempts quote, programs that are uploaded to an online undertaking by its users and, quote, online undertakings whose broadcasts consist of only such programs. It leaves leaves the way open for the CRTC to regulate services that show both user-generated and curated content like YouTube." So, what that means is we're opening the door for the CRTC to regulate the kinds of things that everyday Canadians produce and upload onto the internet. We are allowing CRTC, which is an already overly powerful bureaucracy of nameless, faceless government authorities, to potentially extend their regulation into what content people put on the internet. Now, it's no surprise the Prime Minister would want to limit and regulate that kind of content. Often, that kind of independent material uploaded to the internet by everyday Canadians is the only place he faces, outside of this House, where he faces real criticism. He is not protected by the adoring glow of his supporters in the press gallery. So therefore, he has to contend with the scrutiny of everyday Canadians who dare criticize him or his ideological direction, or dare produce content that might contradict his world view. So, the government refuses to clearly circumscribe the power of the CRTC, and it opens the door for that power to be extended. We can only assume that that was designed for the very purpose of extending more control over what Canadians watch, read, hear, and produce. That, Madam Chair, is further compounded by the fact that the bill allows the Cabinet order-making power over the CRTC to direct how it will apply these brand new powers that the member across the way is salivating over right now, powers that he said, here, as soon as I suggested that he might have them. Madam Chair, we live in a free country. Everyday, ordinary Canadians should be allowed their own megaphone, and the only limit on how loud and how vast their voices are heard should be whether people choose to listen to them. the ability of everyday Canadians to decide what they like by voting with their click. That is the kind of liberty that we should extend to the Canadian people. And in the marketplace of ideas, there is no role for state coercion and intimidation. There is no role for nameless, faceless government bureaucrats to decide who is heard and who is not. The everyday Canadian people should have the freedom to do that for themselves. And so if we are here on this side of the House of Commons are the only ones to stand up for free speech, then I think that there are a lot of Canadians out there who will stand with us. And we know that we have in the Prime Minister someone who does not believe in free speech. He was asked about free speech, actually, after a French newspaper was the victim of a terrorist attack, and he said whether or not that publication should have freedom of expression. And he said, but freedom of expression is not unlimited, as if to suggest that the attack against that publication was somehow justified on the grounds that the publication had improperly exercised freedom of expression and that the state ought to have the ability to limit that expression. He then backed down, by the way. He came into the House of Commons, reversed himself completely, swallowed himself whole, realized how much he had humiliated himself by revealing his real thoughts to the Canadian people. But every time this Prime Minister attempts to extend control over what we see, hear, read, and produce, we ought to remember that we ought to view the proposal through the lens of a man who believes in a strong state control over its citizens. We on this side of the House will stand for the ancient liberties that we have inherited from our ancestors and which we hope to bequeath to those that come after us. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I detect a Reform Party comeback when I listen to the member opposite. I'm a bit surprised in terms of the manner in which the member feels government doesn't have any role. In fact, if you listen to his comments, you would think that he wants to see the demise of the CRTC. Madam Speaker, as he kind of gestures, yeah, what's wrong with that? So he says from across the way, Madam Speaker. You know, at the end of the day, there are Canadians, a vast majority, I believe, that recognize the value of Canadian content, not to mention the thousands of jobs that come as a direct result, Madam Speaker. You know, the government, through this legislation, is actually ensuring Canadian content, good middle-class jobs. We are moving forward. Why is the Conservative Party moving more to the reform side? This is like going back to the Harper era in an extreme.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, he wants to go back to 1984. 1984 is where he wants to go. And I will identify him. You are too polite, Madam Chair. I will identify him as the Liberal MP who yelled, "Hear, hear," when I said the government is attempting to extend its tentacles and take control over the internet. He yelled out, "Hear, hear," confirming my claim to be true. And so, Madam Chair, we know his bias. He believes that people like him should decide what everyday Canadians are allowed to see. He thinks that Canadians are too stupid or too morally bankrupt to choose for themselves, that he, in his ivory tower with his liberal elitist friends, should be able to regulate what Canadians choose to watch. Because he, of course, is made of better clay. He is a superior thinker, and therefore should be able to regulate the thoughts of every single Canadian. We on this side disagree. We have faith in Canadians, and we believe they should have the freedom to choose for themselves.
Questions and comments. Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was very interested to hear my Conservative colleagues' comments on C10, and I was wondering what it was holding back the vote on this bill, given that everyone from the heritage and radio broadcasting community is anxious and chomping at the bit to move forward. Now, I understand that my colleague is concerned about the regulating of the internet that would regulate the kind of information that he probably enjoys much more than even the rest of us here. But when it comes to freedom of speech, when we look at the big players in the media industry from a cultural and other standpoint, these are legitimate demands from the sector that aren't at all ideological and has nothing to do with what the government wants to control or not control on the internet. I'm wondering if he's listened to stakeholders from the cultural and media communities before he formed this opinion. Well, there you go. The centralising Bloc Québécois. They want heavier federal regulations. They want Ottawa to take control over what Quebecers choose to watch and to consume. Madam Speaker, that is the inherent contradiction of the Bloc Québécois. They are centrists and centralisers. We believe that the Bloc Québécois, that Quebecers should be masters in their own home, that they should have the choice to choose what they watch, what they consume on the internet, and not a federal authority in Ottawa that decides on their behalf. And he asked me why I think that the government wants to control the internet. Well, if I listen to the minister's remarks, he says that those who produce content for the internet should get a license or a permit from the federal government. I would never have ever in my life believed that a sovereigntist member of parliament would support federalist, centralising authority that would issue a license for the freedom of expression and freedom of speech. We are the party that will protect free speech for Quebecers and Canadians.
For Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it is an honour to once again debate in this place and to debate a bill that I think takes on a special relevance in the year that we find ourselves in, and that is where online and the dynamics associated with online content have expanded dramatically with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. And just in the last number of decades, I recall back in high school when they were talking about how the speed of a computer was doubling every 90 days or something like that, and then the next year they'd say it's doubling every 45 days, and the rate to which technology is advancing is incredible, and along with that comes challenges, changing dynamics that do definitely need to be addressed in legislation, and the fact that with the tabling of the Yale report with the 97 recommendations that this is what I would assume is part of that response, being that it addresses only a small number of those challenges. But, Madam Speaker, having said the demands that we're faced regarding where we're at in terms of needing to make some of these changes, I would make a couple of observations about the bill. I think that one of the challenges that we face, and I certainly think of a few of the speeches from my colleagues preceding me, the member for Carleton, the member for Abbotsford, the member for Regina Louvain, and others that have articulated very, very well some of the challenges that we faced. And when this bill was first tabled, I had a number of constituents, those real politicos that don't just follow the news as it's seen on the news channels, but they follow when bills are introduced. And the response was striking. I had a number of constituents that reached out and said, "How do we know that this isn't the government just trying to take more power? How do we know that this isn't the government trying to regulate free thought? How do we know that there's not a nefarious agenda at work here?" And I think that speaks to some of the greater societal challenges that exist, especially when it comes to the way that the government opposite conducts themselves, and certainly some of the comments that the Prime Minister has made, whether it be regarding China, whether it be regarding other aspects of society, his observations about even our country, or the minister that is responsible for bringing forward this bill. There's a great deal of concern And certainly, my hope is that in the midst of the debate in this House, that the government will articulate very, very clearly those concerns. Because when I look at this bill, I see that there's, and I have it here in front of me. There's, 13, 14 pages, and yet, having read it, there's not a whole lot of clarity as to what's actually trying to be accomplished. And I think that poses a problem. And that's part of the reason why constituents, when they reach out and say, "What's this about?" they have concerns, because they don't trust the intentions that are brought forward in the preamble. And certainly that is something that needs to be very, very much clarified. So a few points that I think need to be addressed. Leveling the playing field. With the explosion of digital content, and it's interesting that we're having this debate today when just a number of days ago there's some fairly significant conversations happening in the United States surrounding Facebook. And whether or not it's too large, if the government in the United States needs to take some antitrust actions, and I think that that's something that I would hope that the minister is following carefully, and how it speaks to the larger issues that we face when it comes to addressing the evolving nature that is digital content. And certainly, a big part of my concern here, Madam Speaker, is that this bill does not ensure that those web giants, because they are giants and they touch every part of our life. I know I have an Android phone, and Google touches every part of my life, whether it's talking to my kids as they're tucked into bed at night and I'm here in Ottawa, or to do with my job as a member of Parliament, whatever the case is. Facebook as well. What don't we see on Facebook these days? Certainly, there's a great deal of concern that it's not clearly articulated how some of these things will be addressed, and that they don't make clear what the standards for that will be in terms of those multinationals and the rules that domestic content suppliers, producers have here in Canada. Now, I will be mindful of my time, because I think I'll be cut a couple minutes short on questions, or maybe, okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I will take this opportunity to note one of the things that I think, to unleash the private sector. I'm thrilled. There's a community in my constituency, many of you in this House will know it as Drumheller. And it's the dinosaur capital of the world. The heart of the Canadian Badlands. And not only is it known for the dinosaurs and the Royal Tyrrell Museum, and a big shout out to everybody there and the challenges they're facing because of the COVID-19 pandemic. But what has been very, very interesting is how that community has benefited greatly in content creation. In fact, I found it very, very interesting when my wife had suggested we watch a Netflix series, Lost in Space. And I thought, man, those hills look familiar. Well, it turns out I hadn't been to that planet, but rather I'd driven through Drumheller. And it was filmed there, and of course there was some CGI and whatnot associated, but incredible work that's done here in Canada. And it's not just the solely Canadian content, like we see sometimes produced by the CBC, and although there are some aspects of that content that a lot of people are very proud of, there's a lot of it that, quite frankly, I question why tax dollars go towards paying for it. But there is a lot more, whether it be Vancouver, whether it be the prairies, whether it be Toronto. The number of television shows that are supposedly based in New York are actually shot in downtown Toronto. It's absolutely incredible how much Canadian content there is. And to ensure that the free market is absolutely unleashed, to ensure that Canada is a destination for that investment and the jobs that come along with that. And I was very, very pleased that when when the leader of the official opposition was running for the leadership of my party, he did actually address one of these things, and that was to eliminate the goods and service tax on Canadian digital platforms as a mechanism to say, look, it's an equal playing field. And I think that that's something that bears significant, that bears mentioning in this place. Now, a couple other issues, and then I will wrap up with a very, very important one. Nothing in this bill seems to address the issue of royalty sharing to media content shared on digital media. It does not explain how digital platforms are treated versus more conventional broadcasting. It gives full enforcement powers to the CRTC, and like the member from Carleton articulated very, very well, I certainly have a great deal of concern when enforcement powers are given. And like the member from Abbotsford before mentioned, there's a tremendous amount of hesitation when the minister has the final say on a lot of the governance aspects of how content is done. And I mentioned that in terms of how my constituents reply. And there's a number of other concerns, but I don't think I'll have time to get to them. So I would finish with simply this. You know, I think all Canadians should be concerned with the New York Times editorial, and it's been discussed in this House, related to the exploitation of children on the could call it a web giant. Certainly, when you read the New York Times editorial about MindGeek's Pornhub, and how there's a tremendous amount of issues that need to be addressed. And Madam Speaker, I don't have the time to get into that today, but as I read through this New York Times expose and some of the debate that has taken subsequently here and around the world to ensure that there is a clear understanding of how we can ensure that those most vulnerable among us are protected. So I would simply finish my remarks with that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, we'll have 3 minutes for questions and possibly 2 minutes after oral questions. Questions et commentaires, the Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for his intervention. I do have a couple of questions, because actually Bill C-10 is a direct response from artists and from musicians and from independent producers and technicians in the arts and culture sector in Canada who are saying we are losing our cultural sovereignty. What he says is true. There are a number of productions that are happening in Toronto and in Vancouver and in Montreal and in Manitoba, but these are service productions. These are American stories being told, and what they're telling us is we are losing our cultural sovereignty. And I think the Conservative Party recognizes that, but the minute that we want to try and do something, and in fact, just a few days ago, we've had the MP from Lakeland, from Portage Lisgard, from Peace River, who've all said the government needs to intervene to regulate online platforms. And the first attempt we make at doing that, they say, oh my God, they're trying to take away free speech. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member's comments. I don't think there was a question there, but I would say this: as I was looking through this bill, and certainly I am no expert in terms of media and production, but I've talked to many filmmakers. In fact, proud to have a filmmaker in my constituency is creating a kind of a film production base, a ready-made set that people can come, whether international or domestic, local, Indigenous, French, whatever the case is. But I think that part of it's interesting he brings up the issues he does, because this bill doesn't seem to address the very things that he suggested it does. There's ambiguity in what this bill attempts to address. And so therefore, how can a producer, how can a content...
The Honourable Member will have 3 minutes for questions following question period. It's now time for statements by members. The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Madam Speaker, the pandemic has hit families within my riding of Pierrefonds-Dollard, and especially those that come from families with children of disabilities, especially hard. Amelia is a 4-year-old girl in my riding. She has an extremely rare genetic condition. Amelia can't walk, she can't sit, she can't even see. Amelia's condition causes her severe seizures daily. Amelia is fully dependent upon her family for all of her activities for her daily living. Amelia's family actually needs accommodations in order so that she can live a fulsome life. As COVID-19 hit, those accommodations to their home through the form of reparations skyrocketed. The cost skyrocketed. Elsewhere in my writing, I've also heard of a dad who was taking care of his autistic son. Those supports that he needed to access have been strained and have not been as readily available. I want to take this moment to share their stories to all members in the House and to all Canadians. We hear you and we support you. Thank you.
And the Honourable Member for Stevenson-Richmond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a former immigrant, I rise today to represent millions of immigrants who have followed the rules and regulations to become Canadians. Newcomers are proud of completing the criminal record checks, proud of proving their education and skills, and proud of acquiring jobs which benefit our new home here. Because of the joy of becoming Canadians and the pride in our contribution to this country, we are heartbroken that such a glaring loophole exists to allow exploitation in getting Canadian citizenship. This loophole is exploited by overseas businesses, profiting by arranging for birth-giving vacation-like packages that cheapens our citizenship and the hard work of those who obtained it the right way. Sadly, this problem is prevalent across Canada, jumping 13% just in 1 year. So far, our government has taken no action to see it hindered. To be a Canadian citizen is a sacred trust, a commitment to a set of democratic norms and ideals that binds us to our history and the promise of our future. I call upon the government to protect that very trust.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Madam Speaker, on this Human Rights Day, I want to honor the human rights defenders who put their lives at risk to advance ours. These heroes led the movement denouncing systemic racism and police brutality against Indigenous peoples, Black and racialized Canadians. They reminded us that Black lives matter. They demanded accountability for victims of sexual assault and gender-based violence. And they continue to call on their fellow Canadians to protect the world's most vulnerable, including children, refugees, members of the LGBTQI communities, religious minorities, and those marred by war. Our government has heard these voices loud and clear, Madam Speaker. Last month, we convened the first federal, provincial, territorial meeting on human rights, our second one since taking office in 2015. Last week, we introduced landmark legislation to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. This legislation was inspired by so many Indigenous peoples and is built on the work of Romeo Sagnash in the last Parliament. In the year of COVID, let us recommit to achieving human rights for all, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beauport, Côte-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Madam Speaker, Quebec is shining in its official language. Today, I am the voice of all of Quebec who is proud of its people. Dominique Fortier is originally from the National Capital Region in Quebec, and more specifically from Cap-Rouge. And for the first time in the essay category, this Quebec author won one of the most prestigious literary prizes of the French-speaking world, the Renaudot Prize. And also, her book, Cities of Papers, follows the imaginary life of American poet Emily Dickinson. And also from Charlevoix, Le Pouvoir des Mots is essential to the survival of Quebec people. And Émilie Bernier is an important vector for Quebec. She won a prize for her reportage, The Slaughter of Wolves, in addition to 5 other prizes at the Hebdo Gala. And also, the Hebdo Le Charlevoisien, the local paper, won great honors for its content enhancement and the quality of our language. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We've had quite a year, and the people of Hochelaga have shown exceptional resiliency throughout 2020. And at this holiday period, I would like to encourage you all to give to others, either by giving to food banks or of your time and volunteering, by gifts from our small businesses locally. And thank all those who work in our healthcare system, in essential services on the front lines of the crisis. Protect your loved ones and continue to follow public health regulations. I'd like to thank all the community organizations that are redoubling their efforts to help those who are most vulnerable during the holiday period. I'm thinking about the Community Center of Hochelaga, Bouffection from Rosemont, the Harmony Project, and Hochelaga Maisonneuve-Cartier. I wish you all a happy holiday period. Rest well, and we'll start 2020 in good form. Thank you.
Wellington Halton Hills.
Madam Speaker, 2021 marks the 50th anniversary of the establishment of the Georgetown chapter of the the Canadian Federation of University Women in Wellington Halton Hills. In the summer of 1971, a group of friends gathered with the idea of promoting public education, human rights, and civic engagement. They became the Georgetown chapter of the CFUW, a self-funded, nonpartisan organization with over 8,000 members in 100 chapters across Canada. Over the past 50 years, the Georgetown chapter has raised thousands of dollars for local youth scholarships, hosted election debates, run children's programming, and supported numerous community causes. Congratulations to the Georgetown chapter of the Canadian Federation of University Women on this bicentennial. Thank you for your contribution over so many decades to our community.
The honourable member for Milton.
It's a tie, Madam Speaker. This week, the Lou Marsh, the award for Canada's top athlete, went to two great Canadian footballers, Edmonton's Alphonso Davies and Montreal's Laurent Duvernay-Tardif. Alphonso Davies was born in a refugee camp in Ghana after his parents fled the civil war in Liberia. When he was 5, they settled in Edmonton and became Canadian citizens. And at just 19 years old, number 19 became a Champions League winner with Bayern Munich. Alphonso always plays with a huge smile on his face and represents a bright future for Canada's men's soccer team. Laurent Duvernay-Tardif is an offensive guard with the 54th Super Bowl champion Kansas City Chiefs. He played for McGill University, where he earned his medical degree before being drafted to the NFL in the 6th round. He was featured on the cover of Sports Illustrated when he decided to skip the 2020 football season to fight the coronavirus outbreak on the front lines at a long-term care facility in Quebec. Deux athlètes canadiens vraiment.
Two very inspiring Canadian athletes. I would ask everyone in this house today to join me in congratulating the winners of the La Marche Prize for 2020, Alphonso Davies and Laurent Tardif.
The honourable member for York Centre.
Mr. Speaker, tonight at sundown marks the first night of Hanukkah. In my riding of York Centre and communities across Canada and around the world, millions of Jewish families will light the Chanukiah and celebrate the festival of lights with their loved ones. Though this year we cannot gather with family, friends, and our neighbors, the story of Hanukkah, of perseverance and resilience, of hope and triumph against oppression, is a timeless reminder of the spirit that guides us through our challenges today. Each night of Hanukkah, we add another candle, increasing the light surrounding our homes and our families. This tradition shines brightly and reflects the vibrancy of the Jewish community. It's also a symbol of the power of one's convictions in the face of adversity, that spark of inspiration, the light that travels from candle to candle, person to person, household to household, and to all of our communities. It is the light that drives out the darkness. This is the strength that is Canada in its diversity and its inclusion. With the Festival of Lights beginning, on behalf of all my constituents, I'd like to wish all members of this House and all Canadians a happy and healthy holiday season. Chag Urim Sameach, happy Hanukkah.
Honourable member for Prince Albert.
Mr. Speaker, I was very saddened when told that Fred Sisakmus passed away from COVID-19 complications in late November. Freddie was the NHL's first Indigenous player with treaty status. He made his official debut in 1954 with the Chicago Blackhawks. On Hockey Night in Canada, he taught Foster Hewitt how to pronounce his last name. Sisakmus played against greats such as Gordie Howe, Jean Beliveau, Maurice Richard. But after 12 games, he realized his heart was not in the NHL, but back at Sandy Lake. Fred's story was far from over following NHL days. He played another decade in Western Canada. He became a band counselor, served as chief, and established athletic programs for kids. As a child, Freddie would play hockey and skated in my hometown of Canwood. And in his later life, he played recreational hockey in Canwood. I can still remember watching Freddie skate down the ice, cross the center line, top of the circles, let go that famous snapshot, and just say to myself, thank God I'm not the goalie. Mr. Speaker, to Neil and the entire Sisakmus family, I pass on my condolences. Freddie was a great man. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is Human Rights Day. I'm proud to say that as part of our subcommittee on international human rights, we as Canadians have stood together to listen to heart-wrenching testimonies from witnesses across the globe. This year has been rightly themed Recover Better, Stand Up for Human Rights. Yes, Mr. Speaker, 2020 has forever changed our conversation globally around human rights. Today's an opportunity to reaffirm the importance of human rights in rebuilding the world we want, the need for global solidarity, as well as our interconnectedness and shared humanity. Protecting and defending human rights is a shared duty. I sincerely encourage all Canadians to reflect on how we can all do much more to advance human rights in our day-to-day life, at our homes, schools, workplaces, social media, and local communities. Together, we can definitely build a more equal, safer, and fairer world for generations to come. Let's all stand up for human rights. Thank you. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, after being in remission for 6 years, a 16-year-old man from my riding, Romain Giguère, has learned that his leukemia has come back and has just started a new fight against this damn disease. Romain is not alone in this ordeal. A huge movement of solidarity has swept through Le Boisé and Le Tandem High School, where I taught and was a principal before I became involved in politics. This wave of support and generosity has now spread throughout my region. The movement, Romain's Fight movement, will lead myself and others to shave my hair for the cause on December 14th. Thanks to the great generosity of the people and the organization Solidarité Jeunesse, the money raised will be used to help Romain and the organization. I invite all those to support this cause. From the hospital, Romain will be able to watch us by video, and he will see people who believe in him, who support him, who are proud of him, and who salute his courage. Romain, a whole region is behind you. Don't give up.
The honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, a family in my riding saw their daughter for the last time. Nadia Atwi told her parents, "Bye, Mom, see you tomorrow." That tomorrow never happened. Nadia has now been missing all this time, and her family is looking for any answers or clues for her whereabouts. I want to take this time to praise Nadia's family and community for their courageous efforts to locate her and working so hard to bring her home. I ask that everyone to do their best so that we can bring her home safe and sound. Every mother wants the best for their daughters, and they deserve that. We need to continue to advocate for initiatives to keep young women safe from those who wish them harm. Nadia, if you see this message, we are not giving up on you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, statistics show that opioid-related deaths in many regions in northern Ontario are much higher than those in large cities in the south. The idea that drugs are more of an urban issue is false. Even small towns like Hearst and the First Nations have been affected by the opioid crisis.
Toxic, unregulated supply of street drugs, individuals can't be certain of the safety of any processed drug in circulation. The pandemic has added barriers to access harm reduction services and treatment, while physical distancing recommendations mean more people are taking drugs alone and dying in isolation. As communities struggle to deal with opioids, it is imperative we do all we can to support those efforts. While drug addiction is a health problem, the flow of illegal opioids is an international criminal exercise that must be tackled headlong. Until progress is made, there will always be the next batch of poorly prepared drugs to rip holes in our communities, taking loved ones from us far too early and in a preventable way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, Roger Dubois is one of those people whose life has meaning through his efforts to make the world a better place. Mr. Dubois has been successful in business. He started from almost nothing and made his company, Canamex, very successful here and outside of Canada. But it's also very much for his philanthropic legacy that he'll leave his mark. His immense generosity is legendary. Drummond's foundations and community organizations can confirm this. Mr. Dubois is also passionate about classical music. He is a renowned patron of the arts and has sponsored many musicians and international careers. Roger Dubois' value is not measured in dollars, but on the positive impact he's had on our community. He is the caliber of those who are depicted in statues. He has just been awarded the highest civil distinction in this country, and this is more than deserved. Mr. Dubois, all of Drummond County is proud of you, proud and grateful. Thank you.
Member for Portage Lisgar.
Mr. Speaker, last week I had a Zoom meeting with independent travel advisors from Manitoba. As I looked at my screen, I saw the beautiful faces of 20 mostly female entrepreneurs who have worked hard, served their communities and their clients, but are now suffering and are very worried because of the impacts of COVID. They shared heartbreaking stories of having their commissions, already paid to them prior to COVID, now being clawed back by some in the airline industry. In some cases, commission was taken directly from their bank accounts without their consent. This is unfair and unjust. That's why we're asking the government that if they're going to help bail out the airlines, that help should include independent travel advisors. These women run small businesses across Canada, which we know is the backbone of our economy, but they also represent the spirit of a Canadian woman, hardworking, tenacious, and providing for their families by serving others. These women deserve more than being left behind to flail in the wind. Let's help them out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Happy Hanukkah, Mr. Speaker. It's a festival of lights, and after the year that we've had, we could all use more light. When I'm lighting my candles tonight, I'm going to be thinking of some of the hope and light that I have from amazing community volunteers and all of the wonderful work that they do. One such volunteer is Stephen Bates, who spent 2 months in Iswantini with Women Farmers Foundation, helping women farmers move from being gardeners to commercial farming. And his work has helped to push forward with gender equality. I want to thank him for his work. And I'm also going to thank today on the 5-year anniversary of 73,000 Syrian refugees resettling to Canada, the work of the Ripple Refugee Project that has helped to support 20 refugees coming to our country and everything that they did to help the community reach out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, months after Canadian citizens were taken hostage by the communist regime in China, we learned that the Liberals fought hard to keep a close relationship with China. In fact, the Deputy Prime Minister fought for Canada to train China's military on Canadian soil against the direct advice of the Chief of Defense Staff. With our citizens in jail, our exports banned, and with China committing human rights abuses around the world, why did the Deputy Prime Minister push hard to partner with them?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, today marks 2 years since Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor were arbitrarily detained in China. These years have been stolen from Mr. Kovrig and Mr. Spavor, from their families and loved ones. I know that all Canadians admire the integrity and strength of character these two men have shown, and I would also like to pay tribute to their families. The release of these two brave Canadians is an absolute priority for our government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Deputy Prime Minister. All Canadians are worried about the fate of Mr. Kovrig and Mr. Spavor. Those 2 years were stolen. So my question for the Deputy Prime Minister, while they were stealing the lives of our citizens, why was she trying to push the Canadian Armed Forces to train the Chinese military on our soil when they're abusing our citizens, our rights, international law? Why was this government trying to partner with them?
Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have long personal experience reporting on authoritarian communist regimes, and I am very aware of the threats they pose. When it comes to China, Canada is appalled by the treatment of the Uyghurs. We stand with the people of Hong Kong, especially the Canadian citizens there, and the release of Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig is an absolute priority for our government.
Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the minister's actions never match those fine words. That's the problem with this government. The Liberals ignored security and scientific experts on the CanSino vaccine deal. They ignore our allies on Huawei. And now we learn they were ignoring the Chief of Defense Staff when it came to military exercises with China. Defense officials clearly said there was risks of knowledge transfer by working with China. Why does the Deputy Prime Minister think that she knows better than the military about how to maintain our military secrets?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk a little bit about CanSino and vaccines, because that's where the Leader of the Opposition began his questions. And let me just say, I understand why the Leader of the official opposition is worked up about vaccines. And that's because he and his party spent weeks trying to scare Canadians into believing we were at the back of the line. Instead, Canada has the most robust vaccine portfolio in the world. Vaccines arrive next week, and the Pfizer vaccine has been approved. The Leader of the official opposition would do better to confront the anti-vax.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
As the Canadian forces and our allies were warning about the protection of military secrets, documents reveal that this government were more worried about upsetting the communist regime in Beijing. Every time we ask about China, they say that national security is a priority, or, as the Deputy Prime Minister just demonstrated, they do not answer the question. So my question is simple, Mr. Speaker. Why did her department try to overrule the Canadian Armed Forces and force them to train the Chinese military on Canadian soil while our citizens were being imprisoned?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear about our government's priority since the moment that Michael Spavor and Michael Kovrig were detained. Our clear priority then and now is to secure the release of these two brave Canadians. We stand with them, we stand with their families, and we are going to continue working doggedly until we secure their release.
The Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, today is the second anniversary of the jailing of the two Michaels. This morning we learned that the Deputy Prime Minister put pressure on the Canadian Army to participate in joint exercises with the Chinese Army. It's incredible, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal government has to take this situation seriously and stand up against the Chinese regime. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government and I personally, we are taking all authoritarian communist regimes' threat seriously. When it comes to China, our clear priority is that we need to stress today on this sad anniversary is that the two Michaels, Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor, are two brave Canadians. I commend the efforts of their family, and I'd like to point out today that Canada is working for them, and we will keep doing so. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Mr. Speaker, all of Quebec's living premiers, the National Assembly, the mayors of Quebec's 6 largest cities, all the unions, everyone in Quebec wants the Charter of the French language enforced in federally regulated businesses. Yesterday, the Prime Minister said he wasn't going to do anything. He was going to wait to see Quebec's legislation on language. I just want to clarify, Mr. Speaker. Can the Liberals confirm that the federal government will submit to Quebec's legislation? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you for the question. Mr. Speaker, our government is very aware of the fragility of the French language in Quebec and in Montreal. We understand the importance of supporting the French language, and we will continue to do that. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. That sounds like someone who doesn't want to do anything. The Bloc has introduced a bill to apply Bill 101 to companies under federal jurisdiction. When we ask the government to support it, the Liberals say they're going to wait for the Quebec legislation. When we ask them if they'll respect that, they refuse to answer. They're just stalling for time. Will the Liberal government take some responsibility and require companies under its jurisdiction to respect Bill 101? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to point out that we're very aware of the situation of French in Quebec and Montreal, and the fragility of the French language in Quebec concerns us all. As our French-speaking province, it's essential to protect French and give it the place it deserves. We care about this issue and we'll be happy to work with all members of the House on this issue.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For decades, Liberal and Conservative governments have cut back on health transfers. And as a result, there's less access for our loved ones to health care. And when the premiers are calling for an increase in health transfers, why is the Prime Minister refusing to boost those transfers to take better care of people? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we have invested heavily in health care, and we will always invest significantly substantial amounts in healthcare, be it in Quebec or elsewhere in Canada. Fighting COVID-19 is not just one person's job. It's all of our job. It's a shared responsibility. Today, now is the time to work together. Vaccines are coming next week, and we need to fight together against COVID-19.
Here's what we're learning. More and more reports are coming out that confirm that large companies took public money, laid off their workers, and made massive profits. Yet this Liberal government, this Prime Minister, has no concerns about that. What this Prime Minister is concerned about is going after self-employed workers and artists with clawbacks to CERB that they applied for in good faith. The Prime Minister can fix this problem right now. Will the Prime Minister commit to ending the clawbacks to self-employed workers and artists who applied for the CERB in good faith?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when Canadians needed support the most, the CERB was there, and it supported nearly 9 million Canadians. The CRA has issued letters to some CERB recipients where the agency could not validate income eligibility criteria. The letters do not require immediate payment. Rather, they inform the individual that there may be a requirement to repay amounts received. Mr. Speaker, we have supported Canadians throughout this crisis, and we will continue to do so.
Wellington Halton Hills.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, we learned that two departments were at odds over the terms of engagement between the Canadian Army and the People's Liberation Army, with no apparent direction from the Prime Minister. This is a stunning lack of leadership. Government departments working in opposite directions. Canada's diplomats and military working at cross purposes. When will this government develop a clear policy on China? The Honourable Minister of Global Affairs. Mr. Speaker, today is a sad day. It's been 2 years since Michael Kovrig and Michael Spowart were imprisoned in China. 2 years were stolen from them, their families, and their loved ones. Mr. Speaker, I know that here on this side of the House, and I hope on all sides of the House, and even all Canadians, Mr. Speaker, are speaking with a single voice in calling for their immediate release. We will fight with them every step of the way. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, that answer demonstrates why this government's policy on China is such a complete mess. Yes. The Prime Minister took one position on Meng Wanzhou, Ambassador McCallum another. The government was going to make a decision on Huawei before the last election, then they weren't. The government was going to come forward with a new framework on China, then they weren't. Instead, we got an evolving and shifting policy, the opposite of a framework. Enough is enough. When will this government start defending Canadian interests and Canadian values, work with our allies, and come forward with a clear, coherent policy on China?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid today is not a day for politics, Mr. Speaker. Today is a sober day that marks 2 years of the arbitrary detention of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spivak. Mr. Speaker, 2 years that have been stolen from these fine gentlemen, 2 years that have been stolen from their families and their loved ones. Mr. Speaker, I know that on this side of the House, and I know that my colleagues on the other side, and indeed all Canadians want to speak with one voice today to ask for the immediate release of Michael Kovrig and Spivak. Mr. Speaker, we will fight with them at every step of the way.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
It'd be great, Mr. Speaker, if the minister would actually answer the question. Yesterday, top secret government documents revealed that this Liberal government was irate when our Chief of Defence Staff stopped Communist Chinese troops from receiving winter warfare training on Canadian soil with our soldiers. Even after acknowledging there were national security concerns raised by our Five Eye partners, the Liberal government said there's still a desire to maintain an ongoing relationship with China. Why is the Prime Minister bowing to the Chinese Communist regime and turning his back on our closest allies?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our government will always stand up for Canadians at home and abroad, and this includes our relationship with China. But let me be very clear, we do not train with the Chinese military. But I understand the member's concern, Mr. Speaker, because it was a previous government that actually signed a cooperation plan initiative in 2013 under Rob Nicholson when he was the Minister of National Defence, and that member was a Parliamentary Secretary of Defence at that time. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, the Defence Minister knows full well that the Chinese government back then to the Chinese government today is completely different. And Canadians are shocked and outraged by the Prime Minister cozying up to the regime in Beijing. That's his own, that even the Defence Minister accurately described as being engaged in hostage diplomacy. We already know the Prime Minister naively admires the communist dictatorship and now wants to train Chinese troops at Garrison Petawawa so they can learn tactics that our Five Eye allies warned would cause a dangerous transfer of military knowledge. It is sickening that the Prime Minister has complete disregard for our armed forces, our national security, and our democratic way of life. So the only question is, Mr. Speaker, whose side is
the Honourable Minister?
Mr. Speaker, and this is because of the agreement that they had signed, this is one of the reasons why we actually changed our approach, because of the concerns that the member outlined, Mr. Speaker, because we will always stand up for our to Canadians who are arbitrarily detained. This is one of the reasons why we actually stopped our training with the Chinese, Mr. Speaker, and this is exactly what we're doing. And I would ask the member right now to stop turning this into a political issue, because that's exactly the steps that we have taken. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In recent months, Canadians have been more than ever aware of the many health needs. But in order to meet those needs, we need appropriate funding. And as we know, healthcare comes under provincial jurisdiction. For the provinces to do a proper job, they need adequate funding. Is the Liberal government prepared to commit to stable, predictable, and unconditional appropriate health care funding? The Honourable Health Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the start of the pandemic, our government has supported Canadians. The federal government has provided $8 out of $10 to cover COVID-19 related costs. We will continue to work with our partners and do everything that's needed for as long as it's needed. until we get through this pandemic. Thank you. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the answer in French, but that wasn't the question. The question has to do with stable, predictable, and unconditional health transfers for health care. But when you take seniors' homes, the Prime Minister said, yes, we'd be willing to help with the funding, but here are the strings attached. That's not how it works, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister of this Liberal government is currently meeting with provincial premiers. Is he willing? Does he agree that health funding should be stable, predictable, and with no strings attached? The Honourable Health Minister. Since 2015, our government has made unprecedented investments to support healthcare in Canada. For the next 5 years, the total funding to the provinces and territories for health transfers should reach $235 billion. We will continue to support the provinces and territories. Thank you. The honourable member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, Ottawa is apparently planning to subject Quebec to a carbon tax because Canada is failing to meet its targets under the Paris Agreement. Look, each and every Quebecer, their GHG emissions are 2.5 times lower than a Canadian's. They've got the wrong target, Mr. Speaker. We're at the top of the class. Quebec is already pricing carbon with the carbon exchange we created. Why doesn't the government encourage other provinces to join the carbon exchange instead of trying to teach us lessons? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question. Quebec is a leader in combating climate change. They've had a carbon exchange since 2013. And the system, Quebec system, is compliant every year. We are supporting provinces like Quebec, provinces that are taking bold steps to clean up the environment for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Repentigny. Well, join with us then. This government bought a pipeline for $17 billion. This government is in a tizzy because the new U.S. president isn't keen on Keystone XL. This government took advantage of the pandemic to authorize 100 oil drillings without environmental assessment. And after all that, this government is surprised that greenhouse gas emissions aren't going down? Seriously, does this government think it's in a position to lecture Quebec? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect the government to take action on climate change while boosting economic growth at the same time. As part of our plan to bounce back better from the pandemic, we will be providing subsidies of up to $5,000 for Canadians to do energy retrofits of their homes. And our solutions will be based on science, and we will be printing 2 billion trees for our children and for future generations. Thank you. The honourable member for Avignon. Mr. Speaker, despite all the rhetoric, the federal government doesn't even have a plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. They've tabled a bill that claims to aim for net zero emissions, but they still haven't set a target for 2030. Then when they do, they're giving themselves the power to change that target if they want, if they're failing to meet it. There's no accountability. Quebec has a plan. It also has a carbon exchange. Why is the minister changing his mind today and wanting to impose a carbon tax on Quebec too, which will encroach on Quebec's jurisdiction? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary is on mute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Here are the facts. We are taking solid steps to improve accountability for this and future governments. My colleague must be aware that the architectural structure of the Paris Agreement, based on 2030, just like BC's plan and Quebec's plan, and in other countries in the world, we're all doing the same thing. And the 5 years of progress will assess whether we're on the right track. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Conservatives weren't warned that the original wage subsidy could potentially be used by corporate profiteers to pay out dividends to their shareholders. The government dismissed our concerns, and what happened? 68 of those companies did exactly what we originally warned. Meanwhile, the government goes after tiny micro businesses who thought they were eligible for the CERB based on their gross income. Now the government says, no, we meant net. Why is it the government is picking the pockets of the little guy in order to pad the pockets of the fat cat?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak for a moment about the wage subsidy. This subsidy, which was supported unanimously by all members of this House, has supported more than 3.9 million Canadian jobs. And let me be clear, the wage subsidy can only be claimed for employee remuneration. It cannot be used for any other purposes. This is a support measure which is keeping Canadians on the job, keeping Canadians at work, and I'm pleased all members of this House supported it.
Member for Carleton.
Well, all the money goes into the same account. So what the business actually uses it for is impossible to say. 68 companies took money they would have used for wages, and instead of paying workers more, keeping them on, they laid them off and effectively used the tax dollars Canadians provided them to pay it out to wealthy shareholders, just as we warned would happen. Other countries brought in controls to protect taxpayers from this kind of abuse. Why didn't this government do the same?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, let me again remind all members of this House that the wage subsidy is supporting more than 3.9 million Canadians to keep their jobs. That is essential. The wage subsidy does include an accountability requirement in the legislation. An officer in the company must attest to the accuracy of the company's claims when claiming this subsidy. Now, I know that Canadian business people are honest and responsible, and that the vast majority of them play by the rules. But let me be clear in this House today. We mean it, the rules are there, and they will be enforced.
For Carleton.
Well, she claims to believe businesses are honest, but this is the same government that was calling small businesses tax cheats not so long ago. And when recently the minister said she wanted to, quote, unlock the savings of Canadians, including small businesses, for a preloaded stimulus, it brought back an awful lot of memories of when the government attempted to impose a 73% tax on the savings of small business people. This is the same party that has threatened to tax the capital gains on primary residence. Will this minister, yes or no, rule out taxes on capital gains of principal residences, reintroducing the previous small business taxes, or any other tax increase?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I think we have all seen that the Conservatives have in recent days been descending into some dark and indeed dystopian conspiracy theories. And I think I understand why. The problem is the Conservatives themselves can't figure out what they stand for. Do they believe in science, or do they believe in anti-vaxxers? Do they believe in supporting Canadians and Canadian business, or do they believe in austerity? Do they believe in free trade, or do they believe in protectionism? Mr. Speaker, what the Conservatives need to do is figure out what they stand for and let us know once they've...
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre. Order.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday my motion calling on this government to make greater investments into housing shelterless individuals passed with unanimous consent. In the last 2 months, 4 cases of trench fever have been diagnosed in Winnipeg Centre, a disease not seen in Canada for almost 100 years. It is a result of extreme poverty. Our community is facing another public health crisis, and we need help now. Will this government commit to making investments now so people in Winnipeg can have their basic human rights to health and housing met?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I want to join the honourable member in recognizing the urgency of the situation. We are making the necessary investments, and we are committing to future investments. In the fall economic statement, you saw almost $300 million additional dollars for the federal Reaching Home program, which tackles head-on issues around homelessness and funds 62 communities who are on the front lines in the fight against homelessness. Early during the pandemic, we funded an additional $157 million in Reaching Home dollars, $50 million more for women's shelters, $237 million.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, Dave owns Wayward Distillery in my riding. He and his employees produced hand sanitizer for local police, healthcare workers, and community organizations. He gave away tens of thousands of dollars of sanitizer for free and sold some at cost. So even though his profit went down, his revenue shows as up. And the government says he doesn't qualify for any emergency support programs. Why did the Liberals abandon Canadian heroes and give big orders to multinational corporations instead of purchasing from small Canadian businesses like Dave's?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you for the question. And Mr. Speaker, I would be pleased to be in touch with the Office of the Honourable Member and learn more about the particular situation of that business. We do have a wide range of programs in place to support Canadian businesses: the wage subsidy, rent support, additional lockdown support, CEBA, including the new CEBA top-up that became available last Friday, and the RDAs are there to fill in the gaps for businesses that, for unique reasons, just don't quite qualify. So I would be happy to work with the honourable member about this business.
Member for Miramichi, Grand Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to say that with the help from the federal government, ExploreNet is now able to offer their customers in New Brunswick high-speed internet. This includes customers from Blackville, Bay-Saint-Anne, Acadieville, and St. Margaret's in my riding. I know that the government has created a network of resources, including universal broadband funds, that will benefit communities like ours in getting connected to this essential service. Can the minister tell the House what else New Brunswickers can expect when it comes to future of connectivity? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Rural Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank my honorable colleague from Miramichi for working so hard to get his community connected to high-speed internet. Because of his hard work and hard work of members like him, by the end of this month, 2,973 households in New Brunswick will be connected to this essential service. In the next 2 years, another 83,000 will have high-speed connectivity. I urge my colleagues across the aisle to stop spreading misinformation about the program. It's discouraging their communities from applying. Our government will work with all partners to get every Canadian connected.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just take a moment on behalf of all parliamentarians and thank the doctors, nurses, long-term care workers, lab technicians that have been working overtime, putting their lives and their families at risk throughout the pandemic this year to keep Canadians healthy and safe. We all have an obligation to support their work across partisan lines. So ahead of the First Minister's meeting this week, will the government commit to increased, stable, predictable, and most importantly, unconditional funding for healthcare for the provinces?
Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to echo the member opposite's thanks to healthcare workers across the country, including all of those that she mentioned, and pharmacists and personal support workers that are working in the community. We know that they're bearing the burden for all of us, and one of the best ways, Mr. Speaker, that we can help them is to contain the spread of COVID-19. So I encourage all Canadians to continue, even though it's difficult, to take the measures as prescribed to reduce the spread of COVID-19 and support these hardworking healthcare workers so they too can get a rest in the near future.
Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
But that's not the answer that we're looking for. It's very simple here. I think, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberals need to figure out what they believe in. Do they believe in the We Charity scandal and giving money to their insider friends, or do they believe in giving money to long-term care workers? Do they believe in Aga Khan Island, or do they believe in increasing funding for doctors and nurses? Do they believe in SNC-Lavalin, Or do they believe in stable, predictable, unconditional funding for increased healthcare transfer payments to the provinces?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure what the member opposite believes in, but here's what this government has believed in all the way, and that's supporting Canadians through the pandemic. Yes, we believe in health care, and that's why we transferred $24 billion, Mr. Speaker, through COVID-19 Safe Restart funds to provinces and territories so they could augment testing and contact tracing and data so that they could support workers with wage top-ups and long-term care. We also, Mr. Speaker, created a rapid response program to send in people like hardworking people through the Canadian Red Cross, Mr. Speaker, sent the military in to support long-term care homes when they couldn't manage, Mr. Speaker. Every step of the way, we've been there for Canadians, and we'll continue to do so.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, to respond to the appeal of the Prime Minister in the spring, Canadian distilleries invested massively to manufacture disinfectant to counter the pandemic. And we've learned that during that time, the Liberal government has been granting contracts to foreign companies to make disinfectant with no consideration for Canadian businesses right here at home. Mr. Speaker, how can the Prime Minister explain that?
The Honourable Minister of Public Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable colleague for that excellent question. But I want to say that since the beginning of this pandemic, what this government has done is to support businesses across this country who have stepped up and gone above and beyond to support the effort against COVID-19. Roughly 1,000 companies, Mr. Speaker, pivoted to produce PPE in the fight against COVID-19. Companies like Fluid Technologies in Edmonton, Mr. Speaker, making hand sanitizer for all of Canada. We are immensely proud of how Canadian industry stepped up, and we continue to support Canadians through their efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lotbinière. Mr. Speaker, it's a total of $570 million that this government has spent abroad, including $252 million for Chinese disinfectant. No contract has been given to our Canadian distilleries right here at home, including one in my riding, Esmart, which invested $150,000 in the effort to fight COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, when there's a chance to buy Canadian, why doesn't the Liberal government do so? It's another scandal. The Honourable Minister of Public Services. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank my honourable colleague for this excellent question, but that's not the case, absolutely not the case, Mr. Speaker. We have a contract with Fluid Energy Corp.
Now, $106 million, Mr. Speaker, and Fluid Energy has provided that hand sanitizer. So right here in Canada, hand sanitizer produced in this country while we support businesses right across this country for the benefit of Canadians. Always. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, this government is once again working against Quebec when it comes to shipbuilding. It's sidelining the Davie shipyards from a $2 billion icebreaker contract to give it to Seaspan in Vancouver. But that contract is a one that Seaspan already had, and for 6 years, nothing was done. And in fact, the federal government had to withdraw the contract from it after 2019. I'm not kidding, Mr. Speaker. The government is prepared to give this contract back to a shipyard that had already failed instead of giving it to Quebec. How can these liberal Quebecers stand idly by? The Honourable Minister of Public Services.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to say this has been a wonderful week for Canadians. We are going to have vaccines in this country on Monday. Pfizer has been approved. Pfizer has committed to vaccine deliveries, and all Canadians can be so proud. Au sujet de la question...
Concerning the question, Mr. Speaker, we have not yet made a decision on the icebreaker. This is an ongoing process, and we will consider all options. Now, Davie Shipyard is a very strong and viable partner, and we work with Davie Shipyard. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, 3%. 3%. That's the share of the contracts that Quebec received under the Liberal leadership. And Quebec is the province that pays the second largest amount of taxes. It has the largest shipyard in Canada, and it can't even receive more than 3% of federal contracts. We're being robbed of a contract by a shipyard that has already proved that it was not able to fulfill the contract. Now, that's 2,500 jobs in Lévis, Quebec alone. Now, will my Liberal colleagues from Quebec, will they stand with me on this matter? The Honourable Minister of Public Services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is not the case, not the case at all. We have granted over 14% of these contracts to the tune of over $2 billion to Quebec businesses. And also, with regard to these icebreakers, we have not yet made a decision. As I have already said, Davie Shipyard is a strong and important partner with our government, and we are working with this shipyard. Thank you.
Abbotsford.
Well, Uyghurs, Tibetans, Christians, Falun Gong, even the residents of Hong Kong face persecution in China. The Washington Post reports that Huawei has tested face recognition software that could be used by China's regime to spy on its minorities and report them to police. Now the same company wants to build out Canada's 5G network, raising fears that its technology will be used to spy on us and undermine our national security. To the Prime Minister, when will he finally say no to Huawei?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Economic Development, or Industry and Science, rather.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And our government continues to protect our networks. We're going to ensure that Canada benefits from the latest technology and the latest innovations in telecom. And a review of 5G technology and associated economic and security issues is ongoing. Our experts will be advising us all the way. Our allies will be advising us all the way. And let's be clear, the security of Canadians will never be compromised.
Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn.
With many small businesses going digital due to the pandemic, there is an incredible amount of data points such as passwords, emails, and sensitive personal information. This government knows terrorist organizations, cyber criminals, and foreign threat actors such as China are carrying out massive cyber attacks against our government and Canadians. These attacks have a negative impact on our economy, our national security, and the lives of Canadians. Why is this government's response to cyber attacks and China so naive?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you how seriously we take this. And in fact, I'll just remind this House that just last week we brought forward in the mains vote $20.9 million in funding for the RCMP, enhancements to the RCMP federal cybercrime enforcement. This is a good opportunity, Mr. Speaker, for me to thank the members of the Bloc and the NDP who joined us in voting for this essential investment.
Honourable Member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, the Chinese state-owned Shandong Mining Company is trying to acquire TMAC resources in Nunavut. Like the Russians, the Chinese Communist Party is actively positioning itself for military and economic dominance in the Arctic. That's why security experts like retired Major General David Fraser have strongly urged this government not to allow this deal to go through. Can the Minister of Public Safety assure Canadians that the government will not give up any further ground to the Chinese Communist Party in Canada's Arctic?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me assure the member opposite and this House that we will always remain ever vigilant in ensuring that we protect the interests of Canadians and in particular our sovereignty in the North. We rely on the advice and the information we receive from the national security intelligence community in making these decisions, and we will always stand up for Canadian interests.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the conflict in Syria was in full force and on display to the world. We all remember the heartbreaking images and stories of the families affected that moved people around the globe, including Canadians. It's now been 5 years since Canadians stepped up in overwhelming numbers to sponsor Syrian refugees, and the first of the refugees began to arrive in Canada. Can the Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship update the House on Operation Syrian Refugees?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I want to thank the honourable member for her advocacy and for her hard work. 5 years ago, Canadians began an ambitious and national effort to welcome some of the world's most vulnerable as they fled the conflict in Syria. Some said it couldn't be done, but the outpouring of compassion as communities across the country opened their doors and their hearts led to 73,000 people making Canada their new home, including the 29 that I just welcomed into the family of Canadian citizenship earlier today. We now lead the world in welcoming refugees because we know when Canadians succeed, everyone succeeds. I'd like to thank Canadians for their efforts and wish every success to all who have found a new home in Canada. Merci.
The honourable member for West Nova.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For months, Canadians who work and depend on the aviation sector have been calling on the Liberal government for a concrete action plan. After suspending service between Sydney and Halifax earlier this fall, all flights to Sydney have now been cancelled indefinitely, leaving many Cape Bretoners without air service for the foreseeable future. As a result of this suspension, airport employees, rotational workers, university students, and many others will be greatly impacted. 10 months into this pandemic, will this government finally act and present its plan for the aviation sector?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we recognize that many have been impacted severely by COVID, particularly in the air sector. And we regret the fact that routes have been abandoned. And that is why we are working on solutions to this. As you know, in the fall economic statement, we announced more than $1 billion in aid to airports and also regional airlines. And we are also working on negotiations with the major airlines to find solutions that will ensure regional support of airlines to communities that need it.
Honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Young Subway extension is critical for job creation, economic recovery, and growth, yet this government refuses to invest. The Prime Minister said he wants to invest, but he's waiting for the Ontario government. But the Ontario government has provided everything he's asked for and committed the funds to get this project built. It's Ontario who is waiting for this government. No more excuses, no more delays. Why won't the Prime Minister just say yes to the Young Subway extension?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, we have the same question and the answer will be the same. We continue to invest in public transit, historic amounts in public transit. In fact, 13 times more than the previous government who invested only $1 billion. We've invested $13 billion and we continue to move forward. We are looking forward to receiving from the Ontario government business plans for public transit projects, including the project in the members' riding. We need to create jobs. We need to go ahead, but we also need to be mindful of taxpayer dollars, and that's exactly what we're going to do as we rebuild our economy, create jobs, and build a more sustainable future for Canadians.
Honourable member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Mr. Speaker, I've heard the Finance Minister's responses today. Let me be clear. We support the wage subsidy and we fought to increase it. But what's also clear is the program is being terribly managed. 68 companies who are able to pay large dividends to shareholders while collecting the subsidy. And this government is bad at managing programs and money. They're either giving it away to large corporations like this or to friends and insiders. Mr. Speaker, when will this government stop acting like Santa Claus by giving to rich companies and their friends and fix the wage subsidy?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the wage subsidy was supported by all members of this House, and for a very good reason. This program has been essential in keeping Canadians on the job, in keeping Canadian companies going through COVID. 3.9 million Canadian jobs have been supported by this program. And Mr. Speaker, as we approach Christmas, that's something all of us should be proud to have been a part of. Now, Mr. Speaker, this program does come with serious accountability measures, and our government fully expects all companies who avail themselves of this program to follow the rules.
Honourable member for Chateauguay-Lacole.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-7, which amends the medical assistance in dying framework in Canada, is the result of a detailed consultation process in which over 300,000 Canadians participated, including health professionals, persons with disabilities, and caregivers. And the deadline set by the courts to adopt this bill is rapidly approaching. Can the minister explain to us why it is so important to respect the deadline set by the court for all Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for Châteauguay-Lacolle for her question and also for her great wisdom. Mr. Speaker, we must respect the deadline of the courts so that we do not prolong the needless suffering of Canadians. Canadians like Audrey Parker, who chose to move up the date of her death so that she could be sure of having the choice. Or come Jean Truchon, who had the courage to fight right up until the end, just before he left us. Mr. Speaker, I am Minister of Justice, but I am first and foremost a member from Quebec. Respecting Quebec is also respecting the will of its courts. I'd like to thank all members to help C7 to progress so that we can respect the deadline of the courts. It's our duty, Mr. Speaker, for Ms. Parker, for Mr. Truchon, and all Canadians who are suffering needlessly.
Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, 2 years ago, when veteran Sean Brewery stood up for himself and others in similar situations, the former Veterans Minister berated him in the media. The very next day, the government took away the benefit that he needs to care for his children so that he can get the help he needs for his PTSD. Finally, today, after years of fighting, Mr. Brewery's benefit is to be reinstated. Why does this government continue to spend taxpayer money on fighting veterans in court instead of serving them?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. And of course, decisions on veterans' files are made by our professional, non-partisan public servants, always with the intent to care and compassion and respect for veterans. Mr. Speaker, this government has continued to invest in veterans, and we will continue to invest in veterans because they are the ones that provide our freedom and democracy, and we are fully aware of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fredericton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 2020 turned out to be a year that no one could have imagined, and the government was able to respond quickly to enact programs to help Canadians cope during the pandemic. We saw support for workers who lost their employment, youth and students who lost summer income opportunities, parents, predominantly women, who had to make the difficult decision to stay at home with children, forced into double duty or forced to leave their jobs. What that effectively means is that millions of people received something like a basic income for the first time in their lives this year. And yet, so many people are still falling through the cracks. Mr. Speaker, will this government, in the spirit of the holiday, offer the life-changing gift of compassion to Canadians and finally, a guaranteed livable income for all?
The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much for that question. I agree that working together, all members of this House have provided unprecedented support to Canadians, to Canadian businesses, and to the Canadian economy as we have faced together this unprecedented crisis. Now is the moment for us, as we face a very, very virulent second wave, including in New Brunswick, to focus on the crisis at hand, to focus on supporting Canadians as they fight the coronavirus, to focus on beating the coronavirus, and to focus on deploying vaccines. And that is where our government is focused, and I hope that's work we can all do together. Thank you.
This will conclude question period for today. The chair has notice of 2 points of order. We'll go to the first one. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there has been discussions with other parties, and I believe you will find unanimous support and agreement with the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Bill C-13, an act to amend the criminal code, be deemed read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in the committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred at report stage, and deemed read a third time as passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As members will be familiar, this is where we ask only for those who are opposed to express their disagreement. Accordingly, I ask all those opposed to the honourable member for Windsor West moving the motion, please say nay. No? No. There is no unanimous consent. Yeah, we have other points of order. I see the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, wanting one as well. We have two others ahead of him. So tell him just to stand by for a moment. We'll now go to the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Today is Human Rights Day, and the House will soon be voting on the third reading of Bill C-7. Whatever the outcome, the debate on that bill has shown beyond a shadow of a doubt the urgent need for Canada to respect the rights and dignity of people living with disabilities. It's in that spirit that I hope if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That in the opinion of the House, in the context of a medical assistance in dying regime that does not require a reasonably foreseeable death, it is more important than ever that the government provide the resources Canadians with disabilities need to live with dignity, and therefore the House call upon the government to A, properly fund services like home care and palliative care for people across Canada, and B, ensure that people living with disabilities have an income that keeps them above the poverty line, including by transitioning people living with disabilities who currently qualify for a federal, provincial, or territorial disability income support or pension program to a federal benefit of $2,200 per month.
Once again, for the sake of clarity, I would ask only those who are opposed to the request to express their disagreement. Accordingly, all those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. There is no unanimous consent. Now, the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. During the question period, my colleague from Nose Hill mentioned We Charity, and as we know, did not conduct a linguistic analysis before receiving a contract from the Treasury Board. I'd like to table this government document that says that an analysis must mention Francophone minority analysis in Canada and fully recognize the use of French and English in Canadian society. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable, does he have unanimous consent to table this document? There is no unanimous consent.
It being 3:10 p.m., pursuant to an order made on Wednesday, September 23rd, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-7. Call in the members.
Order. The list of members voting by video conference has now been established for use by the table. The question is the following one.
Seconded by Mrs. Leboutillier, move that Bill C-7, an act to amend the Criminal Code, Medical Assistance in Dying, be now read a third time and do pass. All those in favor of the motion and participating in person will please rise.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Freeland.
Miss Freeland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Miss Haidu.
Miss Haidu.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Miss Annan.
Miss Annan.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Miss Ing.
Ms. Ng.
Mrs. Scholt.
Mrs. Scholt.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Miss Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Madame Benayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Miss Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Monsieur Elkoury.
Miss O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Anand Sangari.
Mr. Anand Sangari.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Miss Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Duval.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Miss Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Miss Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
All those opposed to the motion and participating in person will please rise.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
Mr. Polyev.
Mr. Polyev.
Miss Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Miss Bergen.
Miss Bergen.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Vaughn. Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Chu.
Mr. Chu.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
We will now call members who are participating by video conference one by one in alphabetical order and by party based on the list at the table. After you have been called, indicate whether you vote for or against the motion. Please ensure your camera is turned on at all times and your microphone turned on only when voting.
Nous commençons avec des députés.
We're starting with the members of the Liberal Party.
Monsieur Arsenault.
En faveur.
Monsieur Arsenault, pour, oui, for.
Mr. Area.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Area, pour.
Mr. Badaway.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Badaway, pour.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Bagnall, for.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Baines, pour.
Mr. Baptiste. Mr. Baptiste.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Baptiste, pour.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Beach, pour.
Madame Bessette.
Je vote pour.
Madame Bessette, pour.
Mr. Blois.
Vote for the motion.
Blois, pour.
Madame Brière.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Brière, pour.
Mr. Casey.
I vote for the motion.
Casey, pour.
Miss Chager.
Mr. Speaker, in favor.
Ms. Chager, pour.
Mr. Chen.
Monsieur le Président, je suis en faveur.
Mr. Chen, pour.
Monsieur Cormier.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Cormier, pour.
Ms. De Brusen.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. De Brusen, pour.
Ms. Demoff.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Demoff, 4 pour.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Dhaliwal, pour 4.
Mr. Dong.
Speaker, I vote in favor of motion.
Dong, 4 pour.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Dubourg, pour 4.
Mr. Duguid.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Duguid, pour 4.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, 4 pour.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Zerowitz, 4 pour.
Mr. Easter.
I vote for the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Easter, 4 pour.
Mr. Isasi.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Isasi, 4 pour.
Mr. Ellis.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Ellis, 4 pour.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Erskine Smith, called against.
Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Finnegan.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Finnegan, pour 4.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Fisher, 4 pour.
Mr. Fonseca.
Je vote pour.
Mr. Fonseca, pour 4.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
I vote in favor.
Fragiscatos, 4 pour.
Mr. Fraser.
I vote for the motion.
Just ask Mr. Fraser if we just try that one more time to see if we can activate the video.
I vote for the motion. There is a technical issue. I may try to resolve it and come back at the end.
Thank you for that, Mr. Fraser. And just a reminder to all honourable members, please keep your microphones muted until it comes time to record your vote. We'll carry on.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Garneau, pour 4.
Mr. Gerritsen.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Gerritsen, 4 pour.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Hardy, 4 pour.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Holland, 4 pour.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Housefather, 4 pour.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Hussein, pour 4.
Miss Hutchins.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Hutchins, pour 4.
Monsieur Iacono.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Iacono, pour 4.
Ms. Jacek.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Jacek, 4 pour.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Joly, pour 4.
Miss Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Jones, 4 pour.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Jordan, 4 pour.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Johari, 4 pour.
Mr. Kellaway.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kellaway, 4 pour.
Miss Kara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Kara, 4 pour.
Madame Koutrakis.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Koutrakis, pour 4.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk, 4 pour.
Madame Lalonde.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Lalonde, pour 4.
Miss Lambropoulos.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Lambropoulos, pour 4.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Latanzio, 4 pour.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Lauzon, pour 4.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Le Boutillier, pour 4.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Je vote en faveur de la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Lightbound, pour 4.
Mr. Long.
Monsieur le Président, je vote in favor.
Mr. Long, pour 4.
Mr. Longfield.
I vote in favor.
Field, 4 pour.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga, 4 pour.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, in favor.
Ms. Macaulay Cardigan, 4 pour.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, pour 4.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Maloney, 4 pour.
Madame Martinez-Farada.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Martinez-Farada, pour 4.
Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. May Cambridge, 4 pour.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mrs. McCrimmon, pour 4.
Mr. McDonald.
Je vote pour.
Mr. McDonald, pour 4.
Mr. McGinty.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McGinty, 4 pour.
Mr. McKay.
I abstain, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. McCain, abstention, abstention.
Ms. McKenna.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. McKenna, 4 pour.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Ms. McKinnon, Coquitlam Port Coquitlam, pour 4.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. Mandacino.
Je vote pour la motion. Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Mendocino, pour 4.
Back to Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories, 4 pour.
Monsieur Miller.
Je vote pour.
Mr. Miller, pour 4.
Miss Monsef.
Je vote en faveur.
Ms. Monsef, pour 4.
Mr. Morrissey.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Morrissey, pour 4.
Mr. Oliphant.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Oliphant, 4 pour.
Mr. O'Regan.
I vote for the motion.
O'Regan, 4 pour.
Miss Petitpas-Taylor.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor, pour 4.
Mr. Pulowski.
I vote against the motion.
Pulaski, against, Colt.
Miss Qualtrough.
I vote for the motion.
Qualtrough, 4 pour.
Mr. Regan.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Regan, 4 pour.
Monsieur Robillard.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Robillard, pour 4.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Rogers, 4 pour.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Romanado, pour 4.
Miss Sahota, Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Sahota, Brampton North, 4 pour.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Saini, 4 pour.
Mr. Sajan.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Sajan, 4 pour.
Miss Sachs.
I vote in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Sachs, 4 pour.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur le Président, je vote.
Pouvez-vous répéter, Monsieur Sanson?
Oui, Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Sanson, pour 4.
Mr. Senga.
I vote for the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Senga, 4 pour.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Sarai, 4 pour.
Monsieur Shifke.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur. Merci.
Mr. Shifke, pour 4.
Miss Scrow.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Scrow, 4 pour.
Mr. Sheehan.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sheehan, 4 pour.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South, 4 pour.
Mr. Sims.
Duncan.
In favor.
Ouais. T'envoies la réponse du ministre.
Mr. Sims, I wonder if you can do that again. Just repeat one more time.
In favor.
Mr. Sims, 4 pour.
Mr. Sobera.
I vote in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sobera, 4 pour.
Mr. Spangeman.
Je suis en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Spangeman, pour 4.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Tassi, 4 pour.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Turnbull, 4 pour.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Van Bynen, 4 pour.
Monsieur Vandal.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Vandal, 4 pour.
Mr. Vaughan.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Vaughan, 4 pour.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Varani, 4 pour.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Weiler, 4 pour.
Mr. Wilkinson.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Wilkinson, 4 pour.
Miss Yip.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Yip, 4 pour.
Miss Young.
Monsieur le Président, je suis pour la motion.
Ms. Young, pour 4.
Miss Zan.
Monsieur le Président, je suis pour la motion.
Ms. Zan, pour 4.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Speaker, I abstain on this motion. Je m'abstiens.
Mr. Zuberi, abstention.
Members of the Conservative Party.
Mr. O'Toole.
I vote against.
Mr. O'Toole, against, contre.
Mr. Al-Boutaif.
I vote against.
Al-Boutaif, contre. Against, contre.
Mr. Albis.
I vote against the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Albis, against, contre.
Miss Alislav.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Alislav, pour 4.
Mr. Allison.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Allison, against, contre.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Arnold, against, contre.
Mr. Baldinelli.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Baldinelli, against, contre.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Against, contre.
Mr. Barrett.
I vote nay. Against.
Mr. Barrett, against, contre.
Mr. Benson.
I vote against.
Mr. Benson, against, contre.
Monsieur Berthold.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Berthold, pour 4.
Mr. Bazan.
I am opposed.
Mr. Bazan, against, contre.
Monsieur Blény, Bellechasse-Léger-Chemin-Lévis.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Blény, Bellechasse-Léger-Chemin-Lévis, contre, against.
Mrs. Block.
I vote against.
Mrs. Block, against, contre.
Mr. Bragdon.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Bragdon, against, contre.
Mr. Calkins.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Calkins, against, contre.
Mr. Carey.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Carey, against, contre.
Mr. Chong.
I vote against
Chong,
the motion.
Against, contre.
Mr. Cooper.
I vote against.
Mr. Cooper, against, contre.
Mr. Cumming.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Cumming, against, contre.
Mr. Dalton.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Dalton, contre, against.
Monsieur d'Entremont.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Monsieur D'Entremont, si vous pouvez répéter, juste pour lancer la vidéo.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Mr. D'Entremont, contre, against.
Mr. Diot.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Diot, against, contre.
Mr. Doherty.
Against.
Mr. Doherty, against, contre.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Dowdall, against, contre.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Dreeshen, against, called.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, called. Against.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Epp, against, called.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster, against, called.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Falk, Provencher, against, called.
Miss Finley, South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Miss Finley, South Surrey, White Rock, against, called.
Miss Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
I vote against the motion.
Miss Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk, against, called.
Mrs. Gallant.
I'm opposed to the motion.
Mrs. Gallant, against, called.
Monsieur Généreux.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Généreux, pour.
Mr. Jennis.
No. Against.
Mr. Jennis, against, called.
Ms. Gladue.
I vote against the motion.
Gladue, against, called.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur le Président, je m'abstiens.
Mr. Godin, abstention.
Miss Gray.
I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Gray, against, called.
Miss Harder.
I vote against the motion.
Harder, against, called.
Mr. Holback.
I vote against the motion. I vote against the motion.
Mr. Hoback, against, called.
Miss Jensen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Jensen, against, called.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Genereux, against, called.
Mr. Kelly.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Kelly, against, called.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kent, pour.
Mr. Kitchen.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Kitchen, against, called.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion. Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Kimmich, against, called.
Mr. Cram.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Cram,
Mr. Speaker,
against,
I vote
called.
against the motion.
Mrs. Cousy.
Je vote contre la motion. I vote against the motion.
Mrs. Cousy, called, against.
Mr. Lake.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Lake, called, against.
Mr. Lawrence.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lawrence, against, called.
Monsieur Lew.
Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Lew, called, against.
Mr. Lewis, Essex.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lewis, Essex, against, called.
Mr. Leipert.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Leipert, pour.
Mr. Lloyd.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lloyd, against, called.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Lobb, against, called.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Speaker, I am opposed to the motion.
Mr. Lukivsky, against, called.
Mr. McKenzie.
Opposed?
Mr. McKenzie, against, called.
Monsieur Martel.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Martel, pour.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Mazier, against, called.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Macaulay, Edmonton West, against, called.
Mr. McColman.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. McColman, against, called.
Mr. McLean.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. McLean, pour.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
I vote against.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, against, called.
Mr. Melillo.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Melillo, pour.
Mr. Moore.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Moore, against, called.
Mr. Morantz.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Morantz, 4 pour.
Mr. Mott.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Mott, against, called.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Nader, against, called.
Mr. Padzer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Patzer, against, called.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Paulus, pour, 4.
Monsieur Reyes.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Reyes, pour, 4.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against this motion.
Redekop, against, called.
Miss Rude.
Against.
Miss Rude, against, called.
Miss Sahota, Calgary Skyview.
I'm against the motion.
Mr. Hoda, Calgary Skyview, against, called.
Mr. Soroya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote against the motion.
Mr. Soroya, against, called.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Shear, against, called.
Mr. Schmale.
Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Schmale, 4 pour.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Seaback, against, called.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Shields, against, called.
Miss Shin.
I vote against the motion.
Shin, against, called.
Mr. Sloan.
Je vote contre, against.
Mr. Sloan, called, against.
Mr. Soroka.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Soroka, against, called.
Mr. Steinley.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Steinley, against, called.
Mr. Strahl.
No.
Mr. Strahl, against, called.
Mrs. Stubbs.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Stubbs, against, called.
Mr. Tucker.
No, I vote against the motion.
Mr. Tucker, against, called.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Upal, against, called.
Mrs. Vecchio.
I vote against the motion.
Ms. Vecchio, against, called.
Mr. Vierzon.
Against.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Oh, there you are.
Mr. Vierzon, against, called.
Mr. Viss.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Viss, against, called.
Mr. Workington.
Against.
Mr. Workington, against, called.
Mr. Weber.
I vote for the motion.
Weber, 4 pour.
Mr. Williamson.
I vote against the motion. Je vote contre la motion.
Mr. Wilson, Williamson, against, called.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against the motion.
Wong, against, called.
Mr. Yerdega.
I vote against the motion.
Yerdega, against, called.
Mr. Zimmer.
I strongly oppose this motion.
Mr. Zimmer, against, called.
Les députés du Bloc québécois. The members of the Bloc québécois.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Je supporte fortement la motion.
Monsieur Blanchet, pour, 4.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval, pour, 4.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur le Président, je suis résolument en faveur de cette motion.
Bergeron, pour, 4.
Madame Bérubé.
Je suis pour la motion.
Bérubé, pour, 4.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Je suis pour la motion.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca, pour, 4.
Monsieur Boudria.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Boudria, pour, 4.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe, pour, 4.
Madame Chabot.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur.
Madame Chabot, pour, 4.
Madame Charbonneau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Charbonneau, pour, 4.
Monsieur Désilet.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Désilet, pour, 4.
Monsieur Fortin.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Fortin, pour.
Madame Godreau.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Godreau, pour.
Madame Gill.
Je vote pour la motion.
Gill, pour.
Madame Larouche.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Larouche, pour.
Monsieur Lemire.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Lemire, pour.
Monsieur Perron.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Perron, pour.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Pour la motion.
Monsieur Plamondon, pour.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay, si vous pouvez répéter vos intentions encore.
Oui, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay, pour.
Monsieur Simard.
Pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Simard, pour.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie, pour.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Thériault, pour.
Monsieur Terrien.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Terrien, pour.
Monsieur Trudel.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Trudel, pour.
Les députés du nouveau Parti démocratique. NDP members.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Singh, pour.
Miss Ashton.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Ashton, pour.
Mr. Backrack.
I vote for the motion.
Backrack, pour.
Mr. Blakey.
I vote for the motion.
Blakey, pour.
Miss Collins. Miss Collins. Mr. Garrison.
Vote for the motion.
Miss Collins, pour.
Mr. Garrison.
I vote for the motion.
Garrison, pour.
Ms. Gazan.
I vote for the motion.
And pour.
Mr. Harris.
I vote for the motion.
Harris, pour.
Madame Hughes.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Hughes, pour.
Mr. Johns.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Johns, pour.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Julian, pour.
Miss Kwan.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Kwan, pour.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
McGregor, pour.
Mr. Massey.
Yes.
Massey, pour.
Miss Matheson.
I vote for the motion.
Matheson, pour.
Miss McPherson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. McPherson, pour.
Members of the Green Party.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Pour.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Manley, pour.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Saanich Gulf Islands, pour.
Independent members.
Miss Ratansi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Miss Ratansi, pour.
Mr. Tabera.
In favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Tabera, pour.
Miss Wilson-Raybould.
I vote against the motion.
Wilson-Raybould, against, called.
Now, assuming that you did hear the question, if you wish to register your vote and were unable to do so due to technical difficulties that are now resolved, and I see some have already, but using the raised hand feature on the platform, just do so. The chair will recognize you, and I'll go in order. Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Fillmore, pour.
Mr. Morrison.
I vote against the motion.
Mr. Morrison, against, called.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Fraser, pour.
However, Mr. Speaker, I should clarify, although I did hear the question, in order to resolve the technical issue, I did have to disconnect from the Zoom meeting and re-enter. I'll leave to you whether that's a violation of the voting procedure that would discount the vote.
Did he not hear the question? It's okay. He did hear the question. No, that's fine. The honourable member did hear the question, so the vote is accepted. Ms. Fry.
Mr. Speaker, my Zoom crashed when you were reading the question, and so I was unable to hear it, but I wanted to note that I would have voted in favor.
So noted, but it won't be recorded included in the vote.
I realize that, yeah.
Yeas pour 212, 212. Nays contre 107, 107.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Before we proceed to the next vote, we'll pause briefly just to allow employees who provide support for our operations to substitute each other for safety purposes. Doing that, I think members must recognize the incredible efforts that this group of technical and support people have done these past months. Next. Alors, conformément à l'ordre.
Pursuant to order made on Wednesday, September 23, 2020, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at the second reading stage of Bill C-8.
La liste des députés votant par vidéoconférence.
The list of members voting by video conference has now been established for use by the table.
1. Mr. Mendicino, seconded by Ms. Haidu, moved that Bill C-8, an act to amend the Citizenship Act, Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's call to action number 94, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. All those in favor of the motion and participating in person will please rise.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Monsieur Lametti.
Monsieur Lametti.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Annan.
Ms. Annan.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Miss Ing.
Miss Ing.
Mrs. Scholt.
Mrs. Scholt.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Miss Ian.
Miss Ian.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Anand Sangre.
Mr. Anand Sangre.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Seri.
Monsieur Serré.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Miss Khalid.
Miss Khalid.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
Miss Rempel Gardner.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Miss Dancho.
Miss Dancho.
Miss Bergen.
Miss Bergen.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wall.
Mr. Chu.
Mr. Chu.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Miss Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
All opposed to the motion and who are participating in person, please say yea.
Madame Normande.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
We will now call members who are participating by video conference one by one in alphabetical order, as we did the last time, several last times, and by party, based on the list at the table. After you've been called, indicate whether you vote for or against the motion, and please ensure that your camera is turned on at all times, and your microphone is turned on only when you are voting, and might I add to that that you turn it off after you've finished voting. We'll now proceed with the members of the Liberal Party.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Pour, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Arsenault, pour.
Mr. Area.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Area, pour.
Mr. Badaway.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Badaway, pour.
Mr. Bagno.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Bagno, pour.
Mr. Baines.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Baines, pour.
Mr. Baptiste.
I vote in favor.
Baptiste, pour.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Beach, pour.
Madame Bessette.
Pour.
Bessette, pour.
Mr. Blois.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Blois, pour.
Madame Brière.
Je vote pour, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Brière, pour.
Mr. Casey.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Casey, pour.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Speaker, in favor.
Ms. Chager, pour.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor.
Mr. Chen, pour.
Monsieur Cormier.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Cormier, pour.
Ms. De Brusen.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Brusen, pour.
Mr. Dollywall.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Dollywall, pour.
Mr. Dong.
Speaker, I vote for. Thank you.
Mr. Dong, pour.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Dubourg, pour.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Duguid, pour.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North, pour.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Zerowitz, pour.
Mr. Easter.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Easter, pour.
Mr. Assassi.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Assassi, pour.
Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis. Erskine Smith.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Erskine Smith, pour.
Mr. Fillmore.
In favor of the motion.
Mr. Fillmore, pour.
Mr. Finnegan.
I vote in favor of the motion. I missed it.
Pour.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Fisher, 4 pour.
Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fonseca.
I vote in favor.
Yeah. The boom.
Mr. Fonseca, may just resituate the boom on your headset and try that again.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Fonseca, 4 pour.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Fragiscatos, pour 4.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Fraser, 4 pour.
Ms. Fry. Ms. Fry.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Fry, 4 pour.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Monsieur Garneau, pour 4.
Mr. Garrettson.
Je vote en faveur.
Mr. Garrettson, pour 4.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Hardy, pour 4.
Mr. Holland.
Je vote pour, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Holland, pour 4.
Mr. Housefather.
Monsieur le Président, je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Housefather, pour 4.
Mr. Hussein.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Hussein, pour 4.
Miss Hutchins.
Je vote en faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Ms. Hutchins, pour 4.
Monsieur Iacono. Monsieur Iacono.
En faveur. Monsieur le Président, je suis en faveur.
Mr. Iacono, pour 4.
Ms. Jazik.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Jazik, pour 4.
Madame Joly.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Joly, pour 4.
Miss Jones.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Jones, 4 pour.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Jordan, 4 pour.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Johari, 4 pour.
Mr. Kellaway. Mr. Kellaway.
I vote in favor.
Kellaway, 4 pour.
Miss Kara.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Kara, 4 pour.
Madame Koutrakis.
Je vote pour la motion.
Koutrakis, pour 4.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Kuzmarchuk, 4 pour.
Madame Lalonde.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madame Lalonde, pour 4.
Miss Lambropoulos.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Miss Lambropoulos, pour 4.
Miss Latenzio.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Madame Latenzio, pour 4.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Je vote pour.
Lauzon, pour 4.
Madame Laboutillier.
Je vote pour, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Leboutillier, pour 4.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Je vote pour.
Monsieur Lightbound, pour 4.
Mr. Long.
In favor.
Mr. Long, 4 pour.
Mr. Longfield.
I vote in favor.
Mr. Longfield, 4 pour.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga, 4 pour.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Speaker, in favor.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan, 4 pour.
Monsieur McKinnon gets no. Monsieur McKinnon gets no.
Pardon, je suis pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. McKinnon gets no, pour 4.
Mr. Maloney.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Maloney, 4 pour.
Madame Martinez-Farada.
Je suis pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Madame Martinez-Farada, pour 4.
Mr. May Cambridge.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. May Cambridge, 4 pour.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McCrimmon, 4 pour.
Mr. McDonald.
Je vote pour.
Mr. McDonald, pour 4.
Mr. McGinty.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McGuinty, 4 pour.
Mr. McKay.
En faveur, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. McKay, pour 4.
Miss McKenna.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. McKenna, 4 pour.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam, pour 4.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories, 4 pour.
Mr. Mendicino.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Mendicino, 4 pour.
Monsieur Miller.
Je vote pour.
Mr. Miller, pour 4.
Miss Monsef.
Je vote en faveur.
Ms. Monsef, pour 4.
Mr. Morrissey.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Morrissey, pour 4.
Mr. Oliphant.
Favor of the motion.
Mr. Oliphant, 4 pour.
Mr. O'Regan.
Je vote pour.
Mr. O'Regan, pour 4.
Miss Fitzpatrick.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Ms. Petty-Parteller, pour 4.
Mr. Pawlowski.
I vote for the motion.
Pawlowski, 4 pour.
Miss Qualtrough.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Qualtrough, 4 pour.
Mr. Regan.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Regan, 4 pour.
Monsieur Robillard.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Robillard, pour 4.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Rogers, 4 pour.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Romanado, 4 pour.
Miss Sahota, Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Sahota, Brampton North, 4 pour.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Saini, pour 4.
Mr. Sajan.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sajan, 4 pour.
Miss Sachs.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Sachs, 4 pour.
Monsieur Sanson.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Sanson, pour 4.
Mr. Senga.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Sanga, 4 pour.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Sarai, 4 pour.
Miss Scrow.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Grow, 4 pour.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Sheehan, 4 pour.
Miss Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South, 4 pour.
Mr. Sims.
I vote in favor.
Sims, 4 pour.
Mr. Sobera.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Sobera, pour 4.
Mr. Spangerman.
I vote for the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Spangerman, pour 4.
Miss Tassi.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Tassi, 4 pour.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Turnbull, 4 pour.
Mr. Van Bynen. Mr. Van Bynen. Monsieur Vandal.
Speaker, I vote. There he is.
Okay. Mr. Van Bynen.
I vote in favor of the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Van Bynen, 4 pour.
Monsieur Vandal.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Vandal, pour 4.
Mr. Vaughn.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Vaughn, 4 pour.
Mr. Varani.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Varani, pour 4.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Weiler, Mr. Weiler, 4 pour.
Mr. Wilkinson.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Wilkinson, 4 pour.
Miss Yip.
Je vote pour la motion.
Miss Yip, pour 4.
Miss Young.
Je suis pour la motion.
Miss Young, pour 4.
Miss Zan.
Je suis pour la motion.
Miss Zan, pour 4.
Monsieur Zubiri.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Zuberry, pour 4.
Les députés du Parti.
Members of the Conservative Party.
O'Toole.
I vote for.
Mr. O'Toole, 4 pour.
Mr. Al-Boutaif.
I vote in favor.
Al-Boutaif, 4 pour.
Mr. Aitchison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Aitchison, 4 pour.
Mr. Albus.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Albus, 4 pour.
Ms. Alislev.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Alislev, 4 pour.
Mr. Allison.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Allison, 4 pour.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Arnold, 4 pour.
Mr. Baldinelli.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Baldinelli, 4 pour.
Mr. Barlow.
In favor.
Mr. Barlow, 4 pour.
Mr. Barrett.
I vote yea in favor.
Mr. Barrett, 4 pour.
Mr. Benson.
I vote for.
Mr. Benson, 4 pour.
Monsieur Berthold.
Je vote en faveur de la motion. Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Mr. Berthold, pour 4.
Mr. Bazan.
Please mark me in the affirmative, Mr. Speaker.
Zan, 4 pour.
Monsieur Blaney, Bellechasse-Léger-Chemin-Lévis.
Je vote en faveur de la motion.
Blaney, Bellechasse-Léger-Chemin-Lévis, pour 4.
Mrs. Block.
I vote for.
Mrs. Block, 4 pour.
Mr. Brangden.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Bragdon, pour 4.
Mr. Calkins.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Calkins, 4 pour.
Mr. Carey.
I vote in favor.
Carey, 4 pour.
Mr. Chong.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Chong, 4 pour.
Mr. Cooper.
I vote for.
Mr. Cooper, 4 pour.
Mr. Cumming.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Cumming, 4 pour.
Mr. Dalton.
I vote for.
Mr. Dalton, 4 pour.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
I vote for the motion.
D'Entremont, 4 pour.
Mr. Diot.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Diot, 4 pour.
Mr. Doherty.
For.
Mr. Doherty, could I ask you just to repeat that again so we'll trigger the video?
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Doherty, 4 pour.
Mr. Dowdall.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dowdall, 4 pour.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Dreeshen, 4 pour.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Duncan, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry, pour 4.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Epp, 4 pour.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster.
I vote for the motion.
Falk, Battlefords, Lloydminster, 4 pour.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
I vote for.
Mr. Falk, Provencher, 4 pour.
Miss Finley, South Surrey, White Rock.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Miss Finley, South Surrey, White Rock, 4 pour.
Miss Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Finley, Haldeman, Norfolk, 4 pour.
Mrs. Gallant.
Vote for the motion.
Mrs. Gallant, 4 pour.
Monsieur Généreux.
Je vote pour la motion, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Généreux, 4 pour.
Mr. Jennis.
For.
Mr. Jennis, 4 pour.
Ms. Gladue.
Je vote pour la motion.
Ms. Gladue, pour 4.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Godin, pour 4.
Ms. Gray.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Gray, 4 pour.
Miss Harder.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Harder, 4 pour.
Mr. Holback.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Hoback, 4 pour.
Miss Jensen.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Jensen, 4 pour.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Genereux, 4 pour.
Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kent.
Monsieur le Président, je suis pour.
Mr. Kent, pour.
Mr. Kitchen.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kitchen, pour.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Kimmich, pour.
Mr. Cram.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote for the motion.
Mr. Cram, pour.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Je vote pour la motion. I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Kuzi, pour.
Mr. Lake.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lake, pour.
Mr. Lawrence.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lawrence, pour.
Monsieur Lew.
Je vote pour la motion. Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Lew, pour.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Lewis Essex, pour.
Mr. Leipert.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Leipert, pour.
Mr. Lloyd.
Je vote en faveur.
Mr. Lloyd, pour.
Mr. Lobb.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Lobb, pour.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Lukivsky, pour.
Mr. McKenzie.
I vote in favor.
McKenzie, pour.
Monsieur Martel.
Je vote pour.
Mr. Martel, pour.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Mazer, pour.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Macaulay, Edmonton West, pour.
Mr. McLean.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. McLean,
I vote
pour.
in favor of the motion.
Yeah.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, pour.
Mr. Malilo.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Malilo, pour.
Mr. Moore.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Moore, pour.
Mr. Morantz.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Morantz, pour.
Mr. Morrison.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Morrison, pour.
Mr. Mott. Mr. Mott. Mr. Nader.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Nader, pour.
Mr. Padzer.
For.
Mr. Patzer, pour.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Paulus, pour.
Monsieur Reyes. Monsieur Reyes.
Je vote pour la motion.
Monsieur Reyes, pour.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Redekop, pour.
Miss Rude.
I vote in favor.
Mrs. Rude, pour.
Miss Sahota, Calgary Skyview.
I vote for the motion.
Sahota, Calgary Skyview, pour.
Mr. Soroya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote for the motion.
Mr. Soroya, pour.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Shear, pour.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Schmale, pour.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Seaback, pour.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Shields, pour.
Miss Shin.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. Shin, pour.
Mr. Sloan. Mr. Sloan. Mr. Soroka.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Soroka, pour.
Mr. Steinley.
Yes.
Stanley, pour.
Mr. Strahl.
Yes.
Mr. Strahl, pour.
Mrs. Stubbs.
I vote in favor.
Mrs. Stubbs, pour.
Mr. Tucker.
Yes.
Mr. Tucker, pour.
Yes.
Mr. Upal.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Upal, 4 pour.
Mrs. Vecchio.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Vecchio, 4 pour.
Mr. Viersen.
4.
Mr. Viersen, 4 pour.
Mr. Viss.
For the motion.
Mr. Viss, 4 pour.
Mr. Workington.
Support.
Mr. Workington, 4 pour.
Mr. Weber.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Weber, 4 pour.
Mr. Williamson.
I vote for the motion. Je vote pour la motion.
Williamson, 4 pour.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of the motion.
Mrs. Wong, 4 pour.
Mr. Yurdega.
I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Yordega, 4 pour.
Mr. Zimmer.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Zimmer, 4 pour.
Les députés du Bloc québécois.
Members of the Bloc québécois.
Blanchette.
Contre. Merci.
Mr. Blanchette, contre, against.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Contre la motion.
Mr. Barcelou-Duval, contre, against.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Contre, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Bergeron, contre, against.
Madame Bérubé.
Contre.
Madame Bérubé, contre, against.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Je suis contre.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca, contre, against.
Monsieur Boudria.
Je vote contre, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Boudria, contre, against.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot, contre, against.
Madame Charbonneau.
Je vote contre.
No, contre, against.
Monsieur Désilet. Monsieur Désilet.
Contre, Monsieur le Président.
Monsieur Désilet, contre, against.
Monsieur Fortin.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Fortin, contre, against.
Madame Godreau.
Je suis contre la motion.
Madame Godreau, contre, against.
Madame Gill.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Gill, contre, against.
Madame Larouche.
Je vote contre la motion.
Madame Larouche, contre, against.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur le Président, je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Lemire, contre, against.
Monsieur Perron.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Perron, contre, against.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Je suis contre.
Monsieur Plamondon, contre, against.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay, contre, against.
Monsieur Simard.
Contre la motion.
Monsieur Simard, contre, against.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Je vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie, contre, against.
Monsieur Thériault.
Contre. Contre la motion.
Monsieur Thériault, contre, against.
Monsieur Trudel.
Vote contre la motion.
Monsieur Trudel, contre, against.
Members of the New Democratic Party.
Mr. Singh.
One second.
Mr. Singh. Can he?
Mr. Singh, we're getting some background noise. If you could just indicate thumbs up or down, we'll go with that.
Mr. Singh, 4 pour.
Miss Ashton.
I vote for the motion.
Miss Ashton, 4 pour.
Mr. Backrack.
I vote for the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Backrack, 4 pour.
Mr. Blakey.
For the motion.
Getting to the end now.
Mr. Blakey.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Blakey, 4 pour.
Miss Collins.
I vote for the motion.
Collins, 4 pour.
Mr. Davies.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Davies, 4 pour.
Mr. Garrison.
I vote for the motion.
Mr. Garrison, 4 pour.
Ms. Gazan.
I vote for the motion.
Ms. Gazan, 4 pour.
Mr. Harris.
I vote for the motion, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Harris, 4 pour.
Madame Hughes.
Je vote pour la motion.
Madam Hughes, pour for.
Mr. Jones.
Vote for the motion.
Mr. Jones, pour.
Mr. Julian.
Monsieur le Président, je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Julian, pour for.
Ms. Kwan.
I vote for the motion. I vote for the motion.
Ms. Kwan, pour.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. McGregor, pour.
Mr. Massey.
Yes.
Mr. Massey, pour.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Ms. McPherson, pour.
Le député du Parti vert.
Members of the Green Party.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mrs. Atwin, pour.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Speaker, I vote for the motion.
Mr. Manley, pour.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
I vote yes. Megwich Heshka.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands, pour.
Les députés
Independent members.
Ms. Ratansi.
I vote in favor of the motion.
Ms. Ratansi, pour.
Mr. Tabera.
Je vote pour la motion.
Mr. Tabera, pour.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
I vote for the motion.
Wilson Raybould, pour.
I will now go to the members with hands raised who we're assuming have heard the question, and if not, they would indicate so, who were unable to register their vote due to technical difficulties. We'll first go to Mr. Motz. Mr. Motz, we're not getting any audio there. We do have you on video. Could you just signify thumbs up or down? Up, okay. Mr. Kelly.
Yes, I heard the question and I wish to vote in favor of the motion.
Mr. Kelly, pour.
Mr. Ellis, were you wishing to register your vote? Go ahead.
I register my vote as yes, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Ellis, pour. Yeas pour 288, 288. Nays contre 28, 28.
Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried.
Lecture de ce projet de loi.
En conséquence,
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred reported divisions today, government orders will be extended by 73 minutes. We're just going to get some administrative items out of the way here. It's my duty to pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith, Persons with Disabilities. The Honourable Member for Kenora, Regional Economic Development. And the Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville on Veterans Affairs.
And we go to our the usual Thursday question. La question pour le jeudi.
The Thursday question, and I would invite the Honourable Government House Leader, Opposition House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In keeping with tradition, I would ask that the Government House Leader inform the House and Canadians what is on the menu up until tomorrow. The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. And yes, indeed, It's important to inform the House and the thousands of Canadians who are looking forward to hearing about what we're going to debate. So without further ado, I will say right away to my colleague.
Tomorrow, we'll continue with second reading debate of Bill C-10, the Broadcasting Act.
If the debate should collapse on Bill C-10, priority will be given to the following two bills, C-12, net zero greenhouse gas emissions, and C-13 with respect to sports betting. And since I'm here, Mr. Speaker, I'd take this opportunity through my colleague's question to thank you and all members who preside over this assembly. I'd like to thank my colleague, the Conservative House Leader, the Bloc and the NDP House Leaders and their teams. I'd like to thank the table officers who do outstanding work, all the teams, the pages who are patient in cooperating with us, and they do it with a smile all the time. Thank you to the WHIPS teams, and in fact, thank you to all members for this session, which has been different. Not always easy, but together we've managed to get a lot of things done for the benefit of Canadians. Thank you. The Honourable Opposition House Leader. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to repeat word for word what the Government House Leader said. I have to join with him in thanking all 338 colleagues and you yourself, Mr. Speaker, and all those who help us do this important work. Everyone who's made sure that this hybrid parliament was able to work in the past few months. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, like my colleagues, please allow me to briefly wish everyone a good rest since we're coming to the end of this session. And I'd like to commend a number of people, all Quebecers, for their resilience, their solidarity. I'm thinking of caregivers. I'm thinking of seniors who won't see their families this year in many cases, and people who live alone who won't be able to see any friends. We're thinking of workers and entrepreneurs who've had a hard time with COVID-19, and this year these holidays will be even tougher. I'd like to thank everyone here in the House. We'll see you next year. I'd like to thank all the clerks, all the interpreters as well. It hasn't been easy for them either. It's been an unusual year. I'd like to wish everyone a warm and happy year, even though it's been strange. And I hope that 2021 will be able to make up for 2020. And we often exchange these wishes lightly. But this year I'm weighing every word. I wish for everyone love, prosperity, and health above all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Perfect.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like, on behalf of the NDP caucus, and of course, on behalf of the NDP leader from Burnaby South, I'd like to wish a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone who looks after our safety in the House of Commons, the administration, the clerks, the table officers, the security guards who are on the front lines every day, those who look after food services and cleaning, and of course all the chairs, including yourself, Mr. Speaker, and of course the pages who in a pandemic parliament work every day very conscientiously. So Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all those people.
And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say on behalf of the NDP caucus to all members of Parliament who've worked together in this pandemic Parliament, a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. We, of course, urge us all to redouble our efforts to ensure nobody is left behind during this pandemic. And we mourn, of course, the thousands of Canadians that have passed away during this pandemic. We wish everybody a safe Christmas for sure. And to all Canadians, we urge folks to continue to stay safe and let's be kind to one another. As we stand together, let's socially distance, let's wear our masks, let's follow our health authorities and make sure we follow their instructions. We will get through this pandemic, there is no doubt. So on behalf of the NDP caucus, Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I, too, on behalf of the Green Party of Canada, I share the sentiments of my colleagues. A big thank you to the entire parliamentary team, the table officers, the clerks, the security guards, the pages, everyone who works so hard for everyone. And I'd like to say,
I hope that all of us in this House will be safe and well, all of our loved ones, all Canadians, taking the health advice that we are given and get through this horrible year. I sometimes think, remember when the Queen said that she'd had annus horribilis? I think all of us have had a pretty difficult year. Everyone I know on all sides of this House have worked very hard. I think the best of our work was when we worked together without partisanship. So may we all enjoy, for those who are lighting their menorahs tonight, Happy Hanukkah. For those who celebrate Christmas, celebrate the birth of our Lord, and let it be said, Festivus for the rest of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for all the hard work of the Speaker and the House team.
And may I take this occasion to add my own remarks for the remarkable work of so many people in the House of Commons administration this past year in helping us function well in these really unusual circumstances. Their contributions have been nothing short of heroic.
I'd also like to thank the House of Commons team, the IT team, the people at debates and verification, the Sergeant of Arms and their office, the pages and the coordinators, the clerks, the table officers, the interpreters, the security guards, and all parliamentary staff. Thank you for your professionalism, your dedication, and your courteous services to all parliamentarians.
In the House and in your ridings all across the country. And on behalf of the Speaker and my fellow chair occupants, may I wish you all, and your families all, a wonderful and appropriately socially distanced holiday season in the time ahead. Safe travels, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, until we meet again in the new year. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at second reading on Bill C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act.
When the House last took up debate on the question, there was 3 minutes remaining in questions and comments for the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot. We'll go to him now, and we'll go to questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, what I especially like about the legislation is it reinforces just how important Canadian content is. And, you know, it's one of the ways in which we can ensure that that industry, and it is a large industry in all regions of our country, of so much talented individuals that will have that much more in terms of opportunities here in Canada so that we can better celebrate our heritage by ensuring that there's additional Canadian content. And I'm wondering if my friend could provide his thoughts in terms of just how important it is as legislators that we work towards ensuring that there's always going to be Canadian content in all forms of media.
The Honourable Member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question posed by the member opposite, and it's similar to the question that I had hoped that I could jump up and finish responding to. You know, certainly one of the challenges that I certainly have with this bill and has been raised by a number of Conservative colleagues is simply that it's ambiguous in terms of what it specifically tries to accomplish. And I would point out to my honourable colleague that the absence of language guidelines in this bill disadvantages Francophone communities by failing to ensure that online broadcasters create content in both official languages. And certainly, we've seen much in terms of debate regarding the importance of ensuring that the cultural significance of the French language is preserved in this country, and certainly that's one of the challenges. And Mr. Speaker, as I think I just have a few moments left, I would take this opportunity to put on the record as well a very Merry Christmas to all of my colleagues. May God bless each and every one as we head back to our constituencies, to our homes, and whatever the holidays look like across the country. Certainly it's a challenging time for all Canadians, but thank you to my colleagues, both within the Conservative caucus and otherwise, and to all of those who make it possible, my constituency staff, those that make sure that this place can run, whether it be in a pandemic or otherwise. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot that we have to be proud of our parliamentary institutions, and notwithstanding, it is an honor to be able to ensure that that legacy lives on no matter what the global circumstances are. So Merry Christmas to you and to all that are watching here today.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise here virtually in the House and discuss a bill that is actually close to my heart. As a professional performing artist for most of my life, these kinds of bills are, the devil is in the details, and I was very glad to see that the union ACTRA had in fact endorsed this bill. Because they say that performing artists from coast to coast to coast will actually now be able to perform more and have their works seen on more screens, on more devices, and be paid for their work. Mr. Speaker, when I first started acting, I was 16 years old in Nova Scotia, doing theatre at the Neptune Theatre in Halifax. And I moved on from there to doing theater right across the country, including in Edmonton, where I played Marilyn Monroe in a rock opera on the life of Marilyn called Hey Marilyn. I was 19 at the time. And then going on from there to do my first movie at the age of 20 in Wilcox, Saskatchewan, called The Bells of Notre Dame, about Father Père Athol Murray. Anybody from out west might remember that. And going on to play the girlfriend fiancée of Colin Thatcher, a conservative politician who ended up killing his wife, murdering his wife. And I played his girlfriend who helped turn him in to the police. And these were all heady days of the business. We also did live radio. I remember the Jarvis Street studio in Toronto. We did live radio plays, and sometimes we would need to be at the radio station at 6:30 a.m. to do a live 1 hour or half hour show. One of my favorites was about a politician, and the amazing Gordon Pinsent played that role, and I played a cabinet minister. And I remember one day early in the morning, we were waiting for the star of the show to arrive, and he was not there, and we were about to go on live radio. So the producer was getting ready to have to take his part and pretty freaked out. And then in came Gordon in his pajamas at the last minute and went on to perform brilliantly, of course, the role that he was born to play. Now, I have lived through the times where radio was cut and cut and cut, and we called it death by a million cuts. CBC was being cut. Radio was being cut. Dramas started to be cut down, and this is the lifeblood for performers who do a lot of theater, but also we need to be able to be seen on camera And to be honest, it is the cheapest and best way a government can invest in tourism, in bringing people to a country, in getting people around the world to see the beauties of our country and seeing the stories that make us unique and different from any other country in the world. And that is why this is so important, to look after people so that our work can be performed and can be seen all around the world, and now on many different devices. So let's fast forward to around the year 2005, I think it was 2005, when I was living in New York doing animation actually for PBS. And they wanted me to sign a contract, and I'd never seen it where it said for your work to be shown on all devices in the universe. And they wanted me to sign it to say that to sign away my rights for eternity throughout the universe. And that was the first time I had ever seen that, and the first time I had ever seen on devices. And I had to ask somebody, what does that mean? And they said, well, pretty soon people are going to be watching television and watching this on their watches or on their phones. Now, I have to say, I could not conceive of that concept. I thought, this is crazy. But in fact, now we fast forward, and where are people watching things? They're watching them on watches. They're watching them on phones. They're watching them on, all kinds of devices. So that's why Bill C-10, currently online undertakings that deliver audio and audio-visual content over the internet are exempt from licensing and most other regulatory requirements. And this bill really aims to clarify that online undertakings are within the scope of the broadcasting regulatory system. It would also provide that the CRTC with new powers, to regulate online audio and visual content. And it would allow the CRTC to create conditions of service and other regulatory requirements under which those online broadcasters would operate in Canada and update the CRTC's regulatory powers as they relate to traditional broadcasters as well. So this is good. The bill ensures that the Act would not apply to users of social media services or social media services themselves for content posted by their users. However, the bill aims to update key elements of the broadcasting policy for Canada to ensure that the creation of Canadian content is reflective of Canadian society and accessible to all Canadians. This is what I'm talking about. We need to get our stories told. We need to see more diverse Canadian faces and voices. I have many friends who are Black or Indigenous in this industry, and we need to see them. We need to hear them. We need to hear the beautiful stories that they have to tell. And this is a great way to be able to open the doors so that more of this content can be seen. And I have to say, one of my favorite stations now is APTN. So a shout out to APTN. They do some amazing work. This bill would amend the Act to take greater account of Indigenous cultures and languages, and as well to recognize that Canada's broadcasting system should serve the needs and interests of all Canadians, including racialized communities and Canadians of diverse ethno-cultural backgrounds, socioeconomic statuses, abilities and disabilities, sexual orientation, gender identities and expressions, and age. Additional amendments would also serve to promote greater accessibility for persons with disabilities. Isn't it time, Madam Speaker, isn't it time that we show more people and more different diverse stories? I think Canadians are open for that content now, and I think that the more that we talk about different styles of living, different cultural backgrounds, people start to understand that really we need to walk a mile in somebody else's shoes or moccasins or whatever in order to try and understand where they're coming from, what their background is, what they've been through. Because at the end of the day, it's all about compassion, and it's all about trying to understand where another person is coming from and put ourselves in their place. As a performer, as a professional actor for 30 odd years, and as now a parliamentarian for 11 years, I have to say, being a performer is a very good training for being a politician, not for the reasons that some people would think, oh, yes, you can just pretend and put on a stony face or whatever. No, because you can feel, and you can feel compassion for others. And I think that is an important part of this job. And I'm very glad that this bill is now going to be that has been introduced and hopefully going to be passed. This bill would also provide a flexible approach to regulation, allowing the CRTC to tailor the conditions of service and other regulatory requirements imposed on broadcasters, taking into account the Act's policy and regulatory objectives, the variety of broadcasters in the system and the differences between them, and determining what is fair and equitable depending on the circumstances. So with that, Madam Speaker, I believe my time is up, but I would like to also express a Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah and safe travels to all of my colleagues, everybody across Canada, and may your families be safe and please love one another, because in the end, all there is love. Thank you. Walalan, Walaliok.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for her speech. And one thing I'm concerned, there's a lot of unanswered questions here. They're passing the buck to the CRTC to deal with most of this bill. They're doing nothing for fair tax rules. And, you know, right now, journalism in our country is under threat. I just met with the Parksville, Qualicum Beach News and the Comox Valley Record, and they talked about the fact that 75% of online advertising is with Facebook and Google, and that they're having a difficult time surviving it. And those web giants are using local journalism to advance their goals. And right now, we heard in the speech from the throne that there was a promise to get big tech giants to pay for local journalism content. And Australia tabled legislation just yesterday to do so. Does my colleague agree that the government needs to take action and table legislation soon so that local journalism is protected and that web giants using their content are paying their fair share?
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. You know, this is also a concern of mine. I do understand where he's coming from, and I do understand where local journalists are coming from. Right now, it's very difficult to make a living as a journalist. As we know, many of the newspapers are closing down. And yes, people are getting their news from Facebook and other places or Twitter, and sometimes that news is not correct. As we know, it's fake news or it's paid for news. So I think this is a very good step, and it's something that my colleagues in ACTRA have been asking for and for a long time. So I believe it's the right way forward, and let's see what happens after this. But thank you, and I will stay on this as well.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member's speech. Just curious if she would have any comments. It's been debated in the House as of late, just the conversation around sexual exploitation and MindGeek and hosted content, and certainly some absolutely disgusting, quite frankly, abuses that are taking place, putting children, victims of rape and assault, and their videos not being able to be scrubbed off the internet and that sort of thing. I'm wondering if she would comment on that issue and how it may relate to this conversation.
The honourable member for Cumberland Colchester.
You know, I want to say thank you very much to the member for asking this very important question. A few years ago, I was also targeted on the internet by some folks who started to use a picture of mine from a television show that I had done, and started to flash it around and refused to take it down. And so I started to get notices from constituents who told me that their daughters were being abused in a similar fashion by former boyfriends who had sold pictures of them to internet providers. We discovered that most of them were not located in Canada. They were actually overseas. I contacted the Minister of Justice at that point, Peter MacKay. I also talked to the province. I was in the province. I was an MLA at the time. And we found that it was very difficult to get those pictures down. And in the end, it was anonymous who actually contacted me and said, you know, we see what you're trying to do and how difficult it is. And they took it down. They took the website down. So I don't know why it's so hard for people to do, but I understand it's a terrible, terrible thing, and we need to do something about it.
Brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Science, Innovation and Industry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to start by wishing all Canadians a very, very happy holidays, a Merry Christmas, a Happy Hanukkah, and a Happy New Year. Bonne année à tout le monde. Joyeux Noël. Et...
Happy New Year. I wish everyone happy holidays, and I'd like to put the question to my colleague from Cumberland Colchester. How will Bill C10, in the context where we're trying to help the cultural community, actors, actresses, everyone in the section of production of the arts, how will it help them?
Thank you very much. It's going to help because it's going to push people to do more content, more Canadian content. And I'll tell you, and for people who are having their content shown on other devices to be paid. I am, as some people know, Rogue in the X-Men, and I don't get paid for any of the times that people see me on Netflix or on any of these shows, Disney. I don't get paid for any of that stuff. And it would be nice if there was a way that we have contracts now where people will get paid for their work, because some people are making billions off of Canadian actors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I just want to remind the member, because I didn't want to interrupt, because there's not a lot of time between questions and comments, but she's not to use the name of ministers in the House by their first or last name. And so I just wanted to remind her of that, because she did mention the minister at one point. So resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. There was an old lady who swallowed a fly. I don't know why she swallowed a fly. Perhaps she'll die. There's an old lady who swallowed a spider that wiggled and jiggled and tickled inside her. She swallowed the spider to catch the fly. Madam Speaker, I believe that story, or that song, co-written by a Canadian, by the way, Ellen Mills, the 1950s, describe a little bit on what the government's trying to do here. And I think it's going to be ultimately unsuccessful. The internet and the changing landscape of media in Canada is creating challenges for sure, but this bill will do nothing, or worse, make it worse for Canadians, I believe. The changes that they're proposing, probably the worst part is making the CRTC not accountable to elected members of Parliament. It'll move the reporting process to the minister, or ultimately really the Prime Minister's office. And I can't think of a situation where that would be good for Canada. I think the control that the Prime Minister's office would have over our media landscape would be detrimental to our ability to tell our stories. And I've listened closely to some of the speeches today, and it's a value that I hold, that we should be sharing the Canadian stories, but the current landscape has changed, and what they're proposing is, for Saskatchewan saying, is they're rushing to close the barn door after the horses have all left. And if we play out the different scenarios of what this bill will actually do, I believe that it's actually going to cost the consumer, or the Canadians, more, and actually reduce competition. And that's something that I don't think anyone will be supportive of at the end of the day. if we look at what is happening in the media landscape, and other speakers have talked about Google and Facebook and the and some of the stories, or some of the news stories actually out of the States about the federal government and Facebook, it's where the problem, if there is a problem of fairness, is the taxation isn't the same in Canada versus some of the internet players. And we're talking massive organizations that impact people's perceptions and views, and ultimately can have a political ramification. So we have a problem. We've identified that a lot of it is these large international players, and this bill does nothing. It doesn't mention Google, it doesn't mention Facebook, and maybe that was from design, because I think some of the indirect things that you can do with pressure is probably more dangerous than what you can do with direct pressure. So with Google and Facebook being threatened, in essence, that they would be the next one that would fall under a government organization, be it CRTC, be it a taxation threat, will change the policies and procedures of those two large companies that I think will have a detrimental effect on Canadians. And the powers then and the added responsibilities that this bill would give CRTC, it's a massive increase in their responsibilities. So how are they going to afford to do that under the current budget? CRTC gets most of their funding, as far as I understand, is from fees. Well, fees are paid by consumers. Consumers have to earn that dollar, pay tax on that dollar, and then with their freedom of choice, decide where to spend it. And be it the fees that CRTC collect indirectly through consumers, or are the Liberals going to go back to the taxpayer and ask for more money so that the CRTC can fulfill the mandate of what this bill would enact? And I don't know what country, maybe China, that would actually, or the Chinese, or the government of China would be one of the few people that would actually admire what this bill would be doing. And we all know the Prime Minister's view of the basic dictatorship of China, and their affection to all things controlled by government. And that's where I kind of have concerns with adding more responsibilities to CRTC. Once again, these are, the lofty goals of this bill is admirable to a certain extent, but what will actually improve the landscape of media in Canada, I don't think this is going to happen. And we'll talk about the spider, the lady that swallowed the fly, is that when we try to regulate things that can't be regulated, such as the internet in a free society, you will find other actors, you'll find other, there'll be other avenues that will pop up that will take the place of what we currently have. So what's next? And that's where I get to the government of China reference, is that in order for this to be successful, you need to regulate everything in the world. And I just can't see that happening. So on an example, on the CRTC, we were talking about foreign companies. So what if they have no assets and no footprint in Canada? So how are you actually going to force foreign identities? Is it the next thing we're going to be regulating what Visa or MasterCard could charge, so that people or consumers make the decision to support one platform or the other? The next one would be asking for credit card companies, or then the next thing will be, well, then PayPal, and then the next, and then the next. So you're trying to fix a problem that needs to be addressed, but the way that this bill is written, I don't think is going to go anywhere near what we actually would need in Canada. And talking about the reduced competition, I think we will actually have worse stories of or less Canadian stories that actually have an impact on either our residents or internationally if we go down the path of regulation to the extent that this bill would do. And Madam Speaker, I'd like to also just unwrap just briefly the changes on the CRTC reporting to Parliament versus the Minister, and how important that is that that does not take place. Because if we live in a free society that I like to believe we live in, it's Parliament, not the Minister, and not ultimately the Prime Minister, that should have the final say on what is created for content. And that flows over to an overarching concern I would have with a government having the ability to approve one thing or another, or one platform over another, or encouraging one story over the other. And that, I believe, is not where Canada should be going towards. I don't believe that is the mandate that this Parliament has to enact such far-reaching abilities. And the impact of that on a society is a government controlling too much of people's lives. And I am against anything that approaches on our freedoms. And if we are trying to be successful in the 21st century, I don't believe this is good for Canada. It's not good for competition, it's not good for consumers, and it's not good for our creative industries. And where this might lead, Madam Speaker, is I'll end our fable and our story. She swallowed the spider to catch the fly. I don't know why she swallowed the fly. Perhaps she'll die. There was an old lady that swallowed a horse. She's dead, of course. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend and colleague for his speech, and certainly a creative way to finish it. So thank you for that. So one of the things that I've noticed in the time that I've been elected is the preamble of a bill or the press conference to an announcement is very different than the entire text of a bill or the action related to any announcement. And it seems to me that Bill C-10 is in line with that pattern. So I'm wondering if my colleague has further comments on how the intent of this bill as it's presented is very different than what appears to actually be to fill the full 13 pages of it.
Honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Yes, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. And it is true that of late in Ottawa that press conferences and announcing the new bills are filled with virtue signaling and buzzwords and creative phrases that seem good on its merits. But if you look at what the substance of the bill, and I spoke a little bit on the length on the CRTC and where it reports and what that actually would result in, and that's where it doesn't match what the preamble of the bill is really a smokescreen for some questionable motives of why we're taking the CRTC approval process and reporting our responsibility out of Parliament and putting it in the Prime Minister's office, which is, I think, wrong.
The Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis.
To the member's speech, and I have three questions. Does he believe that CanCon regulations on radio in the 1970s amounted to government control of thought in Canada? Secondly, how is it that requiring Canadian content, expanding the variety of content available to Canadians reduces competition? And he said in his speech that requiring more Canadian content would result in less Canadian content. If you could address those three questions, please, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Yes, I hope I have enough time to get to all three of them before I get cut off. So you were talking about 1970s in Canada or Soviet Russia, or Cuba or China, because there is some parallels there of governments having too much control. The competition aspect of things is that if you restrict who is access to people's access to different, be it streaming services or offerings for consumers, you will have less options for consumers. And on the Canadian content is that there will be ones that BritBox being one of them that comes to mind, that if they're a small streaming service for British Canadians maybe, or people that are British descent, that they will just leave Canada. You won't be able to access their services, and the consumers will be less rich in finding out the stories of British stories. And in return, don't you think that other countries are going to restrict our content and our platforms if this is successful? We know that CUSMA has regulation that actually could potentially cost Canadian taxpayers billions of dollars if the appeal process is granted and exercised on the impact of C10. So there's a...
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
As I raised earlier, Google and Facebook have over 75% now of all web-based advertising. They're using a lot of local content, and journalists are losing jobs as local newspapers are feeling the crunch. Maybe my colleague can speak about how important it is that legislation come forward, like they're doing in Australia this week, to make sure that Google and Facebook pay their fair share, because we know the Liberals are very close in their relationship with Facebook and Google. Maybe he can speak about the importance of protecting local journalism.
The honourable member for Saskatoon University, a very brief answer, please.
Yes, I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. And you're right, there's some troubling concerns about how close the Liberal government is with Google and Facebook, and maybe that's why they're not in this bill and not mentioned, even though that was the primary, I think, thrust on to changing CRTC regulations. But thank you for your question.
I do want to remind the member when he's responding or debating in the House that it has to be put through the Speaker and not the individual members. Resuming debate,
the honourable member for Nanaimo-Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour and privilege to speak today on this important update to the Canadian Broadcasting Act. It has been 29 years since there has been an update to this legislation, and it's long overdue. I graduated from Algonquin College Broadcasting Program the same year that the Broadcasting Act was last updated in 1991, and I've seen many changes in the field since that time. I'm a big supporter of Canadian content rules. It's important to have platforms and spaces where diverse voices and stories can be shared. I've seen firsthand how CanCon system has benefited Canadians. During the 1990s, I worked at Video In Studios, which is now called Vivo Media Arts. It's an artist-run center that provides access to equipment and training to video artists and media producers. I trained a lot of people in the new digital technology of that time. Many of those people did not see themselves reflected in the mainstream content being produced. Indigenous people, people with diverse abilities, people of color, street-involved youth, and members of the LGBTQ++ community. Many of these people I trained went on to develop careers in the broadcasting industry and utilized CanCon rules to bring their unique stories and perspectives to Canadian audiences. In the late 1990s, I worked with Dana Claxton, a renowned First Nations artist. Her sister, Kim Sue Goodtrack, was a teacher who had written a children's book called The ABCs of Our Spiritual Connection, which threads together First Nations spiritual beliefs from across North America. Kim had an idea for a TV show, and together with Dana and their brother Don, I co-produced the pilot for Wankaja. It was the first preschool show on a brand new Canadian television network, the Aboriginal People's Television Network, or APTN. We made 64 episodes of that series before going on to create 39 episodes of a preteen show for APTN called Art Zone. While these shows were targeted to an audience of children and youth, the cultural sharing and stories provided an education for people of all ages. This programming would not have been possible without CanCon rules. Funding formulas are essential to ensure a diversity of content. If it was left solely to the market, we would have nothing but Disney-style caricatures of Indigenous culture, and many uniquely Canadian stories would never be produced for film and television. This bill is an effort to catch up with the new media reality that has been unfolding for the last 2 decades. In 2007, I uploaded my first video to YouTube. It was footage I shot of 3 undercover Sûreté de Quebec police officers trying to provoke an attack on their own riot squad at a protest in Montebello, Quebec. We pulled the masks off their faces, and when they were mock arrested by their fellow officers, we noticed that all of their boots matched those of the riot squad. The YouTube video went viral and became an international news story. YouTube has evolved into one of the most influential players in the media landscape, and we have barely begun grappling with the implications of that. One thing that Canadians really want to see is the internet giants, Facebook, Google, and Amazon, paying their fair share of taxes for the business that they do in this country. They should be paying not just the GST and HST on the advertising they sell in this market, but corporate taxes on the income they generate from Canadians. One key thing that this bill does is create a new category of broadcasting under the Act, the online undertaking. This will ensure that the online streaming giants such as Amazon and Netflix are covered under the Act. This will help to level the playing field. These multinational companies selling their services in Canada should be required to carry Canadian content and or help to pay for the creation of Canadian content. Madam Speaker, the health of our news media is another area of great concern, particularly local news outlets. Local news outlets cannot compete on a level playing field with companies like Facebook and Google. We need local media and the stories they cover in our communities. Their content is shared on social media platforms who sell advertising beside that content, but none of that revenue is shared with them. Our local media outlets are held to journalistic standards, but the social media platforms are not. This is another glaring omission. Social media platforms are publishers who generate enormous profits from content. Content which is often racist, homophobic, misogynist, and misleading. Social media companies should be required to uphold the same standards as traditional broadcasters. The absence of these standards and the expectations of voluntary self-regulation has brought us to a place where social media is negatively impacting our mental health, creating deepening divisions in society, and having a corrosive effect on democracy. We must take steps to ensure the survival of local media outlets in a media landscape where the playing field will never be level. Taxing social media companies on the revenue they generate in Canada and directing a portion of those funds to support local media production would be one way of doing so. Madam Speaker, the Broadcasting Act should not limit the definition of broadcasting, but should leave it to the CRTC to determine what should be regulated. As we've seen in the last few decades, the media landscape continues to shift, and the CRTC needs to be able to regulate emerging types of media dissemination. The CRTC should not just have the option to regulate internet giants, they must be mandated to do so. The penalties for violation by these internet giants also need to be substantial, so as not just viewed as the cost of doing business. There are concerns about the removal of the paragraph that reads in part, the Canadian broadcasting system shall be effectively owned and controlled by Canadians. I understand that the government is trying to bring the multinational internet giants under the Act, but we also need to ensure that our existing broadcast system is not opened up to foreign ownership. As I emphasized earlier, the requirements for Canadian content are important. There are lots of American productions shot in Canada using Canadian talent, but these are not Canadian stories. I know we cannot expect Disney Plus to create content, Canadian content based on Canadian stories, but they should be required to help fund Canadian content based on the amount of content they stream into the Canadian market. Spotify does not create content, but they should be required to identify Canadian content on their streaming platforms, and they should also have to contribute to CanCon based on the amount of business they do in this country. Canadians need to be able to find Canadian content on these large streaming platforms. Companies like Netflix, Amazon, and Spotify should provide the means for users to easily find Canadian content. The Broadcasting Act must continue to protect the unique linguistic characteristics of Canada. We need to ensure that broadcasters create content in both official languages. Original French language content should not be sidelined by English language programs that have voiceover translations, which are then passed off as French language content. Bill C-10 proposes to replace the current conditions of license with conditions of service to prohibit the appeal of any conditions of service to the Cabinet. The public must have the right to appeal a CRT decision that it considers unfair. While every decision of the CRTC should not necessarily be up for appeal, the process for appealing to Cabinet should be retained in the Act. To summarize, Madam Speaker, this bill introduces changes to the Broadcast Act that I'm happy to see, but there are changes to the Act that leave many stakeholders concerned. Some of the issues can be fixed with amendments. Some of the issues I've raised can only be addressed through regulation. Some can only be addressed through additional legislation, including proper taxation of the multinational digital media giants. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I will be voting for this bill at second reading, and I look forward to hearing what the witnesses have to say in the committee process. Finally, Madam Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to wish you, the House of Commons staff, my honorable colleagues here in the House of Commons, my constituents, and all Canadians a happy and healthy holiday season. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate many of the comments that the member has stated through his speech, and I wanted to pick up on something that I've provided already some comment on, and that's in regards to just how important the legislation is in terms of looking forward and how media has actually changed over the years and the necessity for us to be going into the area of the internet in this fashion. Protecting Canadian content is, for many different reasons that the member cited, critically important for us as a nation. But I wonder if you could just provide some additional thoughts in terms of just the impact it also has on jobs, quite significant number of jobs, and it also feeds hope for a lot of many talented Canadians from coast to coast to coast.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his question. I, of course, have worked in the broadcast industry and as an independent producer, and I know that there's a lot of production that comes into Canada from the United States that helps to pay for the infrastructure and develops the talent of Canadians, and that talent and that infrastructure is then used for Canadian content. And it's really important to nurture that Canadian talent and make sure that unique stories are told. I'm really happy to see, for instance, Eden Robinson create Monkey Beach into a film. And so I'm happy to see this development and this protection of Canadian content in this legislation.
And comments? The honourable member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to ask the member, this bill is 38 pages. It covers amendments to the Canada Elections Act, the Referendum Act, the Copyright Act, the Cannabis Act, the Access to Information Act, Accessible Canada Act, and the Broadcasting Act. And I read the entire bill today. I noticed that the vast majority of pages define and lay out how different offences will be prosecuted. I'm just wondering if the member has a concern about the ground that's trying to be covered in such a minimalistic bill and the nature of how we actually put some lack of better words, heft to this so that the House of Commons actually has some control in developing this new regimen rather than it all being in the CRTC's hands.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. I think that it's really important to cover a lot of different ground with this act because broadcasting affects all of our lives. The internet is affecting our elections. It's it's influencing our children. It's could be an educational influence, but it can also be a detrimental influence. As I was saying, it undermines our democracy. It undermines our community strength. It can be divisive. So there is a need to cover a lot of ground in this bill, and I think that there's more ground that needs to be covered. I'm looking forward to the committee process to hear what the experts have to say.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech. Just wondering if he could comment on, I'm not sure if he heard the question from my colleague from Courtney Alberni with the last speaker, but this idea of Canadian content, news content that's put onto Facebook by Canadian newspapers that are struggling to stay afloat, and Facebook gets that content for free, basically. And the Australians have a solution for this that they're putting forward. I'm just wondering if he's aware of that and whether he could comment on it.
The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, has less than a minute to respond.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. As I mentioned in my speech, we do need to work on creating a more level playing field. It's going to be hard for local media to compete with these internet giants, but the Australian model is something that we should be looking at. And as I mentioned in my speech, we need to make sure that the content that is shared through these social media platforms and has advertising right beside it, there needs to be revenue sharing there. There needs to be a system of fairness. We need to protect our local media sources and the important stories that they tell because they are extremely important to our community, they're important to our democracy, and they're important to our identity as Canadians.
Resuming debate. Reprise le débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a point of order.
Speaker, as a direct result of the time it took for votes, I suspect that if you were to canvass the House at this time, you might find unanimous consent to call it 6:43, which would then allow us to begin private members' hour.
Have unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:30. Agreed? 6:40, sorry. 6:43? 6:43. Agreed? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. It being 6:43, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Private members' business, affaires émanant des députés, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate at second reading on Bill C-228, an act to establish a federal framework to reduce recidivism. In the name of Mr. Bragdon.
Est-ce que Madame Stenzel... Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Treasury Board.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la... Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to take part in this debate on a private member's bill and to support Bill C-228. Put forward by our honourable colleague from Tabik-Mactaquac. He's a man who approached me early on in the drafting of his bill to seek my feedback and support, and it's a great pleasure for me to add my voice, as I hope others will do, others from the Black community, in support of this bill, which he is proposing. Madam Speaker, I think this bill reasserts the government's commitment to ensure public safety and the prevention of delinquency and recidivism. It could also help us move forward in our efforts to eliminate the overrepresentation of Indigenous and Black Canadians in the criminal justice system, as announced in the throne speech. The government has consulted a wide range of stakeholders on strategies and existing tools for reducing recidivism and preventing crime. This has enriched our knowledge base in this area, and this bill would also help us identify shortcomings that need to be made up for. So on the whole, Madam Speaker, I find that reducing recidivism would strengthen public safety and community safety, which in turn could generate savings for the criminal justice system. This is a situation where it's win-win, and that's why I'm happy to say that the government supports this bill. Madam Speaker, throughout this debate, one point that has repeatedly been raised is the fact that Indigenous and Black Canadians and other racialized Canadians are victims of systemic racism and discrimination within the criminal justice system. Any effort to reduce recidivism should seek to address the needs and should be based on the lived experience of incarcerated individuals in order to reduce systemic obstacles like discrimination and racism. And that's why I'd like to base my comments on this subject. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has often said that systemic racism is something that is present in all corners of our great country. And that includes our criminal justice system, our correctional system, and our law enforcement agencies. Madam Speaker, this is an undeniable fact. I repeat, it's an undeniable fact. You can't just look at the numbers when you look at our correctional system here in Canada. Madam Speaker, there have been a number of studies here in Canada, in the United States, in the United Kingdom, and those studies indicate that Black people are no more likely to commit crimes than people who aren't Black. Let's tell it like it is, than white people. Same thing for Indigenous people. They're no more likely to commit a crime. However, Madam Speaker, we find in our corrections system in Canada that Black Canadians are 3 times, their representation is 3 times their demographic weight in Canada. That's terrible. It's serious. And it's even worse, Madam Speaker, for Indigenous Canadians. For Indigenous men, they make up almost 30% of the prison population in Canada. Federally, just federally. But they don't even make up 5% of the population of Canada. And for Indigenous women, it's even worse. It's 44% of the prison population. 44% of the prison population are Indigenous women. As I said at the outset, Madam Speaker, Black and Indigenous people are no more likely to commit crimes. So how is it possible that they are so overrepresented in our prisons all across the country? That's a very good indicator of systemic racism and discrimination. If you're looking for problems, you'll find them. And when you look in other communities, you might not find them. And that's why I think this bill, Madam Speaker, gives us an opportunity after the fact, after people are incarcerated, it gives us a chance to find ways to reduce the likelihood that they will reoffend. And I'd like to congratulate my Conservative colleague for his bill. I know his bill is based on his experience. He was very involved in his congregation, in his faith community, and I'm very happy to see that he's using that knowledge and that experience in presenting this very good bill, very promising bill. I might have a few improvements, a few suggestions to make. Not only would this bill call for an examination of what we do with people once they've been jailed, which is desirable, but, Madam Speaker, I'd like us to also take a look at alternatives that could be proposed before people are incarcerated, upstream, before they are jailed for the first time. So if we take the same approach, the same attitude, if we look for connections, if we look for partnerships with community organizations, non-governmental organizations, and if we start by saying to young Indigenous people and young Black people that their community is there for them to support them, to take them in, and to show them that there are other avenues open to them. There's other paths they could take. Then I think, Madam Speaker, we could do a fantastic job of reducing the unacceptable overrepresentation in our corrections system, in our criminal justice system, of these groups. Madam Speaker, I don't want to place the full burden on my colleagues' shoulders, but I hope that by supporting this private member's bill, I hope that that will give all members from all parties an opportunity, Madam Speaker, not only to see what we can do after the fact, it'll also give us an opportunity to look at what can be done beforehand, upstream. And hopefully this will give rise to some government legislation in the same arena. How can we divert people away from the corrections system? How can we better deal with these people so that they can become law-abiding citizens that who make a positive contribution to society? So, Madam Speaker, a federal framework to reduce recidivism, as is set out in this bill, could make a real difference. And that's why I'm proud to say to you today that I join with the sponsor of this bill in supporting this bill, and I hope my colleagues will follow suit. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just like my colleague across the way, I'm going to be speaking about what is in the bill, but I'm going to go a little bit further with regard to providing some solutions. I'm going to talk about pilot projects during incarceration, but I'm also going to talk to you about what is possible to do once prisoners have been released, and what can be put into place as alternatives to imprisonment. So with regard to bills, when we look at pilot projects, we sometimes look to the United States, which doesn't have the best reputation in terms of imprisonment. But in 1975, there was something that was quite innovative that happened. There was a prisoner who found an injured bird on the edge of his window, and he began to take care of it. And what we saw is that not only the inmate himself had better social abilities, was better behaved, was less violent, less medicated, and in addition to that, it had an impact on all of his jail environment. And so that led to a series of pilot projects in the United States. And now in 50 states and some 100 prisons in the United States, there are now projects that allow inmates to become dog trainers. So they are given training, and the inmates, for between 12 and 18 months, depending on the project, they receive training, and they become dog trainers, and they even live with the dogs in their cell. So thanks to all of these pilot projects, there's been a major decline in medication, a major decline in suicide and suicide attempts, and also a marked decline in violence. And so what that means is that there was a subsequent decline in reoffending. And so it's not good just for the inmates, but it's also good for animals because they use dogs that had behavioral issues that might not necessarily have been adopted, and so they're given to the prisoners, and then the prisoners train them, and they become adoptable because they have a better and they become guide dogs, and so this helps both the inmates and the community, because not only the inmates have better, for example, rates of success than those who are not in prison, but often they decide to continue being dog trainers once they're released. So that is really a success story that we could take lessons from, even though the United States does not have the best detention conditions. Often in those cases as well, inmates have to show good behavior in order to benefit from this program. So that's another incentive for them to behave better while they are detained. Now, that being said, we should not consider that the fact that people don't reoffend doesn't mean that they're going to reintegrate. It doesn't mean that that all the inmates' problems have magically disappeared. I'll give you an example. I have a colleague who supported an ex-detainee who had committed a murder, and he served his sentence. And at one point, she was accompanying him. She was walking down the street. They hit a red light. He did not want to cross at a red light, and because he absolutely did not want to break the rules. So often detainees are trained to follow the law to the letter, but sometimes in exchange they lose certain social aptitudes that are necessary for reintegrating the community. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm not saying that it's a good thing to cross at red lights, but just to show you that sometimes they are not quite integrated into the community because of these after effects. So this is important because in the bill from our colleague from Quebec-Mactaquac, it mentions that sometimes there are faith-based or community supports once detainees are released, but they need to be close to these communities or close to these organizations. And I'm thinking of some people who live in the far north, for example, in Inuit communities, and who commit crimes for which they are imprisoned in detention centers that are not at all close to where they live. So if you walk in downtown Montreal, there are so many homeless people who are Inuit or Indigenous, and we wonder what they're doing in Montreal, but often they are people who have been imprisoned in an establishment, an institution, someplace near Montreal, but once they've served their sentence, they have no money to return home. They're not given a plane ticket to return home. So once they're released from prison, they're simply imprisoned once again, which is the prison of poverty and homelessness in the streets of a city that they are not familiar with. Whereas there are some integration programs, some rehabilitation programs that would work, but they're not in their home community. So some of the pilot projects in the bill that are suggested, well, for them to work, we need all the tools to ensure that they do work, and that has to be part of the way we address this bill and how we think about it. Also, we have to think about alternatives to incarceration. Incarceration is not always the solution, the right solution, and here are more examples. For example, that have to do with the Indigenous communities. For example, in the Gladue report, there was much mention of the fact that Indigenous populations need to be included in the decision-making process with regard to sentencing. And I had the privilege of taking a training program, and they explained that there are hybrid courts and hybrid laws where Indigenous people are including in the sentencing and decision-making. And for example, someone who had been accused in his community, he was accused of rape, but instead of sending him to prison, he was asked to leave his community and to become the hunter for a women's shelter. And so he served his community by hunting and providing food for these people who had been victims of the type of crime that he had committed. And when he returned to his community, he was able to do so because his community had judged that he had paid for his actions, and he was able to reintegrate much more easily. And all of this was done in collaboration with his community instead of being imposed by outside values. Something else is the Quebec Court addiction treatment program that exists in Quebec, and that under the Criminal Code, it means that when people are struggling with addiction, they undergo a different program. So sometimes they don't obviously they don't take drugs when they're imprisoned, but as soon as they're released, they go back to taking drugs. And with this addiction treatment program, instead of serving the sentence immediately, the person, if we see that the person is doing well during their addiction treatment, then the sentence can be adjusted accordingly, and sometimes they are not even sentenced if things go well. But for these initiatives to work, there needs to be no mandatory minimums. That is definitely an obstacle that can prevent the smooth unfolding of these projects. For example, we saw someone in England who stole turnips, and the turnip farmer said, well, please increase the sentences to deter these people from stealing turnips. And then they asked for capital punishment. And so then the turnip thefts increased because people knew that no one would put them to death for stealing turnips. So sometimes if you try to impose something, it has the opposite effect. So I would like to say that I commend this bill, but what we need to think about from these examples is that uniform solutions, one-size-fits-all solutions are often not what work the best. And so we need to think more about this. When we're thinking about incarceration and sentences, we have to think about all this in terms of criminal law. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make sure that you can hear me fine. Testing.
We're good.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I couldn't tell. Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise today to address Bill C-228, introduced by my friend and colleague, the member from Tebeke-Mactaquac. I had the distinct opportunity before COVID to tour this region and connect with organizations helping transition inmates to a new life after serving their time. Ensuring a successful return to society is in all of our best interests and can help tackle the many systemic issues facing Canada. The ability for those who have served their time to succeed is an important issue. It is important. It's a poverty issue. It's an education and training issue. It's an opportunity issue, a program delivery issue, and a public safety issue. As I've said many times in this House, Madam Speaker, the top priority of government is the safety and security of Canadians. As a former police officer, as a member of community boards, as a member of Parliament, I know that putting reformed criminals on a better path after serving their time requires many things, and that there are a number of strong organizations providing these different and successful approaches. The theme that I have seen often underlying these programs is trust. Trust is essential to a strong public safety and community safety system. Canadians need to trust that someone who breaks the law will be found, brought to justice, have a fair trial, and will face the appropriate punishment. However, more important than punishment is that they will be reformed and prepared to have a successful reintegration back into society. Today, Canadians have lost faith in our justice system. More and more Canadians see crimes unsolved, victims see criminals go free, accused are waiting trial, are out on bail to potentially re-victimize, and dangerous people being released from prison despite being a serious threat to others. C228 is a plan to find the best programs that restore the trust and support a transition from inmate to productive citizen. Reducing repeat offenders would reduce costs on social systems, reduce burdens on the justice system, and the backlogs that exist there. Now, our criminal justice system, police across the country, and the rising level of crime all tell us that action is needed today to tackle a growing crime rate and the heavy costs law-abiding citizens pay for these crimes. In the face of this rising crime, rising fear, rising number of victims, we have seen little action from this Liberal government. Crime rates have climbed every year for the last 5. Violent crime continues to grow quickly across Canada. Rural crime is growing faster than urban crime. Gang-related shootings are at near all-time highs. Addiction rates, no doubt affected by the anxiety of all these of the current times, are way up. And Canada's opioid overdoses are only getting worse, Madam Speaker. Police and communities are seeing a growing trend, a revolving door of justice, and it's returning. Criminals are being caught, are back on the streets sometimes within hours. They're released on bail to go back and commit more crimes and victimize more innocent people. Police rearrest the same people over and over and over again, and not only to see them out the next day. I remember back in the day when I was policing, we said that 20% of the people commit 80% of the crime, and it's so true. What we've seen is the last 5 years, the approach the current government has failed and will continue to fail on Canadians unless there's a change. Canadians do want to see a response to crime, a response to addiction, an end to the cycle of violence and victim suffering. Part of that response is this exact legislation that reforms those who have committed crimes from offenders and into productive members of our communities. That reformation of offenders starts in correctional services. If convicted offenders return to the community as a threat to others, the system has failed the victims, the community, and everyone the system is supposed to protect. If offenders are not given the opportunity to prepare for life outside the prison walls, the system has failed them just as much as it has the rest of society. Instead of reform and transition, we have dangerous offenders out on early parole. As we know, as many as 10 terrorists connected to Islamic extremists have been released on statutory parole from prison in the last 2 years, despite everyone knowing they are high risk to reoffend and they hold extremist ideologies. These are the exact people that we should not be putting out in the community. Last month, the correctional investigator again called for reforms to training and education in prisons. Training is outdated, and government has essentially ignored all the warnings and recommendations. The results are clear. Nearly half of all of those released from prisons return within a few years. There is a better way, Madam Speaker, one that meets with support from ex-offenders and police and the justice system officials alike. It is not big government programs, but support from community-driven and donor-supported programs that are leading efforts to train, support, and reintegrate. In New Brunswick, like I said, I met with Harvest House, along with my honorable colleague and member from Tobacco-Quack. Harvest House holds to Christian values and reaches out to those who are working to rejoin society. They operate on the principles of three, and I found it incredibly intriguing and great success stories there. In the first 3 minutes after getting out, offenders need someone to trust and support them re-entering society. In the first 3 hours, they need a place to call home. In the next 3 days, they need life skills, someone to help them access essential services, navigate governments and government programs, and adjust to new life. In the first 3 weeks, they need to get training, education, and a job, something that is and can be challenging when you have just been released from prison and have a criminal record. In the first 3 months, they need support in making those real transitions, permanent transitions, where the new life has started to take hold and they're settling into that new life. The next 3 years, at 3 years, once they've shown to be successful, they can now pay it forward and help others who are leaving prison themselves and ready to remake their life into something new. Harvest House supports those committed to a good life through these challenges. Programs like these may not be perfect for all offenders seeking a better life, but one of just a few examples of the good work by many that are developing programs to give inmates an opportunity. It offers security, trust, stability, and opportunity for those willing to work for it, and they perform much better than the existing federal program. Madam Speaker, if Canada could cut those numbers, we would avoid much higher costs, both in the lives lost and the money spent. The cost of prevention and successful reintegration saves many victims from a life of fear and pain, saves on already stretched resources in the justice system, saves on costs associated to returning to prison, saves the cost of parole and offender monitoring, and equally as important, it gives opportunity to those who want to turn their life around and just need a helping hand to do so. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, organizations like Harvest House are doing the work that big governments fail to do. Investments in these programs and prevention programs cost pennies to the dollars that they actually save. As a former police officer, I have had reformed offenders that I had a hand in sending to prison approach me after they were released and say, thank you, for it was in prison that they got clean, that they were offered education and career training and had their life put onto a new path. But that was many years ago. That was what the correctional system is designed to do. But that's not happening as consistently today as we'd like it and we would hope. But it is something that can happen again with appropriate approaches to reduce recidivism. Madam Speaker, I strongly support this bill and I commend my colleague for bringing it forward. And I hope to see everyone in this House rise to support this bill when it comes to voting. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of the bill.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, when I was reading through the preamble of this bill, I was really struck by some of the passages. Like, for example, whereas the purpose of the correctional system is in part to contribute to the maintenance of a just, peaceful, and safe society by assisting with the rehabilitation of offenders and their reintegration into the community as law-abiding citizens through the provision of programs in penitentiaries and in the community. And another one, whereas people who have been incarcerated should have the necessary resources and employment opportunities to be able to transition back to the community and avoid falling back into their old ways. These passages gave me a sliver of hope that despite Stephen Harper's best efforts with the Reform Party, the Progressive Conservative Party was not yet dead and still lives on. The irony, of course, is that this bill is being introduced by a member of the Conservative Party, which has previously prided itself on a lock them up and throw away the key approach to justice. When in power, the Conservatives also had a love affair with mandatory minimum sentencing, which is also shown to increase recidivism. Evidence suggests that lengthier sentences increase recidivism rates, especially for lower risk groups, who are the ones most affected by mandatory minimum sentences. This is the same Conservative Party that, when in power, attempted to balance their budget in fiscal year 2014-2015 with an order to the Correctional Service of Canada to make budget cuts, which were taken from the very programs that actually help reduce recidivism, which is precisely what Bill C-228 is attempting to achieve. And what programs am I referring to? Well, Correctional Service of Canada's contribution to the Conservatives' Deficit Reduction Action Plan was long, and it included the closing of prison farms, the elimination of CSC funding for Lifeline and Circles of Support programs. There were additional deductions made from inmate pay for food and accommodation. They collapsed core programs into one-size-fits-all models. They eliminated incentive pay for work in prison industries. There was a reduction of library services, closure of 3 institutions. The list goes on, Madam Speaker. I think, again, the irony of bringing this bill before the House just 8 years after the members' party slashed funding to many of the rehabilitation programs that this framework may end up reinstating is almost too much. I thought it was important to point this out because, as I have found in my 5 years as a member of this House, that memories here can be very, very short. Now let me turn to Bill C-228, which, if implemented, directs the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, in collaboration with the provinces and in consultation with Indigenous groups and other relevant stakeholders, such as non-governmental, non-profit, faith-based, and private sector organizations, to develop and implement a federal framework to reduce recidivism. The bill goes on to state that the framework must include measures to initiate pilot projects, develop standardized and evidence-based programs. It wants to promote the reintegration of people who have been incarcerated back into the community by ensuring that they have access to adequate and ongoing resources, as well as employment opportunities. And it also wants this framework to support faith-based and communal initiatives that aim to rehabilitate people who have been incarcerated, but also to review and implement international best practices related to the reduction of recidivism. Because I believe if we look at countries around the world and how they administer their justice systems, there are certainly some very valuable lessons that Canada can learn. Madam Speaker, we know that education, training, employment programs, and services during and post-incarceration are absolutely key to rehabilitation. However, many of the programs and services available to inmates are severely under-resourced and in definite need of modernization. We also know that improving outcomes for inmates will require political will and funding reallocation. In addition to programming during and post-incarceration, I believe the government should look at sentencing policies and social and economic risk factors for reoffending, such as poverty, mandatory minimums, and over-policing. Again, the reference to mandatory minimums, this has been something that has been mentioned during this government's 5 years in power for many, many different occasions. So while we definitely support the bill in principle, Madam Speaker, our intention is to strengthen and improve it at committee. In particular, we want the committee to hear from Indigenous and Black Canadians and racialized Canadians and organizations working with inmates to ensure that the bill is more than good intentions and will actually help improve outcomes for inmates. Recidivism rates tell us part of the story, but we would like to see the framework consider other metrics as well, such as graduation and employment rates, and whether an inmate is living independently post-release. It's also really important to note that recent research has suggested that correctional services should transition away from a focus on recidivism and instead focus on supporting desistance, which is the process by which a person arrives at a permanent state of non-offending. While recidivism is binary, either an individual does or does not recidivate, desistance allows for degrees of success, even if there are occasional setbacks. And I believe that's incredibly important because many issues in our justice system are not black and white. There are many, many gray areas, and we have to allow some flexibility if our overall goal is to have successful reintegration into society. We would like to see an overhaul of the risk assessment system in federal prisons, which are used to give inmates security classification and reintegrations and a reintegration score that follows them throughout their incarceration and determines almost everything about their time in prison. Among other things, the security classification determines which treatment programs an inmate will have access to, and the reintegration score affects whether they will be given parole. These assessment tools have been shown to be significantly biased against Black and Indigenous inmates, and thus reducing their odds of having access to the very programs and services that would help with their rehabilitation and reintegration back into the community. I know this is beyond the ability of a private member's bill, given the need for a royal recommendation, but appropriate funding will also be an important part of implementing the effective framework. And I would love to see a commitment from the Government of Canada to ensure that this funding would follow the development of this framework. So in closing, Madam Speaker, I would like to end with a quote from Bianca Bersani and Elaine Doherty from their 2017 article called Desistance from Offending in the 21st Century. And the quote I'd like to read is as follows: It's much easier to stop committing crimes if you have an income, a place to live, a sense of belonging, and people who care about you. The stigma of having a criminal record can itself make it much harder to go crime-free. Recent research implies that contact with the criminal justice system, ironically, may have a casual role in perpetuating criminal careers rather than helping to end them, end quote. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to congratulate the member for Tobique Mactaquac for bringing this bill forward for the House to consider. And I look forward to supporting its passage to committee for further study. Thank you so much.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety and Security and Emergency Preparedness.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a great pleasure for me to stand up virtually in this House to speak to Bill C-228, which is an important bill. And I'd like to stress, as my colleague from Elmer, that the government will support this bill and support sending it to committee for greater study. I'd like to thank my colleague from Tobique for his work. He's a gentleman who has worked with all parties in this House to elaborate this bill and present it. It aims to reduce repeat offending, and it reflects our commitment to provide resources to facilitate this so that we can have local justice and tackle the problem of overrepresentation of minorities in our justice system. This was reiterated by our government recently in the throne speech as part of our reform of the justice system. As proposed in this bill, this framework will allow us to effectively deal with the factors that are involved in recidivism.
I think it's fair to say that we can all agree on a number of principles the bill presents. We need to make sure that we are doing all we can to reduce recidivism. Crime inflicts harm on victims and families. It impacts communities and threatens their safety and well-being. And recent history shows that as many as a quarter of those released from federal custody were reconvicted of a federal or provincial offense within a few years of their release. As such, we need to make sure that we're addressing the unique risks and needs of those incarcerated to support their rehabilitation and reintegration back into society. And now I don't mean this as a criticism of the member opposite, as he was not an elected member at that time. but I would be remiss, Madam Speaker, if I did not reference, as did my previous NDP colleague, the impacts of the massive cuts under the Harper Conservatives' Deficit Reduction Action Plan had on services and programs to inmates. Many programs which specifically worked to achieve successful, supervised, and gradual integration into the community had their funding eliminated. Dr. Zinger, the correctional investigator, called these cuts, and I quote, tragic and very unfortunate for dismantling employment opportunities. But I do appreciate, Madam Speaker, that the member for Tobique-Mactaquac is very sincere and genuine in his proposition of a practical bill that seeks to offer solutions to what are complex situations and complex problems. This is because we all know that at some point, almost everyone incarcerated in Canada will return to the community. That happens either through conditional supervised release or at the completion of their sentence. They often have unique challenges and needs that, if left unaddressed, can impede their successful reintegration and increase the likelihood of their reoffending. The challenge of recidivism is truly how multidimensional the issue really is. It's shaped by a variety of factors, both socioeconomic and within the criminal justice system itself. That includes factors like health, education, and access to employment and housing. That's why I'm pleased to see the bill calls for a broad, multi-sectoral approach to the issue. Should this bill be passed, Madam Speaker, it will be important to engage a range of stakeholders. We'll need to hear from those who deliver services to those incarcerated or previously incarcerated, for example. We also need to reach out to our provincial and territorial partners to share information and lessons learned, and where possible, identify opportunities for future collaboration. We'll need to hear from diverse groups of the incarcerated population, such as Indigenous people and Black Canadians, who continue to be sadly overrepresented in the criminal justice system. And we will need to hear from those with lived experience, victims, and their families. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, this bill recognizes the key role that the government plays in efforts to prevent criminality. We're going to achieve our objective by getting rid of the stigma that is associated in terms of pardons. We know that if someone has not received one, it can make it hard for them to reintegrate society. It can make it hard for them to find a job or housing. We have to facilitate their reintegration, and by doing so, this has a positive impact on public safety, and it allows these people to constructively participate in our society and to achieve their full potential.
The Criminal Records Act, which is the backbone of the pardon system, has undergone significant legislative change. Unfortunately, some of those changes had the effect of limiting access to pardons. They lengthened the waiting period before individuals could apply. And there was a significant increase of the application fee from $50 to $150 in the year 2010, and then to $631 in 2012, which meant a further barrier to those seeking pardons. Our government remains committed to reviewing the program as a whole. Indeed, that commitment is reflected in the speech of the throne, which stated that we will introduce legislation and make investments that take actions to address the systemic inequities in all phases of the criminal justice system, from diversion to sentencing, from rehabilitation to records. The Parole Board of Canada began by conducting online consultation on the user fee. And no surprise, Madam Speaker, most respondents found the user fee to be a barrier in applying for a pardon. Then Public Safety Canada consulted online with stakeholders, partners, and the public on the review of the Criminal Records Act. The results, those surveyed found that the process for obtaining a record suspension was overly complex, and the waiting periods were found to be too long. All of this consultation was followed up by the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security report on the record suspension program back in 2018. It included recommendations to reform the pardon system, including reviewing the process and making pardons automatic in specific circumstances. The government responded, reaffirming its commitment to a pardon system that is both fair and proportionate, and that achieves the goal of promoting public safety by allowing people living crime-free to be fully contributing members of society. Rendre les pardons plus accessibles.
Making pardons more accessible will allow to help certain members of racialized and marginalized communities to reintegrate society when they do have a criminal record. All of these measures and Bill 228 are in line with our throne speech. This bill is also in line with our commitment to maintain public safety, particularly by reforming our criminal justice system, by favoring reintegration. We want to reduce recidivism, to move forward our government's commitment to reducing systemic inequalities in all stages of our justice system. That's why I encourage all members of this House to join me and the government to vote to be in favor of C-22 and send it to committee for further study. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for your attention. And I'd also like to wish all members of this House and personnel happy holidays. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. How much time do I have? It's more than I thought. Thank you very much. I'd like to start this speech by underscoring the exceptional work of all my colleagues, regardless of their political stripes. This parliamentary session was difficult, and it will remain memorable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, it's a pleasure for me to speak to Bill C-228 today, which seeks to put in place a federal framework to reduce repeat offenders. Why? Well, because my first bachelor's degree was in criminology and applied science that seeks, amongst other things, to analyze criminal behavior. The interpreter would like to note that the sound quality does not allow for interpretation at this time and will resume. Interpretation services will resume when the sound improves.
Dans les mécanismes déjà existants qui font que le gouvernement semble vraiment avoir échoué à protéger cette femme et à protéger la population en général. Un cas parmi tant d'autres que nous avons vécu ces dernières années. À ce niveau-là, le rapport d'enquête de l'enquêteur correctionnel du Canada, Yvan Zinger, dit et démontre, dans ce même rapport publié le 27 octobre 2020, que le gouvernement fédéral gère mal, pour ne pas dire très mal, la réinsertion sociale des détenus. Un rapport dévastateur pour le gouvernement sur plusieurs points, dont l'un est l'absence quasi totale de formation pour les détenus dans les pénitenciers fédéraux. Il note que bien qu'il y ait des emplois, évidemment, dans les pénitenciers fédéraux, ces emplois ne développent pratiquement pas les compétences utiles pour le marché du travail pour ces mêmes détenus. Les détenus ont mentionné à l'enquêteur correctionnel qu'ils acceptaient ces emplois tout simplement pour éviter de faire du temps dans leurs cellules. Il note aussi qu'il y a peu de possibilités pour les détenus de suivre des formations post-secondaires dans les pénitenciers. Il souligne qu'il y a des bibliothèques, évidemment, dans les pénitenciers, mais les livres qui meublent ces bibliothèques sont désuets. Bref, le fédéral échoue lamentablement dans la réhabilitation des détenus en ne leur donnant aucun outil pertinent pour réintégrer la société. Mais on doit le dire, la réinsertion sociale, ce n'est pas quelque chose de facile et ce n'est pas quelque chose qu'on aborde depuis 100 ans. Avec tout ça, le Bloc québécois appuie le projet de loi en deuxième lecture. Nous souhaitons donc néanmoins mettre en garde le gouvernement fédéral contre la tentation d'imposer un modèle fédéral dans les prisons sous juridiction provinciale, évidemment. Rappelons en passant là-dessus que le fédéral gère les peines de 2 ans et plus, alors que le provincial gère les peines de 2 ans moins 1 jour. Il ne faut donc pas oublier, et c'est souvent le cas avec ce gouvernement, qu'un cadre fédéral, il ne faut pas oublier, il ne faut pas accepter, supporter, tolérer le moindrement qu'un cadre fédéral vienne dicter aux provinces ce qu'elles doivent faire. De plus, Monsieur le Président, une étude récente par le groupe de recherche Cyrano juge que le Québec fait nettement mieux dans le monde entier en matière de réinsertion sociale. Nettement mieux, évidemment, que la majorité des pays évolués. Le projet de loi C-228 doit donc se concentrer sur la réinsertion dans les pénitenciers fédéraux sans s'ingérer ou sans dicter aux provinces quoi faire. Pour nous, au Bloc québécois, dans le but d'être constructif dans le cadre de ce projet de loi-là, le cadre de cette loi devrait tenir compte des éléments suivants. D'abord, mettre en place des projets pilotes et élaborer des programmes standardisés pour réduire la récidive. Ensuite, favoriser la réinsertion sociale en s'assurant que les détenus aient accès à des ressources adéquates et des possibilités d'emploi. Ensuite, ce projet devrait appuyer les initiatives confessionnelles et communautaires qui visent la réinsertion sociale des ex-détenus. Puis, finalement, il devrait étudier les pratiques internationales liées à l'insertion sociale et, évidemment, se coller aux pratiques qui ont fait preuve. Le ministère de la Justice devrait aussi établir ce cadre en partenariat avec les provinces, car malgré l'ingérence que nous craignons, il y a des pénitenciers, évidemment, fédéraux dans toutes les provinces, dont le Québec actuellement. Le projet de loi devrait de même demander au ministère de la Sécurité publique et de la Protection civile de déposer au Parlement un rapport dans l'année suivant l'adoption du présent projet de loi. Selon une étude de Cyrano, encore une fois, les programmes de réinsertion sociale diminuent nettement la récidive, selon une étude. Non seulement les programmes visant à faciliter la réinsertion sociale des détenus qui fréquentent les prisons gérées par le gouvernement du Québec diminuent la récidive, mais en plus, ils le font, comme je viens juste de le dire, nettement mieux que tous les pays connus dans le monde qui s'y attardent. Les chercheurs du Centre interuniversitaire de recherche en analyse des organisations, le groupe Cyrano, encore une fois, ont obtenu des données sur les programmes pour les prisons de Montréal, Québec et Saint-Jérôme. Ils les ont jumelés, ces prisons, avec d'autres provenant du ministère québécois de la Justice publique. Bon, ils ont alors constaté que le taux de récidive des détenus qui participaient au programme a été de 10 % à Montréal, par rapport à 50 % chez les non-participants sur une période de 5 ans. Dans les deux autres établissements, le résultat est légèrement inférieur. On parle de 6 % et 35 %. Donc, on applique des programmes, on a un résultat vraiment extraordinaire par rapport à la non-application de programmes. Les chercheurs ont d'ailleurs constaté que plus le détenu participe à des programmes durant son incarcération, moins sa probabilité de récidive est élevée. Donc, Madame la Présidente, suite à ces résultats ou à cette étude, force est de constater que la meilleure piste de solution pour contrer la récidive chez les délinquants se situe évidemment dans des programmes de réinsertion sociale ou des programmes élargis de réinsertion sociale. Là-dessus, Madame la Présidente, je vous vois aller. Je termine. Je vous remercie et bonne fin de journée à tous.
The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac has the right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to all of my colleagues that are participating this evening and have participated in our discussion and deliberations to this point. I'm very thankful and have a lot of gratitude this evening to have had the kind of response from all parties, and very positive and helpful input and suggestions have been made, and I welcome that kind of feedback and input, and looking forward to hopefully seeing this at committee and continuing the work that we've begun on this journey. And I do believe it's been a journey we've all taken together, and I'm very thankful for that. It's been an incredible experience for me and my staff, and I want to thank my staff for all of their work behind the scenes in helping make this happen. Of course, I also want to take this opportunity to thank all the many volunteers that are continuing to do tremendous work with those who are on the pathway to full recovery and reintegration back into communities that oftentimes are the unsung heroes of our community. They don't get a lot of public recognition and oftentimes do it on a volunteer basis. And I simply want to say thank you to all of them. I shared during my first comments during the second reading about my friend who has since passed, Monty Lewis, and his wife, Linda, who, after confronting his personal demons and struggles while in a prison cell with the help of a Salvation Army chaplain who happened to visit him at that time. And as a result, through a process, he had an incredible change in his life and a direction in his life. And once having served time and paid his debt to society, worked upon his release along with Linda's wife to help others who've gone down and experienced similar pathways in their lives. And I remember visiting the prisons with Monty at Christmas, in particularly at Christmas time. And that was a very important time. And he said, Richard, honestly, when you go to prisons, there's no greater time of loneliness than at Christmas time on the inside. He said, not only for those who are on the inside, but also for the families who are left at home. Oftentimes, there's a lot of separation and a lot of reflection and a lot of loneliness. I'll never forget visiting near Christmas, just 2 or 3 days before Christmas, a prison in my region, and got to hear the story of a man who was there, and he'd been serving time, and now he's kind of volunteering through the chaplaincy program. And he got telling me his story and sharing how that, he said, Richard, when you come and you visit, and he said, folks like you come in and visit, you see, the brave exterior of the guys who are serving their time. And he said, they put on their best fronts. And he said, you see that. But he said, what you don't see, and he said, they don't want you to see, he said, is the tears that fall from their face, and you can hear the sobbing at night that come from the halls and from within their prison cells. And he said, that's the side of the story many, many people don't see. And they're living under the cloud of what once was and the regrets that they had faced. And you could sense that overwhelming loneliness. But this time of year not only provides loneliness for many people within prison, without, but it's also a time of year of hope. And you could see that people are looking for hope during this time of year, and it can bring a lot of hope. And I think this bill offers for many people hope for a fresh start, hope for a second chance, hope for freedom and peace. And I can think of no better way to be finishing the second reading of this bill than during the Christmas season. We today can offer a light at the end of a very long and dark tunnel for many people. Colleagues, this bill aims to give those who serve their time the best possible chance and success post-release through effective partnerships between public sector, private sector, nonprofit, and faith-based communities, Indigenous communities, and NGOs. By working together, we can create a pathway and begin to move the needle in the right direction. We could take steps to end the revolving door of our prison systems and make positive changes to our criminal justice system. Thank you, everyone, and I want to take this opportunity to wish each and every one of you and your family members and to all members of this House very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
It being 6:26 p.m., the time provided for debate has expired. Accordingly, the question is as follows. Mr. Bragdon, seconded by Mr. Moore, moved that Bill C-228, an act to establish a federal framework to reduce recidivism, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Si un député d'un parti...
If a member present in the House wishes to call for a deferred recorded division or wishes the matter to be adopted on division, I would encourage them to indicate so immediately.
Invite a member present in the House to rise to indicate if the motion is agreed to on division or to request a recorded division. Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion.
On division? Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion adopted on division.
Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. À l'ordre, à ce moment-ci.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Maintenant. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my question last week, I highlighted 3 areas where the government and society are failing the disability community. The first one I'd like to highlight is the plight of disabled veterans in this country. Veterans Affairs Canada has a backlog of almost 50,000 disability benefit applications. Our veterans deserve far better. It is disrespectful to attend commemoration ceremonies on November 11th to honor the dead while we dishonor the living in this way. Madam Speaker, for a number of years, I worked with the disability community in Nanaimo Ladysmith in employment skills training programs. It was my job to discover the talents of each participant, understand their ambitions and dreams, and learn which skills they wanted to share with an employer. I then sought out employers who were ready to create a job that worked for that individual. When successful connections were made, it was rewarding for the participant, for the family, for the employer, and also for me. But many employed people with diverse abilities live in legislated poverty. People who receive provincial disability benefits are only allowed to earn a certain amount per year before their disability benefits get clawed back. In British Columbia, a single person can receive a maximum of $14,196 per year in disability benefits. They are permitted to earn an additional $12,000 a year without penalty. But every dollar earned above that $12,000 is clawed back dollar for dollar from their benefits. If a person earns too much money in a year, they can be completely cut off from disability benefits, and they have to go through the process of reapplying. This is legislated poverty. Until this year, in BC, if someone on PWD lost their job and received EI, their EI, which they paid into, was clawed back dollar for dollar. This was also the case with the CERB until I pointed this out to the provincial minister and asked him to have some compassion for the diverse ability community. Applying for disability benefits can be extremely daunting, and a whole industry has been built around exploiting people with disabilities who want to apply for federal benefits like CPP disability. It is unacceptable that the Disability Tax Credit, DTC, promoters restriction regulations have still not been implemented. I have a constituent with a traumatic brain injury who was charged over $1,000 for assistance applying for the DTC. The family could not manage the large payment, and a collection agency was sent after the constituent. People with diverse abilities want to be connected to the community, contribute to society, and feel a sense of self-esteem and satisfaction that comes with working. I know many people with diverse abilities that dedicate hundreds of volunteer hours every year to help those less fortunate. It is truly humbling to hear someone who faces a life of challenges talk about their dedication to serve and help those less fortunate. They should be recognized and rewarded for the contributions they make. The Green Party believes that it's time for a national strategy to create national accessibility standards. We need to respect people in the diverse ability community and the contributions they make to society. We need to ensure that they live lives of dignity and are free from discrimination, that they get the services that they need, and that economic challenges do not lead to health challenges. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment, Workforce Development and Disability Inclusion.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for Nanaimo Ladysmith for his question and for his advocacy on behalf of the constituents in his riding. As the world continues to grapple with the COVID-19 pandemic, we have the opportunity to work together to ensure that our recovery efforts are disability inclusive and leave no one behind.
At the start of the pandemic, we quickly struck a COVID-19 disability advisory group. This group ensures that the interests and needs of people living with disabilities are taken into account in all aspects of our decision making and our emergency intervention plan.
The Government of Canada implemented broad, inclusive economic measures to insulate individuals, families, and businesses from the economic shock. We also focused targeted investments on populations that were highly vulnerable during the crisis, including Canadians with disabilities. These included additional income supports for students with disabilities and a one-time payment for persons with disabilities to help offset extraordinary expenses. We also made investments in a new national workplace accessibility program to support employment opportunities and an accessible technology program to support access to technological supports. But Madam Speaker, we know that our support systems were challenged and stretched. Significant systematic gaps were revealed, and long overdue conversations on systemic discrimination were center stage. We are now taking significant action to address these gaps through Canada's first ever Disability Inclusion Action Plan. Our Disability Inclusion Action Plan will have a new Canadian disability benefit, which is direct income support for Canadians with disabilities, a better process to determine eligibility for government disability programs, and benefits based on a modern and inclusive understanding of disability and a robust employment strategy. Les personnes en
People with disabilities in Canada are underrepresented in the workforce, and they continue to encounter significant obstacles to employment. Many are unemployed, underemployed, or in precarious employment situations.
Canada's disability employment strategy is the next step forward. This strategy will include a significant investment in training and support individuals looking to enter the workforce, to re-enter the workforce after injury or illness, or to advance in their current employment. It will support entrepreneurs with disabilities as well as employers looking to build confidence in providing inclusive workplaces. It will also promote the business case for disability inclusion and champion the innovation, creativity, and problem-solving capabilities of the untapped labor pool that is our citizens with disabilities. Madam Speaker, the Government of Canada is committed to ensuring that all Canadians can live in dignity, including persons with disabilities. Thank you. Merci.
Our member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his response. I'm happy to hear that there are some programs that are coming forward. We need to do more for the diverse ability community. They stood by and they watched while everybody got the benefits rolled out for the pandemic and waited 8 months to get a $600 payment. Many people with diverse abilities who received the CERB because they were self-employed are now being told they have to pay the CERB back. This is because the government was not clear that the eligible income amount was based on net, not gross income. Self-employed people with home-based businesses use a portion of their rent and utilities to write off against their income. Small businesses receive rental assistance, but not home-based businesses. There is a total disconnect between how governments speak about people with diverse abilities and how they actually are treated. And we need a national strategy to correct that disconnect.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, people with disabilities are affected by every decision and are entitled to be included in the debate in each and every process and system.
That is why the Government of Canada is committed to a disability inclusive recovery that ensures that no one is left behind and that our systems are better able to respond to the needs of all Canadians. That is the spirit and purpose of the new Disability Inclusion Action Plan. And I emphasize the word action, Madam Speaker. This is about action, about the concrete measures we are putting in place and the investments we are making. And again, I want to sincerely thank the member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith, for his excellent questions and his continued advocacy. Thank you.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On November 4th, I asked the Prime Minister when the government would support much-needed upgrades to the Iqaluit post office. We know that everyday items are prohibitively expensive in northern Canada, and particularly in Nunavut. As a result, many northerners have turned to online retailers and who can offer lower-cost alternatives. So post offices in the north have been flooded with more than they're able to handle, and of course the pandemic has really raised a lot of those issues, Madam Speaker. And the Iqaluit Post Office has long been one of the busiest in Canada. But as I mentioned right now, the capacity of this post office is being stretched. Orders are being lost, packages are being misdirected, and people are having to wait in line outside of the post office for hours in order to pick up their mail or their essential items. And Madam Speaker, when I first raised this question in the House to the Prime Minister, I really did not get much of an answer from him. But a few weeks later, I noticed that Canada Post announced that they would be launching a consultation with Northerners to understand how they can better serve Northern and Indigenous communities. And I was very happy to see that. I think it shows why question period is so important, why Parliament is so important, because contrary to what the Liberals often claim, the opposition is not here to try to embarrass the government or to try to divide Canadians on issues. And believe me, Madam Speaker, we definitely don't need to be embarrassing the government. They do a good enough job at that themselves. But we're here to ask tough questions. We're here to ask the questions that Canadians are asking of this government. We're here to hold them accountable and hopefully, as a result, end up with better government. So I'm happy to see the government moving in that direction with the consultation. And I'm happy that they've been able to admit that there has been a shortfall there. But it's important to note that consultation is one thing, but meaningful action is another. And residents of Iqaluit, elected representatives in Nunavut have been calling on the government to make upgrades to this post office for a number of years. And I would like to take this opportunity to ask once again if the government is able to commit to supporting those much-needed upgrades today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Kenora for raising this issue and to acknowledge, of course, that I'm on the unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq people. I share the member's concern. The COVID-19 pandemic has created an unprecedented crisis that has resulted in increased need, especially for the people of the North. Every Canadian, regardless of where they live, should have access to more affordable and healthy food and the personal hygiene items that they need. While the Iqaluit Post Office has always been one of the busiest post offices in Canada, COVID-19 pandemic and the subsequent rise of the e-commerce has increased parcel volumes beyond anything Canada Post has anticipated, and this underscores its capacity, of course. Canada Post has begun making changes to its postal operation to systematically change how mail is delivered in Iqaluit. Canada Post brought together special teams from different departments specifically dedicated to coming up with solutions in Iqaluit. In addition to extended hours, Canada Post is exploring ways to reconfigure the Iqaluit Post Office, hire more staff, and review overall logistics to meet the unprecedented demand of the city's high growth. Canada Post is proud to serve the people of Iqaluit and thanks the community for their support and their patience. We have also, in response to the increased need, on April 14th announced $130 million in targeted funding for the North to address the immediate needs of Northerners related to health, the economy, food security, social services, and critical air transportation. In May, Canada transferred $72 million to the government of the Yukon, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut to support their COVID-19 health and social services preparation and response. This included $30 million for Nunavut. Furthermore, in August, the Government of Canada announced the establishment of a $75 million funding program that will continue to support the essential air service to the northern community for the next 6 months. We understand the importance of ensuring that supply lines remain intact and have acted decisively to ensure that this happens. If essential services in the North continue to be impacted by COVID-19 after the 6-month period, they will be maintained by the investment of up to $174 million over the 18-month period. These new measures will ensure that the minimum level of essential transportation services, continuity of food supplies, continuity of medical supplies, and other essential goods and services remain available to the territorial North. This support is positive news for the Northerners and is a result of continued collaboration. Additionally, our April 2020 investment also included a financial injection of $25 million to Nutrition North Canada to increase subsidy rates in all eligible communities by providing additional subsidies on the broad range of items. Residents of isolated communities will be better off to afford essential goods and products. As the pandemic continues to evolve, the Government of Canada will continue working with its partner, including provincial and territorial governments, Indigenous partners, retailers and suppliers, and freight operators to ensure that the supply chain is not compromised. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Kenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you I do want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for that response, and I do realize that the government has been taking some steps to address this situation, but what I worry about, Madam Speaker, is that there are some similarities in the Parliamentary Secretary's response as there was to the Prime Minister's, where they simply just name everything that they've done for the North, whether it's related to this issue or not. They throw out the big spending figures, and that's all great, Madam Speaker, but at the end of the day, what really matters is getting these issues resolved, and we know that this is a very important issue to the people of Nunavut. It's one that's been long-standing, as the Parliamentary Secretary mentioned, so I'd appreciate if he can comment directly on if the government will commit to making those much-needed investments. And Madam Speaker, as my time is running out, I'd like to wish you a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and to the Parliamentary Secretary and all Canadians as well. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the government has taken significant steps to make life more affordable and to advance reconciliation and self-determination in Nunavut. We have supported Northern Air Services, and we continue to update and expand Nutrition North Canada to make it more culturally relevant and Northerners. In September 2019, we launched the Arctic and Northern Policy Framework with our partners. Northerners have told us what are the key priorities, and we have listened. We continue working with the territorial, provincial, and Indigenous partners to co-develop priorities and federal investments for the North. We will continue to work with Northerners as we move forward. As well, I would like to thank my colleague for his question and yourself, and wish you all Merry Christmas, Joyeux Noël. Merci beaucoup.
The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to participate today as I'm resubmitting a question I asked on November 17th during question period. I speak for veterans and their families and their caregivers when I say that the backlog of disability benefit claims at Veterans Affairs Canada is entirely unacceptable, a backlog which now stands at nearly 50,000. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the backlog has grown from just under 21,000 in March 2017 to 49,000 as of March 2020. And 22,000 of these applications were only waiting for a decision from the Department of Veterans Affairs. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has also highlighted a significant decline in service standards. Only 37% of applications are processed within the 16-week time frame, which fails to meet the 80% standard. And when I talk about only waiting for a decision from the department, Madam Sean Dean is one example. He completed 28 and a half proud years of service and applied for his VAC pension over a year ago now and completed all paperwork in October 2019. He was informed his application is now in this decision phase. Well, that decision phase says that it will take up to 64 more weeks to process, a grand total of over 2 years since his paperwork was completed. In the past 2 federal elections, this Prime Minister promised that he would expedite veterans' cases. Speaker, I don't think it would be responsible to place blame for the backlog on any of the hardworking frontline public servants. I know that the vast majority pour their hearts out and into making a positive impact on our veterans' lives. On the contrary, I continue to believe that the problem stems from an entrenched status quo that resists change. As a result, veterans are finding it increasingly hard to navigate the process of securing the assistance they need, and it's very demoralizing. I'm not alone in my thinking. Certainly many veterans and veterans service experts back up my claim. Their bravery in coming forward with their stories is commendable in itself. At a disability rate of 93%, veteran Charles Scott was left to navigate the VAC system all on his own. As Veterans Affairs Committee, at committee, Mr. Scott provided a frank assessment, and he says, "The onus has always been placed on the injured and ill to advocate for themselves and to navigate a gauntlet of processes for these applications. The processes are extreme. They subject the veteran and their families to sanctuary trauma by having them prove that they're actually ill and injured when the documentation for the most part is right there in their file." Mr. Scott believes that the current service delivery system is broken and worsens veterans' injuries. 3 benefit regimes, Madam, and ever-changing policies coupled with this backlog prevent veterans from accessing benefits and services. Mr. Scott has told us that in some cases it leads to veterans abandoning their claims altogether. Doreen Weatherby, consultation president for the Professional Institute of the Public Service of Canada, believes that the short-term hiring that is being suggested by this government will not solve this problem. It will only postpone the problem. Rather, she has called on proper resources to be in place so cases can be resolved in a timely way. The experience of Mr. Scott and Mr. Dean are only 2 of many personal testimonies that suggest the backlog and process is exacerbating the sanctuary trauma felt by our veterans. They've given all they have for Canada, only to be faced with an entirely new battle with the government in obtaining the help they deserve. So, my question is, will the government do what needs to be done to make these changes happen for our veterans? Thank you, Madam.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Madam Speaker, to begin, let me say that the number of pending applications has never been 50,000. In fact, the measures that have been taken to address the backlogs as of October, Veteran Affairs has reduced the number of applications outside of its service standards to under 19,000. That said, this government absolutely agrees that the number of veterans waiting on decision for disability benefit application is much too long. Permettez-moi donc d'exposer.
Allow me to briefly set out the measures that the government is taking to reduce the backlog and ensure that the veterans who are waiting for decisions concerning disability benefits receive an answer within a reasonable time. First, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Veterans Affairs made this backlog his priority when he became Minister in 2019.
Reduce wait time for veterans. It included overhauling how teams are organized, making better use of technology and reducing the time it takes to make decisions. This plan includes a $192 million funding commitment to address the backlog. It's money to keep the 168 decision makers hired since Budget 2018 and to hire an additional 350 employees. Ces temps d'attente s'améliorent.
These wait times are improving with the creation of teams responsible for veterans' benefits. These teams guide the processing of claims, from the time they're presented until such time as a decision is handed down. The report of the Parliamentary Budget Officer shows that new employees hired as part of this investment will have a considerable impact on veterans receiving answers much more quickly.
It's also worth repeating that since 2016, our government has invested $10.5 billion of new money to support veterans and their families. That's money for additional educational opportunities and career transition services, tax-free benefits for caregivers, and services for family. It's money to increase physical and mental health support and for research of new treatment for PTSD and related mental health conditions. Le gouvernement également.
the government has also recognized the extreme pressure that this pandemic has put on organizations that support veterans. And that's why in November, the minister announced the granting of an emergency support fund for veterans organizations of $20 million.
Groups like the Royal Canadian Legion, the NET Vets, True Patriot Love, and Vets Canada do so much for our veterans. But in these most unprecedented times, they are being challenged like never before. So many veterans look at these organizations for advice and guidance and to give them the kind of support they need. The government understands just how valuable these organizations are to the well-being of the veterans and their families, and is pleased to be able to provide some assistance to help these organizations continue to operate at this difficult and stressful time. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, veterans are proud and humble. They are people who have put the safety of their fellow citizens first, well before their own well-being. We owe them so much, and that is exactly why the Government of Canada is doing everything in its power to ensure that veterans receive the support and the care that they deserve. Thank you.
Madame la Présidente.
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The heavy-handed removal of child benefits from Sean Bruray is only one example of similar behavior against other veterans who will speak out about VAC's mishandling of their files. The Veterans Ombudsman investigation is clear. A day after the former minister dragged Mr. Bruray over the coals for his criticism of the department, his son's child care support was revoked. Mr. Bruray has called VAC's decision both vengeful and retaliatory. Given the timing, it's clear that this was a political decision. I do not want the member to say to me that this is an issue that was with the public service. It is not an error or misinterpretation by the hardworking public servants. It's an egregious retribution on this Canadian veteran. But as I've elaborated in my speech, Mr. Brewer's case is just the tip of the iceberg. Why does this government choose to attack veterans who disagree with them? After serving our country abroad, veterans are turning home only to live in fear of being punished for expressing their concerns, loss of service, harassment, and red flagging of their files. Why is this government and Veterans Affairs contributing to veterans' sanctuary trauma?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, Canadian history has been written largely by the members of our armed forces who received the torch from past generations and thus continue to inspire future generations to follow their example.
Ever indebted to all those who have worn the uniform for what they have given and what they have given up in the name of cause and country. The Gouvernement du Canada.
The Government of Canada is so very grateful to the courageous men and women in uniform, those who have come before us, and those who continue to work and do everything in their power to meet the needs of those who serve.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for her questions and comments, and your Madam Speaker, and wish everybody Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Holidays. Merci.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.